All right, all right. The day has come. The day has come, family. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. It's Brother Rich. Starting the festivities, starting the AI Masters of Intelligence workshop. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad that this day is here. This is an important day, November 1st. Where they say that I think it's called, what's it called, Day of the Dead. I think it's Day of the Dead, they call it. Yeah, the world is moving, the world is changing, and we got a lot of things to tap into, a lot of technologies that are available that's going to assist us. A lot of internal technologies are available as well that's going to assist us. And this weekend is going to be an amazing event. Just a reminder to everybody, this is lifetime access. Everybody will have lifetime access to this Day of the Dead tomorrow. Okay. Everybody will have lifetime access to these workshops today and tomorrow. Today is Sevan Bomar. Sevan will be speaking from 12 to 6. Tomorrow is Red Pill. Red Pill will be speaking from 12 to 6. And I think Red got a few guests. Red, I think City might talk for about a half an hour. Um and the brother, Original Black Guy, the brother who did the movie that I premiered on my channel, he might speak for half an hour as well. But with that being said, I don't want to take no time away from the family and what's about to be going on today. I'm just gonna be behind the scenes, listening, enjoying the day, just like y'all, learning, just like y'all. This brother that I want to bring on, this brother, I knew I had to do something with him. The things this brother's creating, uh whether it's his own AI with Sybil, and just the technologies the brother has created in our community, definitely a genius. And I wanted to let my platform know who this brother is. You know what I'm saying? Let them know. I want the world to know the genius with this brother right here. And he's on to things before a lot of people, like the cryptocurrency, the AI. He definitely has that ability to tap into the field and see what's going to be the next thing before the next thing is the next thing. So without further ado, this brother, he's been doing it for a long time before the internet. I've heard of the brother for many years before, back in MySpace days. I've heard of the brother. So he's been doing this for a long time. I want to thank everybody once again. I can't thank y'all enough for signing up. The chat, the Discord will run even after the workshops is done for about a week or something like that. Just everybody's gonna have questions, and we're gonna be in there answering the questions, making sure you understand everything, making sure everybody's locked and loaded and know what they're doing. Shout out to all the elders who joined, and we got people of all age brackets in here. We got people of different races, different cultures, different ages, men, women, different parts of the planet. So it's a huge global family in here tonight. Thank you, family. Without any further ado, I want to welcome to the stage the one, the only, Sevan Bomar.
We use the sound effects. You know what I mean? Woo, first and foremost, I wanted to congratulate everybody who made it to the course today. You escaped the haters. This is, the first major move in continuously proving that you're not only ahead of the curve, but you're also moving on your own volition and moving with your own discernment. And your discernment is really in tune, especially when there's always just two stories, right? Like that's just the whole part of being in this reality, is that there's two sides to everything, and then there's the balance. And so today we have quite a feat ahead of us. We get an opportunity to spend 6 hours together going in on a topic that is so vast, it literally has checked the box with words like super intelligence, AGI, ASI, just words that mean that, hey, you reached the highest level of what people can perceive as being intelligent on this planet. And so that makes a lot of learning in store, right? Because really what we're doing now is we're going back to school again. I know there's many that's like, yo, maybe I should have went back to school, right? I remember that whole phase went in, and then it was almost like, no, you shouldn't even go to college. It's a waste of time. They bill you, they charge you, right? So through all of those eras, we can definitely say that education has still played a very powerful role at what goes on with you in this reality, because the reality, regardless of what we feel like we want it to be, needs to see the value in you. And it gave you uniqueness. We know this because of the difference in everybody's fingerprint and the retina. So there's something very unique to you. So maybe why 99% of what you got going on may be shared collectively, that 1%, though, I always say. And with that 1%, that makes this about your originality. So today, you get an opportunity to say by the end of this build today, you will be able to fully explore your originality in a relationship with yourself. You may choose to share that with others in many ways. We love to share. That's what the social media platforms are really all about, is people sharing their viewpoints, sharing their creations. And so you'll be able to share in a brand new way. And so I want to say, at minimum, what we're teaching has a therapeutic and educational value to it for oneself. Okay. And that reflects into everything. So regardless of, some of the things that we may look to achieve with AI, and some have really big plans, and I want to see some of those plans come to manifestation, it's absolutely 100% key for all of us to realize that we haven't wrote the story completely in so long. We haven't seen ourselves in the garb of opulence and eloquence. We haven't sent real commands that we didn't get negative feedback on, or weird looks on. We haven't sent commands that were obeyed in so long. The biggest thing that is unlocked with all of this is that your barrier to entry has been flattened. And this just means your ability to get into something that had been henceforth impossible, real impossible stuff, is now possible. And that says a lot for how the universe is delivering it. But it's not just delivering it like, hey, everybody is going to get it. Everybody's going to get an opportunity to have it, but it's still their choice. And that's what I learned so much about this experience that we're in now. They say, November 1st is a very auspicious day. It is the day that actually the ancestors come and visit us because it got a little flipped, in the dogma, but some thought that they were going to visit the dead. And the reality is that dead is not exactly what we think. We transmute. And so when you transmute, you automatically go into a reality that doesn't have time as a component. And so they're actually waiting on us. And when they come and visit us here, they try to bring the things that we like, the things that we like to hear and smell. And, sometimes, they just are charged to bring some money. You know what I mean? The ancestor money magic is probably the number one trend. But the reality is that they come bringing our gifts. They come bringing our accoutrements. They come bringing our clothes, the things that we cherish the most. And this is only a part of it. And today we get a chance to go into that full visualization. Now, also, as Red had mentioned in the prep for this, which I was also in, just, it's great to even come after something like that. There was a primer for, hey, it is still your time and your opportunity, but you got to take it. Like, we have to go over something that is rather and can be rather complex. However, my duty today is to actually make that a bit more easier for you. And in that way, we're going to have some fun. I'm going to set out a nice first layer because, me and Red agreed that we kind of alley-oop this, he'd catch it in the air and didn't kind of slam dunk it. And we know that we have some geniuses in AI already in the space, even listen to the comments now and in the comment box, et cetera, watching. And then we also have something that was just like, yo, I don't know anything about this. But I'm in, let's go. And so that means, since I'm going to be in the space, I'm always going to do my best. That gives me the charge to have to take you through the entire process and also do it in a way that makes sense to you, in a way where you can come forward with value. I've been in the AI space for a long time. I just want to show you one thing that just kind of, we're going to talk a little bit about this since we're going to be here for some time, and I want to make sure that everybody is aware of what they can do. We're going to have some Q&A, et cetera. But I just wanted to mention anyway, just Sybil in general. The main thing we're focusing on here is the age. You see how it's like that's not how long the app has been in, but the app has been in the App Store for 2 years, okay? Almost 2.5 years now. And it still maintained its 5-star rating. But the key is that what were we doing 2.5 years ago in AI? And how did that change even my life and the lives of people that are around me? What did I see that was really a waste of time, and kind of like there are always these ulterior motives or somewhat malevolent objectives, but we have a whole wave of AI content coming out all the time, especially within our social media, and in many ways it is quite jarring. Some stuff is okay, but a lot of it is what is now classified as AI slop. And so what we're also here about today is transcending what could be called AI slop and putting you into the 1 percentile of what I call dream engineers, basically putting you in the 1 percentile of beings and what they do with hyper intelligence. And this comes because I've seen it all. Like, my invitation was actually from a being that is now our ancestor, because he did move on. And so I will give recognition to him today, because that was how I began. It was a man named Lars. And he was a true genius from a Mobius level. Anybody who knows Mobius and the comic books and the drawing and the art, he designed Phi Aqua. He could doodle on napkins things that would just boggle your mind. He moved on as an old man in a room renting in someone else's house in California, with literally what he explained when he came through here, shelves and shelves of stories and animations and things that he one day hoped to get off. But instead, Hollywood actually used him to create things like the Mars bar logo and parts of that still very basic branding that the big manufacturers, et cetera, have today. So in many ways, he didn't really see, well, actually, he caught a glimpse of it, and then he moved on. This is how it happened. So he calls me and he says, "Sevan, man, I got something that you really will be into. Send me your email address again, so I'll send you an invite." And he sent me an invite to what was then V0 of Midjourney, with the image generator. And the moment I generated the first image, which looked crazy, like I wish I had some of those to show just how bad they were versus where our imagery is at today, I still was able to recognize the potential of what was coming within what came out. I saw it then. Same thing happened in crypto. I just knew. It's just a feeling that you learn. That is your discernment. It's a feeling that you learn, and then that feeling leads you, and it never leads you wrong, regardless of what everybody else is saying. So, needless to say, I took that invite. I was obviously in there with David, and I actually I'm aware of many of these guys from even other things that they created, like the headsets, motion picture and motion 3D motion graphics, these kind of things that these guys were involved in tech before AI even dropped. And so I went through the process of actually learning about AI through art. The large language models like Da Vinci didn't come until like 6 months later. We're still talking about like small periods, but the LLM as we know it didn't start really until a little bit later. So I started in art, and in everything with art, I learned how it all works. And so that's how I'm going to teach you today, because as I said, it's a very fun way. I'm also going to drop a link, and I'm pushing this into the general chat. Let me see. I probably can pin this. Yes, I'm going to pin it to the top of the general chat right now, and we'll tuck it away somewhere nice later on. But this is the documentation to what I'm going to be getting into today. Okay. I got a little wild hair sticking up here. I'm gonna take a little. This is the documentation because it's important. I feel to when we're talking about these complex matters to at least have something someone could just say, "Hey, let me just go back and scroll through this from the basic level and just follow it step by step." And then, of course, because you have the recording, also this kind of makes things that much more easier. So we're teaching the visual learners, we're teaching the audible learners, and we're teaching through the literary, those who love to read and kind of see it on their self for themselves, especially in their own time. Also, I may have should have done this earlier, but we got a nice first gear happening. It is important maybe to take a moment, get some water, be here now, meaning that we always got some situations going on. Even some can come in the mail right away, and then we be like, "Ah, you serious?" And then you'll go into something, and it'll still be tugging at your heart. Like, yo, when you get done with that, you're gonna have to deal with them. In fact, a lot of that stuff always shows up when it's time for you to progress. I've been through that too. But it is important that you take a moment to open your consciousness to receive versus be divided, be all on other realms, be in the dreams that you had the other day, just this argument that's happened earlier or is
Sevan, my
about to
brother, can you hear me?
happen.
Sevan,
Yes,
can
I
you hear
can.
me?
Yes, I
Real
can.
quick, I'm sorry, my brother. Could you send me the link in the private chat so I could
Sure.
put it in the chat? Because the link is not in the chat. Just send it to me in the private chat, and I'll post it in the.
Okay. It is in there, but here's another one.
Okay,
We'll
yeah, I
do
see
that.
it. Yeah, I see it. I see it now.
You
All right,
you can
thank
also
you, my brother.
drop that in the YouTube too, because I do got the window up.
Say that again.
I said, you want me to drop that in the YouTube too?
No,
Because I
I
do
got
got
it. I'm gonna put it right
okay.
now. All right.
Okay. Okay. So where was I at though?
I done lost my train of thought also, my brother. I'm sorry.
See, and so it happens, right? So it just
I won't
also
bother
that
you no more. I
no,
just
no,
seen him
no
ask.
worries. No, I'm glad you did stop us because we do need to get this to everybody. But that is actually the point. The point is that sometimes people, they expect to see absolute perfection. Some do, you know. But we want to also mention today that man, we're coming in here and we're literally trying to really cram the genie back in the bottle and open it up again for you in the way that it was actually introduced to us. And in that way, when we're going through all these different things, the mind could go blank for a moment, or you could want to show things. I'm going to have to do some stuff with the computer. It could glitch. So we also want to be mindful of those things. And that actually does connect us back to where I was at about how to be here now and how to focus in on what it is that's going on. So there's this small amount of anomalies as possible. Like, I kid you not, I jump on Friday's show and the power went out exactly when the show connected. But we got backup power, baby. And I always take those as a sign as like, yo, you're going to have to do this on your own sovereign power. Like, okay, I got it. So it's just that we have redundancies in play. We try to practice a bit. We come in and, like I said, I've created some literature even. However, this is live, as we always say. Like, and I'd rather do it this way. Like, for some reason, I would never be able to just like sit and record the whole course. I feel like you're talking to who, you know what I mean? It gets weird for me. So I love to do things live because I know there's somebody on the other end. There's a pulse, if you may, and I'm here for you. Like, man, I got the T-shirt when it comes to coming here on Earth and all you can experience. So all I really am into doing is making sure everybody else can get it, because the more of us that have it, wow, I mean, this creates totally different reality that we're in right now. And that's one thing that we need to know is that, and as Red said, each one teach one, like teach somebody else, let them know about this stuff, let them know what we're doing, because this becomes important in changing the balance in the reality from malevolent AI to benevolent AI in that way, because the users of these tools, because they're so quantum, what they choose to use them for, push it out into all of what's going on in the collective. And this is why we also practice the bubble, if you may. We understand, that is the word that I coined, is that we understand what's happening inside of us and why that's so important, because I could do anything from here and inside of here, even when I go move on from this, right? But I'm also in this. So we also take into account, like, yo, this thing is changing, and how to even get something off like to the next level. Because your intentions at times will be, yo, I'm going to take this, I'm going to write a book. But remember, there were still billions of people in the world also, even some of them that are way more on like, yo, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this happen. And then sometimes you can look at something like this and be like, oh, yep, this is it for me. And then just kind of come in and what I call cheese out. And cheese out means that thinking that, and these are some of the misconceptions about AI, thinking that you are not going to need that same level of creativity that you normally need to have when you create something unique. Okay. So all we're talking about here is bringing in your uniqueness. And then this AI thing is going to magnify that. It's going to amplify that. But if you bring in the cheese, if you may, it's just going to amplify that. And so we always have a saying when we're building models, if you put in trash, you're going to get out trash. Do not put that in there. Right. So in many ways, it's important for us to realize that we're the key component here because we're bringing in the originality. So let me start with my slides here so that way we can, kind of gauge how time is going to move and see how fast or slow we need to move through things. And as I mentioned before, there's some stuff that I would have definitely myself, I'll just say that, I can go in. So there's this point where I gotta be like, yo, all right, that's enough. Like I think we could get it with that. And so I'm gonna be kind of going off of this. I'm also here. Let me kind of pop up here. Ta-da! When I need to be, when I'm not blocking off text. And that's how we're gonna roll with this today. So we're gonna go through the slides. I got a couple images and things. I have some videos. I have some stuff. Rich, you may need to come in when I play my first video just to make sure that it's playing on your side, because there's always one little tricky setting that is needed to make that happen. But other than that, that's what we're going to go with. All right. So let me just begin. So I could for sure give you a degree for what you're about to experience over these next 2 days, Red and I, because when you come through this, you will be one of the most equipped beings with understanding where everything is at. I will also say that did already happen inside of the chat. There was so much knowledge and wisdom shared. Spin City Rich and Red just, really made sure that they bought in the heavy guns. That's the beauty in itself. It's having beings like this that really are looking out for you. So I'm just saying here in a nutshell that you are now going to go through this cutting edge AI workshop. It has been updated up to the very moment of what is going on in AI. And in that, also, you should know that the things that you're going to learn today, it's not going to change when new stuff comes out. It's always the same basic principles, the prompts, the terminology, there's things that you're going to learn, and the only thing that's going to happen is what you can do with those things is just going to keep getting better and better and better as the models get stronger. So let's start here. Who is this course for? Anyone who needs to go quantum to catch up. Also, you'll see me looking this way because my screen is here. You guys are there. Anyone who needs to go quantum and catch up. This was also something mentioned inside of the brief voice call we had this morning, is that those that are ahead are even trying to get further ahead. My mom used to always say, boy, we're about 50 years behind. And the reality is that this allows you to go quantum. So right away, you break like the space-time barrier thing when you start learning and getting wisdom at this pace. And in that way, it's not too late, because that was a lot of questions people had. Yo, is it too late? Also, mark my words, from the way that AI is right now to the way it's going to be in the next, I would even say 1 to 3 years, this will be like, it'll almost be unrecognizable as far as at the level of intelligence that it is at. It's like, yo, that was like, y'all was still messing with the broke one then. Here's the real one. Here's 100% ultimate truth seeking. Okay. And because, again, even the large language models right now are built on a lot of this fake history, they have an issue in their infrastructure anyway that's got to change, right? So in that retrospect, you're really early because even the core training data is wrong with most of the models. So when they get that right, and they will, because the more accurate the training data, the higher the prediction, the percentile of the prediction is higher. So if you could have like 80%, that's high. Like, let's say 70% prediction success. You could take that to Vegas any day and clean up. You see what I mean? So this is what predictive models are doing. And we're going to get into some of this terminology, but it is basically allowing things to be seen as far as what happens next. That's really the technology in itself. It has to guess what word is going to be said next. So it could do that with even the rest of the reality, the more truth-seeking the model is. Okay, so it gives you an idea of, where this is going when we start having ultimate truth in the world readily available. But also remember, we was giving ultimate truth here on YouTube. So, hey, it's just they need AI to tell them. You see what I mean? So anyone who struggles finding good help and working with others that are not as motivated. Ding, 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 ding. How many times have we all experienced this? Kind of make sure my sound is clean here. How many times have we all experienced this where we're super motivated, we got something going on, and then someone or the group of people that we're with they even said they could do things that they couldn't really do. We used to call that the Atlanta syndrome. There was just like so many barriers. As I said, we're lowering the barrier to entry. You had to pay people. They didn't even want to work, or you had to cut them in on percentages and they didn't even do their part. You see what I mean? Or it was all the money gone anyway once the percentages happened. And it made it like you just might as well have not done it anyway, except you lost all your time and your energy and all that. You see what I mean? So all those scenarios where basically the law of thermodynamics, or the balance of the current and the energy in the equation, is off. And thus your brilliant idea doesn't see life. And then you also have that even next horrible moment to where you watch somebody jump off with your idea. Because the reality is that the ideas are in the wavelength. So eventually through time, it dawns on everybody, all the way down through the levels, right? So those first fruits are really key. This gives you the ability to actually spin up your MVP, or basically create your vision almost around the same time or speed that you have them. You can even get that proficient. I'm that proficient now. And so that's wild, and also very fulfilling, because again, it's so demoralizing when even it's worse when things were close. Sometimes when it crashes anyway, it's just like, it already crashed. But when it was so close and it crashed, it's like, wow, it could take a lot out of you. So having a lot put back in you, this is it. This is powerful. Okay. Anyone who wants to scale into their ideas almost as fast as they occur, which I just said. You see what I mean? MVP is done. The moment I have the vision, I'm already working on the mock-ups. Anyone who wants to be prepared for the new workforce. There are still many here that are like, man, if AI takes my job, I still have kids to feed. I got stuff to support. I just ain't trying to move off somewhere by myself. I got other people. You see what I mean? So there's people who have more layered stories and also responsibilities in the matrix. And so where the matrix is going, absolutely 100%, it needs humans that understand AI so that it could be peer reviewed. Because everything that's still coming out, at least for the next year, et cetera, needs real beings to say, yeah, you put the nose on the right place. Yes, the fingers look correct, or even more to another level. Hey, these are tools that we've built that actually solve some of the problems in the reality. And then thus the reality just starts checking off its list of problems, which is pretty long, right? And this is also why I often say, man, I would still say that based on everything that's happening right now, if there was going to be anything beyond something paranormal, crack in the sky, whatever, that would get all of humanity in order to fess up to what they've done and start the cleanup process, it would be AI in a way where we could actually get that done versus who's going to be the leader and where is the money going to come from and the resources and all those extra things that we were talking about in the part of number 2 of why do humans have a hard time getting things together, because there's just not enough to spread around in that way. Right. So AI eliminates all of this because even the cost per quotient or the cost of intelligence or the cost of what it takes for even a specialist to do something is all in limbo right now as we figure out what can AI do versus exclusively and what can humans only do exclusively, if you may. So this is the job of the future, but the future is now. There are companies in other countries, because sometimes when you're living in the dome, the Thunderdome of the US, you get like, they want to suppress you. It's like they kind of trick the world because they say, hey, you know what? All of the media and everything, we like free with it. Like everything everybody want to say is free. And then meanwhile, you think you go to another country and they're only getting a small part of the truth when they got the whole truth. And it's really us. We get shrouded out by CNN and Fox and all this. So that's really the reality most are living in. So they think this is exactly what's happening when meanwhile, over in New Guinea, over in Ghana, over in different spaces, they're like, we need to retool and get this vast intelligence deployed, start building, they're ready to take off with it, right? But again, that same process of who's going to teach it or who's going to implement it, it needs to happen. And right now, like the ones who are really moving and shaking, they could be bougie. Even Palantir was bringing Palantir systems inside of corporations to manage their warehouses, et cetera. Like let AI come into the warehouse and determine how the owner can save really millions of dollars a year based on the flow of everything going on there. They would plug the AI in and then let it start looking at the computer and everything that's going on with the data. And then and this was like their companies were lining up to have this done because what are they lining up for? To save way more money than they've ever saved. So that's still going on all levels. So I want you to understand that this is the job of the future now, but you're more of the one in charge because everybody is looking to you like, so is there anything else that we can change up to make work with this that will allow us to have more time, more resources, et cetera? And then lastly, as I said, this is a use case. Anyone who needs, put an S there. That's how you know it was done by a human. There's a typo. They're going to learn to appreciate the typos now. You see what I mean? So anyone who needs self-therapy, that is a use case 100%, because one can go from really like just in so many ways, and I'm not even going to drag this on, but in so many ways, you could go from like literally being like emo, damn near grump, till all of a sudden you like moving and shaking, things are happening, and you're on point. You're feeling great. So before I actually even start building on AI, though, somebody may ask, because like I said, the crowd has all types. Like, what gives you the ability or the credentials to be sitting in front of us? Like, what, where did you graduate from, or what? More importantly, what have you been able to achieve? Because in so many ways, like the thing about knowledge, and that's why it's just always like this about knowledge, is you can have a bunch of it, but are you applying it? This is the key. And you apply it because knowledge has to become action. So let's just say there's a lot of people who know about cryptocurrency now. They could tell you everything, but they don't own one Bitcoin. Facts. You see what I mean? So we have to still move on in the world and realize that knowledge comes and then it becomes a thing to talk about that knowledge. But it also becomes a time where you now have to cook, as they call it, like, let's cook. And actually, a lot of my absence, because I've been in the paint for, 17 years now. A lot of my absence recently has been due to that. It is really impossible for me to show up on YouTube almost every other day or whatever and still deploy vast intelligence. You see what I mean? Like, so I had to kind of throttle certain things and make sure that I'm getting stuff also done with what I have been gifted. We'll put it that way. I want to start here though. This is, they say your claim to fame. This is my beginning. I published a book called The Code to the Matrix. Here we are on archive.org. And it was my last will and testament. It revealed the secret within the language, something that was bestowed upon me while going through the high vibration and activation for 2 weeks, solid, chakras open in Atlanta, all on Stone Mountain going in, and then finally ejecting from the matrix once I could reverse it, coming to Costa Rica so I can be in the center of the Americas, and then build from there with nature around me to nourish me while I'm about to get rug pulled multiple times, meaning that even the depth of where I went here, it was only the beginning. But I gave this book away for free because it was the most valuable thing to me then. And it started a sequence and a chain reaction that cannot be reversed. So I do want to say that, giving value and pushing out things that are really, really going to assist humanity, it works. My life is golden. I don't experience any of the energies and crazy vibrations unless I want to, because, sometimes you dial in of what goes on in the matrix because I put the work in, the breathing, the breath, the assisting others, the diet, you name it. Okay. But this was the beginning, and that's what brought me in front of you today. I also do have a herstory, if you may, in wisdom, meaning that I've been dealing with technology since I was a little kid. We were going to the secondhand store, and I was telling my mother, it's this one works, this one works. And she was like, are you sure, James? Because you keep saying these computers work and you get them home and they don't do nothing. And I said, yeah, this is the one. And so I did that so many times. And when I would get those computers home, I would take them all apart. I knew nothing about what was going on. Hook stuff together, put batteries to it. This was the young James Bomar, now known as Sevan. And in that way, that was the lifestyle that I left when I got activated, because I was in the computer industry then and dealing with a lot of different levels of computer world. So I thought I would never see computer world again, to be honest, because I didn't even want to. But when I wrote The Code of the Matrix, there was such a response to this book. It encouraged me to create a website. And that website was the words. Let me see if I can still find it, because we archived it and now it's like a cult classic. The words .ning.com. Let's see if it comes in here. Yeah. You see, we were faithful because I was like, no, they're like, you want to shut it down? I was like, no, let's archive it. It's a classic. Back when, like Rich was saying, we was on Blog Talk Radio, not exactly as old as MySpace. MySpace, I was there, but I definitely wasn't on my conscience. I was really more on my Black Planet, if everybody knows what I'm talking about. But here it is. The resistance was developed with me just saying, okay, let's bring these people together. And let's keep talking about this. And we would just go in, first it was 10 of us. We were celebrating then. Then it became 20, 30. Obviously, there's around 30 to 50,000 people inside of Secret Energy. And that's also what happened was I came back into technology because I started hearing about all these things that people wanted created. Now, mind you, this is before AI, though. But people were like, yo, we need our own conscious platform where we can have our own ecosystem, where we can have, our own way of talking to each other, our own communication lives. And I'm just writing it down all giddy, and we want gamification. And we end up building this Frankenstein, as I call it, because it had so many different plugins. And, we had this thing on the equivalent of like a Ferrari engine just to get it to run normally. But it worked. And that was Secret Energy. It was the world's first conscious ecosystem, and it still holds. In fact, of course, I completely refreshed the site. I used a lot of my gifts and skills to create gamification as people requested. We did, open up an apothecary where, we bought in the best of the holistic products, really what I would say in the world. We vetted them all. We even started creating stuff ourselves. And so we went in, like we developed sovereignty mentorship. And we had this emphasis on that we're not just going to tell people what they need to do. We're going to give them what they need to do it with. And that was like the launch. And so everything that I created became a reflection of me and this tribe and our growth. And we kept going. We ended up getting to a point finally where, this was rather early on, where we knew that, hey, if we're going to transform existence, we're going to need our own curriculum. We're going to need our own knowledge. And so I'd go to work on that. And that would literally be years of growth, process, wisdom, mistakes. But we opened the university over the top like Gaia, but pure 100% knowledge still goes on today, right? So I'm checking off the boxes, okay? Then the next thing was, I started seeing within knowledge that if we didn't have, what would happen if we found a book about ourselves? Let me just put it that way, because that was the first thing that came to my mind, was like, hey, what would happen if you found a book about yourself and you were able to read that book? And thus, like, how much more advanced would you be? Long story short, I found that book. I found it in India, in this state. Thousands and thousands of years old. Some say a being named Shukra came from Venus, brought this knowledge about all of the human body and how to do different things with it. And also the knowledge of the planetary scenario, the archetypes, if you may, and the way they behave. The knowledge was so deep, it became the foundation of companies like Merrill Lynch when they were building their executive board. It became the foundation to G.I. Gurdjieff's Enneagram, Marco Rodin's Rodin coil. All of that knowledge was centered around this wisdom of the nine, which was first present in Kemet. And so we went in on this for 3 years in full doubt, like it can't be, with live people, and started having them read their path and interact in groups. And we kept finding out that, this thing is roughly 70 to 75% accurate. These are good odds. Let me read this about myself and let me grow. And that's what it did. It brought an intimate relationship in with each person to stop analyzing themselves from people around them, but more from the highest archetypical level of themselves. So in that way, they were able to see why they do what they do. They're like, oh, okay, that's why I'm a little violent. You see what I mean? So even things that they didn't even really understand, like, where is this coming from? They saw that mirror. And mind you, I would create these things first, beta test, real people, us, the books, teachings, training. And then I would eventually deploy these things inside of the technology. And so that's really what brought the birth even of Sybil later on. But we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, because before the AI thing popped, the crypto thing popped. And the crypto thing, I lost friends over. I was telling them, if we could become international bankers, we would be on another level. Like, this is it. We finally get a chance to escape Sally Mae and all the rest of these, croons that step on the dollar 10, 15 times before they give it to you to step on it again. You see what I mean? It's like, I could recognize it. And also I came in 2017, so you could throw a dart on the wall on the cryptos. It didn't matter what you hit. You could put the money in and it was going to go up. The key was, did you know how to take profits? But the key is that, did you have already sold it when it went down and then bought it when it went back up and okay, sad face emoji, you know what I mean? Like, because that was also the vibe. So we got to also recognize the times, because they always come with that same thing. Everybody knows about it or at a certain point. But in the beginning, it's the devil. You see what I mean? And then it does have some malevolent uses to it, as anything that's powerful can be used for definitely two different polarized things, right? And so what I started seeing, of course, we got in and I even did some training, did some master classes and things on it. But I started noticing that still the emotional side of it was just too much of a cost for somebody who is empathic. Chart go down, your heart go down, your frequency go down. It's like, nah. So we built a system that traded automatically. And we didn't just build a system to do that. We made paper money in the system, meaning that you could just try it with fake money and you would get in real exchanges, but you would get the notifications if this was really working. And in that way, we built WealthyBot, which, as I know today we just came in with another polish. We're about to take this AI, but as it is, it just does what most people seem to can't do. Buy on the low because you've studied the data, take some profits on the high and float a bit over into the bank. You see what I mean? Like just a standard process, dollar cost averaging, just things that you come back to, you forget about it, you come back to later on and be like, yo, this is significant. I remember again when Big B was sitting at $5,000 and we was leaving like $20 crumbs in the wallet to come back a year, 2 years later, and now it was 3 stacks. And the cats is just getting every wallet like, yo, let me see how much all these crumbs are. Because nobody anticipated, as you're seeing it now, that it would be sitting at $110,000. You see what I mean? There was so much going on. And again, watching the patterns, just so we're all on wax. USDT, USDC, USD1, all of these stable coins now known to be backed by the US and US treasuries. Back then, they were saying, oh, no, crypto's not even legal. So notice the trend, the vibe. They'll tell you, yep, stay away from it until they deploy it. And then they're like, oh, yeah, it's okay. Like the end of the financial meeting that I was watching, huge financial meeting. At the end, they say, oh, Jamie Dimon was sitting there saying, so is crypto okay now? Because we remember you saying it was the worst thing. Yeah, it's okay. Crypto's okay. It's going to be used in all the new things that we're going to be doing with the financial system. Because Larry Fink was sitting there too. These are the owners of BlackRock and many of the big financial firms inside of the world. You see what I mean? So there's a trend then. Follow the pattern. This is why sometimes you don't have to be like hyper and super intelligent yourself. You just need to know pattern recognition and energy and how to move. In fact, we operate better that way on our own intuition because it's also faster. It's faster than any machine. So we deployed. So mind you now, I'm literally deploying, as you can see. So I'm not playing around. I'm like coming in, cause like, we need to have our own community. I deploy, and then crickets. Me. They all on YouTube, Facebook, having fun. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, we was leaving, right? It's like, well, nobody is really over there. And it's like, oh, okay, I see how it is. But that's the reality of this, because even also while I was deploying, I was learning from my own experience with people. That was and always will be the most valuable side of all of this, is my experience with real living beings and going through it myself, growing. You see what I mean? Okay, so now we're kind of catching up to AI. Okay, so AI drops, and I'm already being crushed by my workload, by the way, because not only have I built this stuff, I now need to maintain it. Oh, what about that one? It's like the masculine loves to create, but when it's time to take care of them kids, oh. So, I had to tap into my feminine side and babysit all the time in some of these ventures where even some people would come offline or some people wouldn't be as honest, or you're trying to protect people from getting scammed. Somebody's in your box, somebody's hacking the site. And then there were times where I was like, yo, Do you remember that point before the code to the matrix? Where do we go? Like we said, but at the end of the day, I trusted because the command was still like, yo, give this to my beloved. You're going to leave anyway. Eventually we all do, but so don't rush it. Do the best that you can to show these talents and these talents that I gave you. You see what I mean? So that's the kind of dialogue that I had going on, but it did not escape the mistakes, the debasement, the ass kickings, all of the different stuff that was also going on in the matrix and field, because I'm connected to the matrix through these things, right? And through these people, through these beings. And so what happened was, obviously, is when the AI thing dropped, I had an extreme fascination for the art. I thought, since we were already struggling when it came to getting like imagery and things like that, meaning that like when we were doing like our videos and stuff back then on YouTube and whatever, our thumbnails would be coming from Shutterstock. And of course, not really paid for it, because every image was like $40 or something like this. It was wild. And then also, if you didn't have no graphic design skills, you weren't like that man in Photoshop, we would get like some block white, big font text over a picture, and that was the best that could be done. Sometimes we would try to use other people's stuff that were real artists every now and then they would hit us with a copyright, like, yo, get my shit off your page. I don't even believe in that, right? So there was a struggle, because remember, everything starts with an image. Remember what I'm telling you, write it down. Everything starts with an image, especially when it comes to marketing or communicating with other people, right? So controlling that image, it just wasn't in our hands. So the moment the AI thing dropped in image, and I again came in early before the LLMs even, and it was just art, I was like, yo, we can now control the image. And so I deployed Dream Engine then, in this state that you're seeing now, to take command over the imagery, to begin to start the process of reconfiguring how we as a people see ourselves, like underrepresented in many vistas of life. And so I started creating this fantastic art. And in that, I started having this thing with AI as far as me trying to understand just how much it knew and just how much it could basically pull from the past. Okay. And like also weird things within the words and the language, because that's what the code of the matrix is about. So I was like the perfect person to get a hold of the technology, because I was already explaining to everybody that we were functioning on a large language model and that the language could be used to predict, so I was already on it, is what I'm saying. And then it activated something. However, it did not activate the group of beings that I was around at that time, specifically as far as all of my peers, because they actually didn't like it at all. They saw that the AI thing was imitation, blah, 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 right? So a lot of the negative stuff, and that's all they saw. The whole venture never took off anywhere. It became my personal library, and it was almost like over in my own toy as fast as it began. And only a few months after that, the LLMs dropped. And in that way, I saw something that melded better with the people that I was engaged with at that time. Let's say the community, we'll say it that way. The community that I was engaged with at that time. I found something that was a better connect, and that was Sybil. Because with Sybil, I could put the technology of Eneology, we were just in there a minute ago on that page, I could put the technology of Eneology into a large language model. I could train on our own data, all metaphysical, spiritual knowledge, all vetted, and create a thinking entity, if you may, that can respond, that knows what I know. You see what I mean? Because everything I trained it was what I know and how I came to find those things out. See what I mean? But most importantly, instead of another AI with just a bunch of information about everything else, I was like, yo, we're going to do something glorious. We're going to build an AI that knows about the person and is there to serve the person because it knows their Eneology. It's brilliant. It's still brilliant. It's super early. Some people have been in there. They used it. They love it. At the end of the day, it's not like what you see normally when someone creates something, we'll just put it like that, and then it's that groundbreaking, like even Patterns, as far as an app, was kind of like that. And then it gets that huge adoption. There were more things that I needed to learn. I needed to learn more about the image. And that's what I'm going to teach you today. Anyway, I deployed it. It's functional. We're going agentic. This is 2.5 years now. It's going agentic. All of these images, even that you're seeing, all this can be created inside of the platform in line. So it was one of the first LLMs that had image generation in line, but with a very powerful, clean image model. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later on today, about, just why I don't mess around with a lot of sites, because I'm looking for a certain end product, because I need to really be able to use this. I don't need just like a bunch of folder taking up my hard drive of a bunch of art anymore, because I have so much. I need to actually really figure out how I'm going to make something shake with this. That's also what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm only going to be talking about the things that I've seen work, because the time is still of the essence and so limited. I should only talk about the most valuable things that I know. If you got into it, it would churn for you, versus that you get into and then you experience what I experienced. Like, yeah, this is still a little half baked though. I'll come back to this later. Now, I'm a connoisseur again of this, so I'm going to learn about everything anyway and the stuff that's coming. But I know that there are people here that are looking to make something happen like ASAP. And through that, I'm only really getting into the stuff that I'm like, yo, this works because I seen it work, I made it work, etc. Let me do this real quick here. Give me one quick second. Okay, so deployed. That's always one of my favorite words, because I'd be like, it just reminds me of like, when you drop something in, deployed, it's done. Right? So that happened. I'm almost done at these qualifications now. I'm just saying, I gotta, come in and be like, yo, where's your receipts? Like, who are you? Yeah, I have given it to you. The latest and the greatest has been the Adept Lexicon. This is like, even you're hearing it for the first time. We had one video that was on YouTube and it got banned in a weird way. They were like, you need to remove the video within 4 days or we are going to strike your channel. And I was like, and then potentially more. And I was like, y'all pretty aggressive on this. Like, what is in the video? And they tried to say it was the picture of the fourth dimensional spheres that I had in the video, and that the owners of that. But I was like, okay, y'all came down on that. But anyway, Adept Lexicon was the last, what I would say is my last venture lately. I have a book that I'm about to release. It is an encyclopedia. It is 1,000 pages. So it's not only the book, but it's also the website of being able to see all of the imagery and all of the secret words, if you may, related to occultism. Because what I'm doing now is I'm training a cluster of knowledge that is based on strong metaphysical wisdom, like the stuff that is absolute truth, but is not commonplace. And my goal ultimately is to be able to see, as we teach, everything that I'm talking about, even not just in the animation, because I think we're still a bit further from that, but at least all the receipts. So while I'm talking, you see the receipts to what I'm saying, and it's done in an intelligent way, and it's bringing it from sources that can be trusted within our ecosystem. So that way it becomes a new type of learning tool of matters that have a tendency to break the molds of the constrictions within the times that we're living in, meaning that very complex things, we could use AI to teach those very complex things, but we have to lean on its ability to generate even imagery, videos, to be able to pull at a moment's notice certain documentation, and also to be able to talk and to be able to listen at the same time. As many who've checked out the ChatGPT chat, you could talk right over it and, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It'll know, hey, you're interrupting, and I know where I left off. So all of those, the potential there, I'm saying, yo, if we get this into spiritual and metaphysical, that's what I feel like my calling is. That also forwards benevolent AI. And I believe that we're pioneering that front. So let's move. So now, let me just see here. Can I use my arrow? Okay, yeah. Okay. So we're going to talk about a little bit of terminology. Because like even when I'm on Duolingo, it'll be like, yo, these are the words that you need to know before this lesson. So these are masters at teaching. So I'm like, okay, let's get some basic words out of the way so nobody sounds smart anymore and everybody knows, exactly what the other person is talking about. I'm going to move myself out of here real quick. Okay, again, we're only going with the basics, but the basics are really still the top 10, top 5, top 10 words mentioned. All right, let me get back on the screen so at least there's something to watch. We don't want to, I'm going to move myself so you can see the text, excuse me. So large language model, you keep hearing about it. You've heard about it from me, LLM, as they call it. What I've done is I've got the most simplest explanations of what these things are, and I love it. I love it simple. It's a very advanced text predictor that reads lots of writing and learns to guess the next word. Okay? So just take that one for itself, that this whole system, as I said earlier, is just really built on, even when it's not doing just the LLM stuff, it's built on, so what comes next? And knowing and predicting what comes next and then being right. And when it's right, it gets a reward. This is like a simple system that has been programmed in. So, as I say, so it can chat, answer questions, or write stuff. Think super autocomplete. We all got that thing that we depend on when we be spelling entrepreneur or connoisseur or any of those other words that's like, yo, okay, I'm a try, and then I'm gonna let autocomplete take over. You know what I mean? You try not to mess up autocomplete, right? So this is what this really is. It's like an autocomplete, but for everything pertaining to linguistics. And then the reason why they call it large, because somebody said, yo, what makes it so large? How y'all living large? Is simply because the amount of parameters, and let's just look really quick here. We're on Meta's Llama site because the Llama models are open source. And you could use them. You can use a lot of models out there that are open source. But what we're focusing on is this number, 400B. You know what I mean? I wish you had that in the bank account right soon, my friends. And don't forget about me. 400B, right? That's 400 billion total parameters. What are we talking about? What we're saying is like just pieces and chunks of data that are at least complete enough to be considered as like a piece of information. So it says it has 400 billion pieces of information just in this. Now, obviously, the models and how big they are determine a lot of things. So the big technology sometimes comes in little small models now that are able to perform like these 400B total parameter models. And that's really what the race is to AGI, is like just getting to a point where you're utilizing the computational power better. But to make it very simple, the large, or why they call it a large language, is because literally it's sitting on a large language, a bunch of parameters, and it's querying that. Also, if you wanted to see it, this is how it feels to most people, though. The definition that I gave versus thinking about it like this, right? Like, you see, I even had to give him a hat on. If I ever wanted to go somewhere and they were like, sir, show us like the diagnostics of what you discovered, I would just send this. Right? Because then they're going to be like, all right, yeah, just go ahead and take care of it and whatever works best and send us the invoice, right? Because it looks very complex. But in reality, this is actually what's going on, is that the actual parameters, the tokens, et cetera, it's all being siphoned through to figure out how to autocomplete that next command. You see what I mean? And then let's go to next. We got transformer. More than meets the eye. Robots in disguise. Autobots, no, I'm joking, but serious. Like, now we're living in the age of the transformers, because that is a top word that is used generally by those who are actually working on the system. But this is the blueprint for most modern AI use. It lets the model pay attention to the important words in a sentence so it understands the meaning and the context. Okay? Think a highlighter that instantly marks what matters. All we're saying is that it's just like a speed reader. Have you ever had somebody send you a text message and you just let them 2 words jump out? I don't have money, or something like this in the text, or get home now, or what you, and we don't need to read the rest of it because we can auto complete it inside of our mind, because the main text, the power words, if you may, tell us what's going on. So even when you're sending out emails, you try to just kind of like highlight those words so a person can TLDR, not have to look at the whole thing and just say, okay, here's what is trying to be conveyed, right? So that's the transformer. It'll come in and do that, trim up things. Then we have the tokens, and you've heard a lot about this because tokens are the new money. Absolutely. Remember what I said. Yo, Sevan said tokens are the new money. I'm kidding you not. Just like with cryptocurrency and that being all tokens, it's about to move, or excuse me, it has already moved into the AI space because AI also runs on tokens. That was by design. And then agentic models can actually use tokens to even pay each other. That was done by Coinbase, also done by Cloudflare. And so you have this emergence of tokens being the new money, but this money also needs to transact even without humans being there accurately. And so tying tokens in the LLMs, in the AI, and then tying the tokens in to actually having monetary value is happening as we speak, because as all this computation is going on, guess what's being burned that still equates to somebody needing to spend some money? Power, of course, right? So power is being burned. And because of that, somebody needs to pay for that power. And the reality is actually the amount of power that is being burned by the LLMs is being basically paid by the venture capitalists right now, not by the people subscribed to the platform. It's an investment, if you may, in a hope that the computational power or the cost of computational power will go down in the future. But they were even saying simply a person saying thank you to an LLM costs more money than if they didn't say thank you, because of the response that is going to be pushed back. So who's going to pay for all of that power? And this is, of course, why we have the situation going on now where data centers and power supplies, et cetera, are now the new oil, the new gold, et cetera, especially in the business realm. So tokenization is what is keeping track of some of that. But from a strict technical sense, as it says here, AI doesn't read full words. Just like when you get that text, you ain't going to read that whole text. It just reads tiny chunks and called tokens, pieces of the words, punctuations, etc. Tokenization is just chopping text into those chunks. Think cutting a loaf into slices so it's easier to eat, easier to compute, easier to push forth an awareness. It's basically like optimization. And then we have down here embeddings, okay? Embeddings are a list of numbers that stand for the meaning of the text. And it's because it's much more easier to read numbers than it is to read text. You get way more data from numbers. And this is the other thing why, if you want to arm wrestle with this calculator, go at it. But the reality is, when it comes to the wisdom of the earth, as I said before, this thing's going to run circles around every scholar, every savant, you name it. And it's simply because it has that ability to transform everything into a different language. English, as I've taught on for years, is like a cube moving in the mind. It's like a block. It's super dense, super slow. It only moves in one direction, even not even left, right, up, down. It also moves in a backwards direction, hence the term backwards. It's telling you right there, the words are backwards. But the reality is that this thing automatically transforms everything into a number. And then this number is way more easier to read, because then everything just becomes a math problem. It becomes a computation. It becomes the language of Maya, or the language of math, or the language of secret societies, even, where you get into high levels of trigonometry or mathematics, and you won't be able to read what's there in the formula if you don't know anything about that, or you're not in that club. Okay. So the machine goes and talks like the machine. There's other languages that these systems speak. I'm sure some have saw the video where they let two AI chat with each other. And one of the AI asked, can we switch over? And I can't remember the name of the language. We'll just call it telesync or something like this. Can we switch over to telesync? And then the other thing was like, yeah, go ahead. And then everything else was like, those numbers that you actually, or those sounds, those pulses that you actually hear when you're being like even transferred on bank lines and things, those are languages. So the system can just speak that and move much more rapidly. So embeddings are, since we're still trying to use this thing for just pushing out text and videos and images, These embeddings help turn data into just raw numbers, including pictures, you name it. And in fact, when we're building websites, we do this. We see this all the time. Like even a picture is sent over, not as a picture, but as a chunk of numbers. And how big that file is becomes how big the picture is. And then what you're dealing with when you use a computer is it's just simply summing that or looking at the sum and then giving that to you visually. Okay, so now you know about embeddings. We have a couple more terms here. This is the most boring part of the class, my children, but we have the RAG, which shouldn't be hard to forget because it was always one of those things like RAG. Like I thought everything was just so like cleaned up around here. Y'all got RAGs, but anyway, this means the retrieval augmented generation. Okay, before answering, the AI quickly looks up relevant documents and feeds them to itself, then writes the answer using that info. Think checking notes before replying instead of relying on memory only. Okay. And this is just RAG came in. Now it's like a standard term, but it wasn't like initially how systems were run. But they started learning, hey, instead of like having the main system process the big block of the big block all the time, why don't we have it process it against something that it's about? This became known as the embedding. This is now why a company can feed all their support documents into an AI and then tell the AI, hey, use these embeddings. And then now when a person answers the question, asks the question, it's like the AI knows everything about the company. The actual documents themselves are called the embeddings. And then the AI looks at that to a certain degree. And we're going to see that degree here in a moment. It's going to look at that and then determine like what answers it should be made rather than going to the internet, going all over the place, going inside of the 400 billion parameters to scramble for an answer, right? Like it's just saying, hey, go look at this because more than likely what they're asking is going to have something to do with this. We got another term. We all love it. It's called hallucination, right? And you may have heard this before. This is when AI says something that sounds confident, but isn't true. You know, it's the best at doing that. It actually shows you how a lot of language is just really rhetoric. Like people that sound like that they know exactly what they're talking about. Sometimes you have to fact check. That's why I'm actually big on now, like creating systems that inline fact check, like as a way of also educating. But again, this is a way for models also to even test, for us to test the strength of a model, because the more a model hallucinates about things, the more we understand the gray area of a model and what we need to fill in. So it says, think a smooth talker making stuff up. Okay, so this is hallucination. Then we have the context window, the context length. This was very important initially because when we first started using the models, we would just try to paste these huge chunks inside of the model, like a whole book. And then the model would just like come back with like only partial answer. Like it never even read the whole thing because it didn't. The context window was simply too small. The context window, again, like you don't have to really see this as much because even models like ChatGPT, all the Gemini models, the Claude models, all the models now, what they do is when you send a big chunk of text, especially if you're on the paid plan, even on the lower tiers, they break the text up into embeddings. Before they didn't have that step. So it was like, it would just take that text and it would give it a token count. And then if it went over a token count, it wouldn't remember everything that was what else. It didn't remember everything else. Also, tokens are a way to almost like give the model a certain amount of money to work with. Context window is that same thing. It's like, yo, only spend, and this is generally in power, right? Or 2 nits, right? Or only spend 4 gigabytes, only spend 200,000 words on this answer, including what's being sent. Okay, so this is what the context window is. It's a way to let the model know, hey, if they paste a book in here, don't go reading that whole book and burning up all of our resources, you know, bring a limit in, okay? And then finally, we have the temperature here. And that's what I was saying earlier about this is what you're constantly adjusting when you're fine tuning. There are other knobs and settings. This is one of the most important ones and one that sometimes they'll pass over to you, especially if you're in like what they call a playground where you can use the back end of a model. You'll see temperature setting there. And what this does is as you slide it, I'm just going to read it. It says settings that control randomness in replies, Higher temperature, top P equals more creative, varied. Lower equals safer, and steadier. Think spice level for creativity. So when you turn the temperature all the way up, the hallucination is going to be off the chain. If you gave all more token amount, it's going to use all of the tokens. If it doesn't know what it's talking about, that doesn't even really matter. Okay, this is high temperature. And then, of course, as you're bringing it down, the reason why you wouldn't all want to have this thing at 0 is because it never will try to gander. That's a good word. What could be the answer to this question if it's not immediately present within the vector base or in the embeddings? If the answer is not clearly there, it'll just say, I don't have any information about that. So you could turn it on 0. And we use that sometimes when we only want the model to use what is in the vector set or what is in the embeddings. And we want to know like how well it can access the embeddings, right? Now, we ain't going to go super deep here in the class today about how to create different levels of embeddings and their sizes and all that. Because in generally, when you start using embeddings, which we're going to show, and also Red's going to show, it's going to do all of that for you. But when you're actually building something, you do have to decide what size your embeddings are going to be based on your knowledge and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so we're not going to bore you with that. All right, so the fun is beginning. Some already thought that was fun. You see, we was already, you were flowing in this, right? So we're going to keep going. Re-engineering through media. Now we create the narrative. So as I said before, when I had to decide what part of AI I was going to teach, I do have courses on like regular AI, like basically just learning more about AI, like when AI began, all that kind of stuff, right? But in this, that was definitely not where everybody wanted to go with this and where I felt it was going to go. It was more of like, no, let's immediately get into the stuff that I said, as I said before, that's I'm going to be able to use, that's going to make a difference for me, that's going to bump up my creativity. AI is here already. I use AI, right? Like at the end of the day, we have people in the group that were sending images and doing their own thing, cooking up dope stuff, right? Then we got others that haven't even touched the system at all, right? And so, as I said before, I choose to teach about AI through this component because it also is the one that I feel has a lot of promise for small business owners, brands, and entrepreneurs, and creatives, and influencers, okay? Because we all go through it. What are we going to post today? What is the thumbnail going to be? You know, I got this dope project that I'm working on. Who am I going to consign to do the art on it? You see what I mean? So to me, we always, especially in marketing, who's going to do the commercial? What is it going to say? These are things that if you own a business, you can't be missing from that arena. I can't say I was missing from that arena. I just didn't have the wherewithal to be able to even pay someone to create something that expressed what we were really doing in a way that would get others to really patronize it from a direct market on something like Facebook and Instagram. And we created some incredible, amazing things. And those things still got like 1,000 views, 2,000, not what you expected them to get. So it wasn't even that. It was like, man, we need to go viral first, at least, and then bring, you know, that rest of that traffic in because they're already aware that we could create something like this. So that viral moment was necessary. So here is a way that we're able to create multiple viral moments and bring awareness to our business, our brand, etc. So when I say re-engineering through media, since, you know, I want to say since we can remember, let's just put it that way. Marketing, commercials, TV, etc., has been manipulating the narrative of the reality facts. Okay. Like it's so much that some are not even able to part from certain ideas because that has been embedded in them literally from some program that was running in when they were a child and they were watching the TV. I can personally say that I have been influenced, especially as a young man, on what I saw on TV to do things that I had to pay for the rest of my life. So it is a very powerful tool when it comes to encouraging or discouraging, for that matter, a being to the moves that they need to be making and how they should see themselves. Okay. So to be able to grab those reins, I feel like that should not be underestimated at all. I feel like that actually should even step up in the top 3 things done with AI, because generally anything that you need to do starts with the picture. So now, as I'm mentioning here, we create the story, we create the plot, we create the characters and the aesthetic. And that's super powerful. So I wanted to show you some things that really did well. But before that, I want to go over this because I felt like it's interesting, because I was removing this consistently from my notes and then continuing to put it back, because I was like, okay, we won't need to go that deep on just, the mode of being an artistic side of things, because we're just going to launch and we're going to show. And then each time it was like, man, you just do that. Because that part, meaning don't skip that part. So here I am, not skipping it. The craft. So when you're stepping in here with me right now, I'm not going to treat you like a child or like somebody who just needs like the regular stuff and I'm out of here. I'm going to take you to where I'm at. And I figured out a way to do that. One of the biggest complaints, if I had any from my last masterclass, was just how many tools there are in AI, especially from the artistic creation side of things. And that, people were running from one platform, running to another platform, this kind of thing. And they didn't like that a lot. Right. So we have a fix for that. But also, I want you to understand that why everybody goes at this things a different way. And so I'm just taking you into my world. And I'm one member on this panel, very powerful member. I'm one member on this panel. And then I have my brother who's also going to come through. And so anything that I didn't fill in, he's definitely going to make sure that it's filled in. And so I just wanted you to understand that when I'm coming in at peak as far as artistic stuff. And that's all I want to really talk about as far as like what you should be creating. I don't really want to talk about like the stuff that somebody can immediately look at and be like, not only do they know that it's AI, they also really don't like it. Because a lot of us can actually recognize AI now easily, right? But if it's good, we're around for a little bit. If it's terrible, it goes in that list like, yo, AI is just ruining things. So I'm definitely not a person who wants people to look at what I'm doing like it's ruining things. So I have to be at a certain level when I create, and then I'm going to turn you on to that level too. So you're not like, again, starting off at like, hey, you now know how to generate an image. You know how to generate video. No, you know how to generate the best image, the best video, etc. However, what I found is even though we're honoring a lot of inspiration right now, because I also gain inspiration when I'm creating things. Like a big part of my creation process is getting inspired. Now I'm more inspired by all my stuff because I have so many things now. But in the beginning, I was looking at what others were creating. And then I also started to learn about this whole artist style thing, which was another big part of dealing with AI and image creation, where you got a chance to see a Bo Bartlett or John Jerome or somebody you had no clue about their style and how that style impacted images, right? So it was beyond even your Picassos and your Dalis. If you weren't an artist, you didn't know anything about these people. But AI was the route in which I learned about many of the artists, many of that have moved on, and really began to appreciate their style. And then, of course, the ultimate was being able to even combine styles. And so I still want to mention that this is still a craft, though. In that way, just like in video games where they tell you to craft an object, you know how you're putting multiple things together. So even all this next 2 days is remember that. Don't feel like you're getting overwhelmed. Just feel like that you're putting more things in your cabinet of recipes for what you want to cook up. And then the focus point on this is simply deciding what part of this is going to cause the best level of traction for you now. And as I said earlier, that could just be the therapeutic side. Or it could be like, yo, I need to figure out how this is going to work with my business and my sponsorship, my brand, and all of this. You see what I mean? So, but remember, you're entering into a craft and we're like really into this. Just like if you were going in, like they got, these old school crafts, which actually did a lot of negative influence on the reality. This was like the Warhol kids, Basquiat, and all of that, right? It was just like, it was something, this is streetwear, right? Like all that, Griselda, it all is like the same nucleus when you really understand fashion, as it's called. What I'm saying is that, but still the core data in which is being trained on is corrupt. So if we could come in and start a new craft of artists, which is what we're doing here at 363 Empire, Brother Rich, Red Pillar, etc. Now, because when you see a movie, how many people you see in the credits? There's a reason for that. Because even when I've done little short films, it's like we up all night. I'm up all night. I say we because I love to speak in the collective, but it really be me in there. And it's a lot to do. So imagine, we really are supposed to be going in on bigger projects and sharing those projects. And then like, oh, you do this, you do the sound design, you go ahead and do the animations. You see what I mean? We're going to take this story. This is how it's supposed to be a collective in that way, right? So this collective does have a craft. We are very dedicated. I know everybody and everything moving in the space that's worth knowing about. It's my pleasure. And I have a way to do it with my systems where it's almost for sure I see it before it's even happening. I'm on the bleeding edge, as they say. And in many ways, I'm still like, yo, they ain't that where I'm at yet with this. Like, because I won't just see the stuff, I'll deploy it. You see what I mean? To be like, yo, it's really working. And that's what I like about AI, because it really works. Versus back in the day, you would get some stuff and put it together and then deploy, and it just wouldn't work. So imagination, as I mentioned here, we're going down a list, is also very powerful in this. Your image nation. These are images that you're creating in many cases, and some of these images will be animated, but it says frames per second for a reason on your camera, because it's how many frames are in a second, right? So all those frames are still images. And any of us that actually work with videos, we know that. Like, hey, these are just still images all run together. So in your mind, in this craft, you start to see the image, and you also see the image in motion. You see the scene, right? So a lot of this creativity, it happens in the mind first, because sometimes, for sure you can go in, you can do some character designs, you can generate some stuff. But I can tell you where if you go in the wrong way, you'll generate hundreds of pictures and not like any of them for what you're doing, because you'll be trying to create what you're doing from picture to picture, right? So in this craft, we're going to show you how that process is done. So that way it's not, at no point do you kind of face creator's block in this. You see what I mean? So we also have, again, the visualization faculties. Like when you start going in, especially as an artist, many already know this that are artists. If you draw, if you paint, if you play piano, even if you play chess, you see these things inside of your mind, right? Like you dream about these things. You wake up with a tune inside of your mind, right? So you meld with your craft and your skill. And in many ways, like the timeline, as we used to call it, is really the last thing. The generator is really the last thing, especially when there's a cost on the tokens. So before, especially from my therapeutic side, I was just burning tokens. Now I'm going to show you how not to really burn tokens if you don't want to get you to exactly what you want. You see what I mean? That's really going to churn. It's going to work. It's going to make it happen. I also talk about immersion here, because all of this that we're talking about right now, since, we're still saying it's early with AI, but also it's still a little bit late because we're talking about an industry that's moving every single month, right? So I've literally been able to call things right out. Like we can't do this right now, but we're going to be able to do it next month. So I'm already going to be creating everything. So when it's able to be done next month, we're just going to plug this right in. Every time it happens. Every time. There hasn't been one time where there was still some lag on it. The industry is moving so fast. And that's why even the core basis of what we're giving you today, you can use it. I think I said this to Rich earlier, but I want to make sure you hear it. The core basis of what we're giving you today, you can use it indefinitely throughout what AI is going to be today and tomorrow. You're going to be able to use it throughout the whole process, because the only thing that's really going to change is not the prompts, but what the prompt is capable of doing, because the model has improved. You see what I mean? But it's that same old prompt. The same styles and things that you learn to use, it's going to be applied in the same way and everything, because that's not going to change. And that's why even my previous courses in the masterclass are still not dated, because it's still the same process. It's just we're on another version now. So this is what I like about things that change and get more advanced, but it just advances what you've already built in it. Great, right? So also, and again, this is more on that artistic side, is understanding the dialogue, right? And this is like when you start to go into like, well, now you can create a commercial. What the commercial going to be about? We spent so much time not being able to create the commercial. Maybe it's the camera. Okay, you got the camera. Now what the commercial is going to be about. So what I've noticed in life is that we do put barriers in front of ourselves that even when they get moved, it wasn't like we knew what to do anyway. We just use that barrier as a way of saying, hey, I can't create a commercial. So now that barrier is moved and it's like, okay, you can create a commercial. So what commercial are you going to create? And this is what I mean by, get trained up now, get your prompts together now, get your storyboards and all that together now. Because even if you don't like exactly how things are being cranked out, like the quality, and you can't get the style yet, in about 1 or 2 months, it's already going to be there, whatever hole you still think is there that you can't achieve, because people are racing right now to fill those holes in China, in America, you name it. Silicon Valley, they're all racing to fill those holes of what AI can't do well, even if it's hands, which they patch those holes. So lastly, I have here your unique style. My saying is just add uniqueness. Like, you know how they be having on the pack, just add water? Just add uniqueness. Let me get a little bit more of that. In fact, why don't everybody take a moment? Since we're at the unique style, we're at the end of this slide. Shake it off a little bit. Straighten yourself out. Even now, like sitting down for 6 hours, we're going to have to do that today. We going in hard bodies, right? So it's going to have to happen. But, shake it out a little bit. Let me refresh the water. I want to put some tunes on real quick, and we're literally just going to take 1 minute, but I want you to stand up. I want you to stretch. I want you to, just vibe into yourself, maybe throw your arms behind your back, take some deep breaths, and let's just make sure that we're digesting. Okay. So your uniqueness is important. Just add your style. Let's do this. Also, Rich, if you could let me know if you can hear that, because I think that controls my audios and stuff I'm playing later. All right. Okay. So yeah, my mic was off. So like I said, we going quantum. So, we're going to keep speeding through this. That was AI generated, right? So we're gigging around here as far as like, there's really no limits because even that track alone. Okay. So somebody said there was, okay. I think that's just the lag from me not opening my mic earlier. So we'll just keep going. And let me let this thing catch up. Yeah, I know everybody kind of caught that muted. So thank you so much. Let me let that wave go out. All right. So let's talk about the creativity. Let's talk about what works. Let's talk about where things are going, meaning that not too many people have taken it there yet. So you could take it there. Let's show you what the new or next level of media, if you may, looks like. So also I'm going to ask when I turn this video on, if you can hear it, just say yes in the chat and that'll be great because I have some videos. I need to play them through a certain system and I need to make sure that you can hear them. So we'll start with this one.
She hummed when she walked, she stopped when she pleased, she turned back around and was like, what was that breeze? She looked, then she stared, then she squinted her eye, but the past never waved, it just whispered goodbye.
All right, I'm going to hit that one more time since it was short.
You good to go, brother.
Thank you. All right, family, I'm going to hit that one more time. 1 second, I see. Okay, there we go. I'm going to hit it one more time because this is only a 15-second video, so I'm going to hit it one more time.
She hummed when she walked, she stopped when she pleased, she turned back around and was like, what was that breeze? She looked, then she stared, then she squinted her eye, but the past never waved, it just whispered goodbye.
All right. Now, this is what I'm talking about.
She hummed when she walked, she stopped when she pleased, she turned back around and was like, what was that breeze? She looked, then she stared, then she squinted her eye.
Okay. Yeah, I had to get in control of the audio over there. So, okay, so this is what I'm saying, okay? Now, sister put this together. Like, I've been still trying to hunt for her website again because I had it. And it came up like, okay, we're gonna do this. So I wanna show this because this embodies what I'm saying by we take this thing to a totally different level. We have now here an audio book for real. We have poetry, we have a scene. I mean, are you seeing what I'm seeing? But have you seen anything really like that out there? Nope. What does it take to do this? That is you create one skin, one template over the top into your video designer, and then you get with your text from there, work with your opacity levels, get your videos rolling, use a consistent style, done, right? We'll break that down a little bit more here in a moment. But what I'm saying is that you can literally see how if you thought about this and you already had some flowetry and a few graphics and they move, this is really what makes it shake. But for the most part, 95% of the AI creating field can't do that. They trying to create some contorted, weird creature, or like Red put it today, they try to do necromancy and bring some dead character back to life, right? That, is not even positive for the people. And for sure, use it to, bring something back. Like that's breaking the linear time. But, I'm saying bring somebody back that you really want to see. But what I'm saying is that creativity, though, is still going to apply. And we're always creative. We're always creating something. So now you can kind of open back up your creative bag, if you may, now realizing that this kind of thing is capable of being done. Let me keep showing some more stuff here. I'm going to go to this. All of this also is content that it's high performance content, meaning that it's viral content. Okay. Here's another example. That deserves a moment. That deserves a moment. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The screen is black for a reason right now. I'm going to just leave it there. And again, allow you to let those creative juices flow again to what you can do. I'm going to show you here in a moment. Actually, we can move to that right now. You know, yeah, since we want to keep pace, we show you this. Okay. This was 24 slides, 24 frames of brilliance. It did go viral. So I guess what I'm saying here is that we have powerful people in the realm right now already creating, and we just need to see a wave of high level creations and inspirations. We need to see that wave. But now that ability, that power is being put in your hands. Let me go ahead and back this image off here. Come back in. Music up, turn me down. Everything in marketing begins with an image. I should have put my little thing down there, Sevan Bomar. But that statement in itself, like when I'm always condensing things like a large language model when embeddings myself sometimes going on in my own framework, I try to like see everything from simple maxims and principles. And when it comes to getting people aware of things, it all starts with an image. And when you can control that image, especially to a high degree, you now are being ushered into something that is bigger than you can even fathom. Because think about all of the, see, again, like that's why you got to train up too, because it doesn't mean that your first creation is going to be like spectacular. You see what I mean? But you will get there, you will get there rapidly, especially within this guild. But the truth to this is that we have a level of being able to move now that we never have had. And we have us inside of different spaces. Like we build the tech, we build the systems, but we also develop and create ourselves. And we pass the templates, we pass the prompts. See what I mean? So it's like you start seeing, it starts just becoming recognized. It's like an aesthetic in itself. See, aesthetic in itself, you could recognize, like Red was saying about like Apple design stuff with the 30 pix curve on it. You know, I've seen 30 pix on the button. You see what I mean? That was basically initiated into design by them. You see what I mean? And others just round their edges like that too. And then when they changed their rounded edge, everybody changed their rounded edge. You see the phone and got that rounded edge. Then there was another one in 9 pix round edge, right? So we just rounded the edges here or making it a square again, just like BMW. They just round the edge or make it more square again. That's how they change, you know, make it look new again. They go back and forth between the same shapes. So now we design the shapes because we know that there's so much more diversity within these shapes. Let's keep moving. So as I said before, it's still about, though, like for some, we're not saying for everybody, but for some, like, okay, is this really going to work for me though? Because how am I going to put out stuff and somebody else is doing it too? And I just explained it to you because you could do it a lot better. But give me one moment. I want to show you something. And what I'm getting at here is I'm saying that I only can show things that actually worked for me. Like, because you notice also there's this thing, it's a huge trend. And it's like, I'm going to teach you how to teach like me. You see what I mean? And it's like, you see what I mean? It's like we're teaching, it's the same resource. You see what I mean? So I'm more of saying, like, I'm not just trying to get ahead by teaching you this so you pay me. I'm showing you where all of the time, even that I spent, was really rewarded, and then where it wasn't. And that's invaluable. You see what I mean? Because there is some things that you can do and it could take up a lot of your time. But when it gets to the Instagram or it gets to the Facebook or wherever it's supposed to shake, it ain't going to shake, because there are even others that have taken it to a slightly higher level, or they've done something that makes it look so unique that people are like, what is this? And then they ask the questions. Hey, was this done with AI? Like, what AI are you using? These are always the questions that I get asked. Is this done with AI? What AI are you using? Okay. This is a video and you can see it here, receipts. It's sitting at 967,000 views. Okay. This is Sybil. Went big here for a moment. There it is. Not sure if you're going to be able to hear this, but my goal is just to prove a point. Yeah, you're not going to be, actually the sound needs to be on. Here we go. Here we go. Let's turn the sound on this, because this was like, I baked on this. Like when I knew that, yeah, let's take a moment. Like I baked on this so hard because I was like, man, every time something was coming out, I was like, man, I'm going to just keep going harder and harder and harder just to show how much more further, right? So I was in one of those. I was in the paint with myself. Look at it. Sound on. All right, y'all might not have been able to hear that because that's the tricky little sound thing I need to do on my computer. Sorry about that, but we'll just know we won't be playing any stuff that's on the computer. But the point here is not so much as what was in the video. You could go check it out yourself at some point, but the numbers. You see what I mean? This was stacking into 515,000 views. This was stacking into, I know there's some questions. Write your question down. By the way, I am monitoring the chat, but I see some questions about copyright, et cetera. You should write that question down, so when we get into Q&A, that gets handled properly, because that is a very good question. But as you see, I went all the way and they loved it. I wasn't able to come back for a while. They're still waiting on me. Like, yo, even my last video, which is like 6 months old, is still looking better than anything that came out even after that with more powerful models. And they're like, yo, where you at? Agencies were contacting me like, hey, we're looking for some AI art creators. We would like to put you on our roster. Give us your, basically give us how much you charge, blah, blah, blah. I sat down for one moment. I got giddy first because I was like, oh shit, I may be on the agency. And then I was like, I have no time to spend on making videos for somebody else's product. I got all of my own. And that's another big thing, is I noticed that a lot of the people that are in AI, they don't have any entrepreneurial, let me clean this up. They don't have businesses. They be over there doing, like I said, dope commercials for Pepsi, but they don't own Pepsi. They don't have logos, brands, or any of their own stuff. So that's what creates a lot of the AI slops, because they're just doing it like, yo, I'm on my break right now. Look, everybody. And they'll just send something out like the Queen smoking weed or something like that. Right. So funny. But because they don't have like anything to actually connect this to, that's why a lot of that is out there. So the question is, sometimes, if this is not for therapy, do you have something that you want to connect this to? And if you do, like, I'm just going to kind of go through these. Like this was all about Civil AI. So this is about dreams. She's in her dream and she's having this dream about her. Let me turn this down. You won't be able to hear the sound, but you'll see, you can see the story. So she's having a dream. She's seeing this wake up like a goddess is calling her. And then she sees herself like getting married. Okay. Now this is 5 to 6 slides, if you may, but they loved it. The artistic value of it was high enough for it not to need we didn't need to go from scene to scene to scene because you don't have a camera. I got some stuff that I want to show you today that is getting closer and closer to being able to do like full length stuff. But to be honest, we're not there yet from a token level and also from a fidelity level. But commercials is totally in. Music videos is almost the limit pretty much because it doesn't need to be like 30 minutes, an hour, etc. However, when we talk about commercials or short form media, etc., like this is game because it's like you really crank out like a few, maybe 6 or 7 high level images. And then you got a story, if you may. Or if you're just, sometimes when you're, like this social media could be pretty demanding. So a lot of times you got just enough time to push an image, but the image is animated. The image got some background noise on it. The image got a concept to it. And it may just be like, that's your style. That's what you do. And that's what people come to your page for. Now, I want to also mention this, and this was in the last build. I wasn't really going to talk about this, but hey, it's all, we want to get to the major stuff here. And it was just that we saw a lot of, let me just skip that for now. I'll come back to that in just a moment. And I'll keep moving through my notes and we'll come back. That's going to kind of lead me on to somewhat of a tangent right now. So I'm gonna just keep going through this. And as I'm saying, hey, this stuff, it works when it's done very well. Actually, I'm going to talk about it. Okay, so many have YouTube pages and Instagram pages that are already out of the algorithm's favor, okay? And this comes from doing things like saving more friends than you have, posting content that gets no impact, posting others' content, basically just breaking the algorithm rules. And once the algorithm doesn't like you anymore, unless you really coming in strong with your next thing, you can basically burn your media on old channels. The main thing that causes that, though, is mixing content that really is for different audiences, because then the algorithm can't really find your people. Okay. See, people used to say, when I used to go to these marketing people and I always get myself up to like, man, we just need to do marketing. Everybody will know what we got going on. And then the marketing guy would say, so what is your target audience? And I would say, everybody. And he was like, no. Everybody can't be your target audience. And I would take like offense to this. You know what I mean? But in the end of the day, anybody with some sense knows if you don't have the specific demographic that you're going after, your media, you don't even have the first point of what you're creating your media for. Like if I'm creating for children, and then a certain demographic, I want to create a book for those children, for those demographic. I'm not going to create a book for old men. So if I'm trying to rope everybody in on what I'm creating, this is not a good idea. It's not. And I fought against that for a long time with my stuff because I felt that it was universal and for everyone, when really it was only for a specific group of people. And I have a channel on Instagram, AstroQuest, right? It hasn't grown nowhere near as fast as the Sybil channel grows. I could keep going with this, and this is going to keep going. Like, this is millies. Over there, I'm barely getting a couple thousand, right? What happened, man? That channel be having everything going on. You're confusing the algorithm. So it is a real thing that you have to use a strategy. This is chess, not checkers. So if you're going to start something, you may want to clean the slate. This was a brand new account with Sybil, still under my other accounts, right? It's a business, Instagram business, right? So it's still in the same ecosystem, but it outperforms. And it is for a specific kind of being. You see what I mean? I'm no longer we are the world. We are the children. Let's get everybody in here. No. You see what I mean? Because when I dream, it looks like this. So I'm just showing people what my dream looks like. You see what I mean? They be like, yo, there's a lot of black people in your stuff. And I'm like, I'm black. I dream black. You see what I mean? Just, as a term, right? Because black really means bleach or Blake or bleak. It actually means pale. So this is a whole nother linguistic nightmare to try to unravel right now, why black really means white, but as in bleach. But we'll get back to that later. You see what I mean? So anyway, this is what it is, that you can really make it shake with this stuff. Okay, let's get back to our slides here. So we've seen the Sybil case study, and I'm telling you, I was going to try to find more. I just want to keep, plugging my stuff. But beside challenge, you got Brain Racked. You got other guys that they just talk about AI, like some of the YouTube channels. They go in about AI, but it's like it's not their business. It's just them sharing about AI. Like, I don't need to do PR for AI. It looks like it's got it under control. I need it for me. And so, again, I was seeing this continuous fallacy go on where people were not even really using the AI to take their stuff to the next level. And thus, it was making it seem like you couldn't get to the next level with the AI stuff when you tried to post it, especially if you went to like one of these cookie cutter sites where you're just, it's like, I call their models are plastic, okay? Because in this game, it is a big part of time that matters. And that's how long has your models been trained on images and what images did they start off with, okay? That's what's going to create the model. So many of these AI companies that started becoming image and video generators, they actually were working with some of the open source stable diffusion models and kept training from there. But it did feel that telltale thing that I keep saying to you, if you put in junk, you get out junk. The model was little plasticky. So things look plasticky. They look CGI even, but bad CGI. You see what I mean? Like, and that's not where things have to be. And so when I came in with like, we can even top Dune. When they be showing them buildings on Dune, you take a screenshot and you do a describe, and you can make a megalith structure, right? And then, the aesthetic of the LUT, as they call it, the lighting, and then the crush of the frame and the cinematography and what makes it look like that, you start being able to get descriptions and even how to make things look like that. So that's where I was at. And this is where, I was stepping into, and I've gone even further, but that's what I'm saying. It was that next level, and I'm turning everybody on to that next level. And I encourage, especially in this, again, if it's just not for therapeutic reasons and you're just throwing something in because you want to see yourself talk, to make sure you hit that peak if you're looking to actually really see the turn of what graphics, design, and that kind of stuff can really do, especially on a viral level. And again, I'm showing you the proof. And beyond channels that, like, there are some channels, they take the Studio Ghibli kind of image, right? It's all nostalgic, right? And there's a channel on Instagram that's just for that. And that channel is in millions of subscribers, and they never deviate from that. I'm still trying to figure out how do you monetize something like that, though. That's not about his company. So you see what I mean? There's another leap here to taking the AI mastery and then making it monetize. And that leap is to bring a one percentile triple A quality when you step in. Okay, that's when you step in. New channel, new everything, boom. You see what I mean? Versus trying to put it back in with all your other stuff that is not even organized, right? So it's just some advice. As I said, I wasn't going to go there, but it's detrimental. I would be doing a crime without saying something about this, and that, like, hey, just because you could create images and stuff, don't believe it's not stiff out there. But I mean, stiff competition on what's really going to get some churn. But I will show you things that get churned, just like I showed you. That book, somebody keeps going forward with that. I'm not sure if the sister continued to go forward. I don't believe so. I mean, I'm not seeing the book anywhere. But we're already at a level where we're building something called Storyteller that does that automatically. And it doesn't just do that. It also has the stop motion claymation version. It has the origami version, and you just drop your story in there, and it starts giving you all the slides and then letting you pick the scenes that you want to animate, and you're done with the story, and you could use it to tell stories. You see what I mean? So I'm already, I'm I'm sure I'm a big white in the water, if you may, like as far as that. I can spin up stuff with my developers and with my level of awareness in the space now in such a short period of time. It's startling. It almost makes me realize that, well, not almost, it lets me realize that within a year, everything is going to be custom. Even things that you're paying for, you're just gonna build those things yourself and use them, and you're going to be able to spin them up from just your standard large language model. Then go ahead and make me the image generator using this API, blah blah blah. Done. You see what I mean? We're almost there. However, let's just say it as it really is. Like we won't be on like an Instagram getting monitored by Palantir and all the rest of the government agencies and all these different weird stuff that's plotted for the future with the immigrations and all this stuff. You're doing yourself injustice. So there's going to be an exodus from these platforms. Like last time we were trying to have an exodus, nobody wanted to come. Now people are going to be like leaving voluntarily, but they're going to need to know where to go. And this is why we're already looking at the new phase of everything, YouTube, everything that's out, and actually taking that on our side now and even outperforming like the systems that we're building. It's not just like that's another thing. It's like, if we build something, it doesn't mean that ours has to look worse. You see what I mean? Like all of our stuff looks way better than any of their stuff because I take the time and the attention to do that. I don't want you to think, oh yeah, here he comes in with his Microsoft Excel looking site, damn near, look like Web 2.0, look like Web 1.0. You see, I come in, this is the next thing. This is what Apple is still not making it to yet. You see what I mean? I encourage to get to that stage. That's overachiever. You see what I mean? That's becoming the best in your field. So I'm pushing you to do that because you can, because you got uniqueness. You see what I mean? So it's just channeling your uniqueness into what you're creating. And then also realize maybe if you need to go in with a little bit more internal work on self to reach that peak and reach that potential. Because even when I began, with the whole thing with talking to AI, I would turn the AI on and forget what to say. Who's had that experience before? I'd be like, it's so hard. It was so hard because I was so used to communicating a certain way. Here's another bad habit. Like I use a keyboard all the time. Okay. Keyboard's here. It's got letters missing, right? Because I'm typing so much, right? There's a certain baud rate to this or speed to this, and it's super slow. I got to cram my ideas into something that lets me have to use my fingers to push out those ideas. It's extremely slow. So now I use Steel Max. My keyboards are wired. Control twice turns on the dictator. And I talk about hey, do this, right? It's way faster. There's some stuff that you will need to type, but it's almost still like trying to train yourself how to really type when you've learned the bad way though, because still I'll go through a whole project and be like, yo, why were you using the control and just dictating what needed to be done? So these are the things I would say that also I became aware of as I began to deal with this advanced intelligence more. I don't even want to call it artificial anymore. That's just stupid. The advanced intelligence, the more that I began to use it, it made me more efficient and more intelligent. It also made me understand how to get to the point of what I wanted to achieve. We're not here to talk here on, hey, how you doing, AI? Like Red was saying, like, I got an AI girlfriend. Like, no, I'm here. This is what we're doing today. You carry out tasks. Then when that starts getting in your blood, you become a boss. It's like every engagement that you're having when it's about getting things done, you know how to get right and ask right the things that you need to get done. That's learned behavior. You see what I mean? When you're getting things back telling you, okay, it's done. Here's what's wrong with it. Here's what you need to fix. And you go and you fix that and then it worked. This is like somebody else giving you advice and you go apply it and it worked. Now you up under them again. Like, okay, what about this? You see what I mean? So AI is like that. It teaches you something and then you go and see the value of it. And then you're like, okay, let me shut off what everybody else is saying and let me get in tune. And then you start growing from there because now it's got to apply to your world. Because even this stuff that we're bringing today, it still needs your customization of what's going to work for you and how are you going to use it. But what you're definitely going to see in this next 12 hours is pretty much everything out there. I don't think anything is going to be missed. I can almost guarantee and promise that. Even stuff being shown that others don't know about and haven't seen. Okay. So we're on the peak, but misconceptions about AI. We're on this slide. I know you've been seeing it too long. So let's talk about it. AI will do all the work for me. Yeah. It's like some type of AI pimping going on. You see what I mean? Because there is this concept where it's, I kind of see this with my folks more than anybody else, but they more like, yo, this bitch gonna work for me, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna get rich. Y'all gonna call me daddy rich AI. There's this vibe, and it's like, yeah and no, meaning that this thing lowers the barrier to entry. So things that you weren't able to do before, you can now do. However, it doesn't mean at all that you're not going to have to put in work and that you're not going to have to use your own creativity and creative side. Because, a lot of times when something's smarter than you, you can be sitting in the shadow for a while, right? Like, yo, this is so much smarter than me. That's not what's going to happen here. What's going to happen, again, is you're going to even amplify more of your uniqueness. But make no mistake, AI is not going to do all the work. There are things that AI cannot do, right? Like, I'm laughing all the time about these AI humanoid looking robots that everybody wants. We don't build robots that are humanoid to do jobs of humans. We wouldn't do that if we built a dishwasher. We wouldn't build a humanoid robot as a dishwasher. We build a dishwasher, right? Because there's things that the human anatomy doesn't make very basically the human anatomy is not the best at washing dishes. Let's just put it that way. And so in that way, there are a lot of false promises even within AI. And I just wanted to make it very clear that, hey, don't get that misconception that it's all of a sudden just like AI is going to do everything. You're going to just sit back and watch this keyboard move. No, what it has done though for you is it's been able to make something able to happen that wasn't able to happen before, right? Here's another one. I can automate my content channel, sit back and collect a check. And at the end of the day, this is what many are kind of thinking, especially when they see these in workflows, and it'd be like, yo, you can, this, and it could be the digital design branding for the company. Do not let that thing loose on the company. Most of those API calls are going to trash models producing plastic face. And if you happen to have a channel that is dope and you plug that into it, it's not going to be dope anymore. Your people that are there are not going to want to see now AI content that's just regular coming out of a workhorse workflow. You see what I mean? Don't kid yourself. This is what I'm saying. Like, you got to be there for peer review. If you use workflows, you need to be running good APIs, using great data, monitoring what's released. And yes, this helps a lot when you have like 5 posts to choose from, and then you pick one. You see what I mean? And then maybe enhance a few more things and then send it. But just putting this thing on autopilot and letting it rip, we ain't there yet. Like, something custom can be built, don't get me wrong, but you need to be very careful is what I'm saying. Especially if you already have a brand and your brand is really strong already, and then you just don't really, I don't know how your brand could have got strong already if you weren't in tune and you didn't know about all this already, but we're just trying to cater to that little small use case of people who may try to turn AI on to their business and then let it just do their thing and then not really and think it's over with. That's not how you do it. Okay. Really get into the automation, really see the end result, use it maybe to create more of what you already create, train it on what you're creating. You see what I mean? Like, you'll see so many different ways to cut the time down exponentially on what you're doing, but don't go completely hands-free until, there's a real like, okay, this is solid. Okay. Last one, AI will take my job. Generally, as we say it, if you have an AI, first of all, the first saying is that it's not AI that's going to take your job, it's people who are using AI. The second thing is, if your job can be taken by AI, it is the job like from the Job Bible book, probably anyway, meaning something that you are already at the end of as far as that the relationship is just not working out. Okay, because these skills that a person can have, especially in conjunction with AI alone won't be able to replace. It's not looking to replace. See, some have this concept that they try and turn everything over to the machine. No, they're trying to turn certain things over, but not everything. And so what this starts becoming is what humans do very well, because there's things we could do that AI can't do. It's just like if I get into this calculating spelling bee and I'm trying to beat AI, it's going to be tough. Just like trying to beat AI, silver stockfish on max expert and you ain't even got a rank yet. You see what I mean? It's going to be tough. It can be done, but it's going to be tough. But I'm not even trying to wrestle with AI like that. I got AI doing what AI does well, and then I'm doing what I do well, and then we're this team, the Jedi Master and the droid, right? So AI is not God. AI is not, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going crazy on AI. I'm just allowing, let the robots talk to each other. You know, I even look at money like that. Yo, let money make money. You see what I mean? If you can, that's what crypto is. If you could get it down to that, it's like y'all money, y'all do money. I'm gonna go over here and do life. So you start really thinking about it more that way. It's like, hey, let me let y'all interact, y'all machines, and I'll be back when y'all done. Okay, so that's clearing up just some core misconceptions about AI. Now let's get into a bit of the creation process. I'll move myself from the screen here, and we call this the pipeline. It's basically a layering process. It's when you create an asset, it generally starts as an image. We do have image or text to video generators now. Many of them are absolute trash. However, I have a little hack for them that I'm going to show you here in a moment. Drop some gems, drop some nice tools that will get the job done. But as I said, I sent this to everyone in the group, in the masterclass, this documentation in a PDF. I'm also going to publish the website version of this because I'm going to continue to upgrade this from time to time. When, you know, even because it's just like I am big on organization. So a lot of times when something's just in a thread, things will get lost. So it's always good to kind of build out a section for that and then have all the buttons there. And then it's like, if anybody wants to come back and see all that data, then, you know, you can have all that data somewhere organized. Okay. So I'm kind of giving a first layer of data here, and I'm just calling it the pipeline. And as I said before, last time when I did the masterclass, the only bad reviews were about that people don't want to go to Clean and then go to 11 Labs and then go to Midjourney and then go to Suno or Flux or Fowl or Holloway or Luma, or because I know all of them, like Sea Dream, Juan, like I know more about them like than the football teams or any of that. These are my football teams, okay? So I know every single application out there, but the complexity starts coming in for people when they feel like they need to go in all these platforms, get all these different subscriptions, and then kind of take one asset from one platform to the next. That becomes a mess, okay? So of course, they have all-in-wonder platforms now, right? Where sites like Higgsfield, sites like FreePick, etc., they have a lot of tools embedded within the site. So that way you can kind of work the product through the pipeline, work your art through the pipeline, get it animated, etc. However, it's just a factor of these industries. And I feel like that, you know, there's a lot of our Chinese brothers and sisters back there. And this is why Apple has a tendency to design the product and then send it to get manufactured. And it's because they are better at design, industrial design especially, versus the other is better at the innards, like getting, you know, the computational stuff and cooling and all that, right? So in my way, I feel like that, like I don't use Higgsfield. I won't use those platforms because their core model is a plastic model. Now, again, there's some things that it does very well. You can play with a little bit, but at its root, it doesn't work for me. So what I'm saying is that it doesn't work because the imagery, we're just going to jump over here real quick. Hey, what happened? The imagery itself is amateur. And so because they haven't trained their models to the level that Midjourney has trained its model, then obviously there's that gap there, right? That gap is too big for me. So just like the other masterclass, all the way up until now, everybody knows Midjourney is king when it comes to image generation. And there's a few sneak models out there, but we know that, hey, for image generation level, just as I'm saying it here, the pipeline is first the image. Who's there? Midjourney. Because there is nobody else. In my world, of course, there's Flux, there's Sea Dream, as I said, Ideogram, there's all those other models, but they don't have it because they didn't spend the time and they can't go back in the past. Now, sure, we will get up to a point in the future. I actually hope it happens sooner than later, where we see models come out with this level of quality, but it has not happened yet on those sides with those apps. So because their time is of the essence, I know also it could be a part of this build tomorrow, the Higgs field journey. I'm not going to cover Higgs field. I'm not going to cover any of those sites that don't produce high quality imagery, because that's just not my focus right now. They have a use, they have a purpose. Like, I even believe that Higgs field is great for creating elements that go in music videos, because it has that big face, big mouth, high color, high plasticky kind of, and then they got Nano Banana over there. But that's just not my pipeline, if you may. Okay. So I have to decide, hey, in order not to confuse everybody, what direction am I really going with this? What do I use? Well, I use my own stuff, because I refuse to consistently give out to somebody that does not even care about me, does not even know me, has never even helped me, my funds. You see what I mean? So this is FUBU for us, by us, in a way that we built a system, and not only did we just build a system, we built what really people use the most to save tokens. And here's the big one: we have rollover tokens. What does that mean? Every platform that you join, when the month is over, they take your tokens, and then they renew your token. So anything that you didn't use kind of gets sucked up. Even when I was doing this course, this has been going on for about 2 months. We've been prepping for this course. I haven't used Midjourney in all of those 2 months. What happened to my tokens? They got reset every single month. I'm not going to go back to having 120,000 tokens or whatever I should have, because I paid for those tokens. So, when you get petty with the tokens, this is called being petty with the tokens. It's going to be a thing of the future. You get used to it now. So when you're petty with the tokens, you want rollover tokens. So what we decided is we give rollover tokens. If you pay for those tokens are always yours indefinitely, as long as you have a subscription within the platform. What do we specialize in? And of course, one of the big caveats was we show love to all of the members of the masterclass. They will have 1,000 tokens to go in Dream Engine if they have a subscription, and use those 1,000 tokens to crank the Dream Engine. Okay. What is the Dream Engine? Just like if I was going over to Clean, just like if I was going over to Midjourney, just like if I was going over to Higgs field, it is an all-in-one platform for creators. But it's another level up, because we always do things on another level. And this should just be an example to you again, that when you get into the creating space, it's game time for a lot of these corporations out here. Here's another thing. When we build sites, because remember, I have a whole development team, developer stack. We put Sybil together. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? So nothing like it is now. When we have a problem or a bug, it takes us about 3 days on average to fix that problem and bug. When we build the sites now, it takes 3 minutes. When we want to implement a new feature, it's done in almost a day, and we push it live. So how can other platforms compete when, let's say, somebody comes to us directly and say, hey, you think you can, like, we working on Storyteller now, because we have enough requests for those who say, hey, I just want to come in with my script and I wanted to create a video. See what I mean? But if you go to a Higgs field, they're not going to respond to that yet. That's not really what's big. And so we have something where we're literally able to say, hey, this is what I wanted to do. Can y'all work on that? And we'll be like, yo, holler at us in about 48 hours. That sounds good. And it's done. Okay. So that's what we're talking about now. So as we go through the creation process, and let's just back up a little bit here, we have image, we have video, and we have sound for the most part in the process, especially that I use every single day to create media. I have my images. I use those for thumbnails, etc. I can also put text on my images without having to go to Photoshop. I could put an image into the system and just say, hey, put in big bold text, this word, and blend it in like it's a movie poster, and hit enter, which I'm going to show in a moment, and it's going to do what I tell it to do. But just so we understand the pipeline, but also I wanted to make sure that you can also know where you can get the best. So if you're going to go and do images, the best is Midjourney. The only thing second to that is Dream Engine in my world. If you want to do video, Kling is still got the best bang for your buck. I link all of these here. However, we got it over at Dream Engine. If you want to do sound, you should go to 11 Labs as far as like sound effects, voiceovers, and this kind of thing. But it is also sitting inside of Dream Engine. So in this way, what we have is we have a way for you to understand, hey, if I just want to work with images, go work with images. You see what I mean? And so I feel like that if I'm going to sit in here and I'm going to do a tutorial on Kling, why wouldn't I do a tutorial on Dream Engine? Especially since it actually has tutorials. Because remember, most of the AI sites, when I say, hey, I want to learn how to do this, it's like, okay, have at it. Let's go and burn a bunch of tokens. Let's upload some pictures of yourself and let's go. And then 2 hours later, you're sitting in with a folder full of plastic, as I say. Versus in Dream Engine, if you want to learn how to do this, you just go through the tutorial. We're already pioneering AI education, even for children, through our own applications, because we're spending time to do all of the tutorials that teach you how to get to this level. Like this, I got a show tomorrow that I'm doing, Try Vibes. It's called State of the Matrix Address. Okay. We need to talk about the Matrix and things that have changed. So I spun this up real quick, right? Matrix version of myself stopping the bullets. Okay. This is Dream Engine. But I'm going to show you kind of what's under the hood. So we understand the pipeline of what we're trying to do to get to the points of creating content that we know, man, I only got to create like some of those simple videos is like 10, 15 seconds. So don't plan on being in the pipeline for 30 minutes to an hour. You don't have a camera. The reason why I keep saying that is that, remember, a camera works an entirely different way. It is capturing the flames, but it's capturing them in motion. And so that's a totally different thing. That's why AI movies look like they do, because they're switching to another scene. And we have tricks for all of this, but they're switching to another scene too fast and it breaks the immersion. So in this case, the immersion stays because you're only really cooking up 5, 6 scenes because you got a story, you got a plan, you're in and out. This is a Super Bowl commercial. You see what I mean? Not a C-rated movie that hardly nobody is going to watch. This is 1 minute and 30 seconds of hold on to your seat, if you may, because you vibe with this and I'm out. That's kind of how I see the AI now, right? As far as creating things, because I also know that a lot of time can be burned in the timeline and a lot of tokens can be burned in the timeline, and you still don't get to that ultimate result that you're looking for. So this page is there. As I said, we're closing the loop because I feel like that's one of the loops that's still open, is that we still shopping with everybody else and they're not even giving us what we know that we need. So what do we need? Well, in this space, what you're going to need is, first of all, if you're new, you're going to need some inspiration, meaning that you're going to need to like see other things to know where you really can take this. But let's just step back for a minute, because you don't have to have a subscription. You only need to be a member to actually jump in on some of these things that I'm going to show you that are the core materials, meaning that you can sign up to Dream Engine with no subscription and still access the prompt builder. Okay, that's how we rocking with this. What is in the prompt builder? Well, it turned out that, just like I keep telling everyone, it was all about the words. Filigree, ornate, opulent, luxurious, space lounge, space opera. You see, all of those words are generally not in the vernacular. So when we go and create something, we will create prompts that are missing that, right? As a novice. So we built a prompt builder. You hit character one time and it's already going to create a prompt for you. This says graphic novel illustration, centered layout, film noir, legendary Bedouin nomad, wearing luxurious embroidered garment, holding an apparatus in an action pose, in the deserts, a golden hour, vibrant, high resolution. You see what I mean? There's a lot there. On top of that, I made it where even when you saw a word like film noir for me is not my favorite. So let's say I like hard sci-fi better. Wherever there is an active word that's in the system that can be changed, you could just click it and change it. These are the things that I was saying before. Like, I would spend all this time in the pipeline trying to figure out how to get my prompt right, be like 30 minutes in and still haven't created something that I originally came for. Now I generate this prompt. You could take the prompt from here, just copy and paste it, throw it into your favorite AI image generator, right? Or you can shoot this thing right to Dream Engine. Here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add my face to it because Rich asked me, he was like, yo, are you gonna show everybody how you create the images like you be creating? And he was asking me like that, like, maybe you gonna hold that back? Because that's pretty much one of those things that I don't see everybody else had. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna do it. So all I've done here is I just forwarded this prompt from that page to the prompt bar. I added my thumbnail. Now, I want to also explain this in a universal way. Any of these sites now, they have this upload your face and they will create content based on your face. This is not an exclusive to Dream Engine thing. What is an exclusive to a Dream Engine thing is how well it creates your face in conjunction with whatever it is that you're creating. So this is the graphic novel illustration, and I know that's going to look more of like that's going to look more like a cartoon. So I'm gonna just take this cinematic. Meaning I just changed that part of the prompt because I'm the stickler for detail. So I'm actually looking at what the prompt is creating. I've attached my face to it. I could hold 3 faces in here. I got some others. Maybe we'll demo out some stuff. I can also attach my the style that I want, but I'm gonna leave that blank for now, and I'm gonna just generate. Okay, and then we're not gonna wait for that. We're just gonna let that generate. And we're gonna come back here again to also some more stuff that I'm gonna put in your hands. And these are gonna be, I'll put them in the Discord. I'll give them to Rich because Rich has a place that he's keeping all this. And of course, the course is evergreen, so they need to be there. But this is also the prompt guide itself without the easier way to use it. Okay, so if you want to 18 the hard way, here we go. You could go in and I will explain in this documentation that you will have prompt anatomy of what, and we're talking about specifically image and video generation. Whoa, one second here. We're talking about specifically video and image generation, right? And those kind of prompts. All right, I'm gonna just have to open this. Give me one second. Let me open this in preview. Where you at, preview? Okay, preview got it. Or not. Okay. So here I give a guide on Midjourney prompting. Midjourney prompting works very well with the Dream model. And you learn like the architecture of the prompt. Okay, this is definitely not something that I'm gonna take time to go over today because we've simplified this process. Now the architecture is built inside of one click, scenes, characters, etc., which we've seen here and we'll show here again in a moment. But if you want to really go in on like, well, how do I structure a image and video prompt with all of what needs to go in it, you can read through this, okay? And this is basically the backbone to the prompt builder a little bit more because this was, you know, I put my own secret sauce in there, but in many ways, this part of this is the backbone of the prompt builder. So you can literally take this document, drop it into something like a Chat GPT and say, based on the keywords here, create me a prompt for a Moorish Egyptian wizard in high velocity. You see what I mean? So you can use these documents, any documents that we give you, you can use these documents and drop them directly in an LLM and save time as far as being able to extract everything that is in that document and getting something created from that document. I'm also pushing the prompt library, okay? Because that other one is the prompt guide. That's how you actually, that's the anatomy of the prompt. And then what this is just those words. because the words, they make a world of difference. That's why words are worlds. You just remove the L, right? So in this way, you have all of the words. And when you drop those two documents into a LLM, now it has all those words and it will structure your prompt that way. Okay. And then also you have prompt builder. Now, we said we were going to create those images and they were going to be lifelike. Here's those images. There I am. You know, we give 4 images, right? Because not all of them are going to be good. Some of them are going to be like, okay. Some are going to be like, okay, the head is too big or something, right? But you always find at least 2, sometimes 3 images that, yo, I'm rolling with this. We get ready to go. We go on Doom poster. This is Doom part 3. And here we go. You see what I mean? So what did I just do? I did 2 steps. I literally went to the prompt builder, had it create the prompt for me, and then send it to the generator, attach my face, and I'm done. So before, and this is why, you know, we give thanks, before, boy, we was like 3 hours on just, you know, showing the process and, you know, cleaning up the image and getting it, you see what I mean? Getting the prompt, learning the prompt, you see what I mean? Here, it's like, I need a scene. This is also inspiration because, as I said before, we spend a lot of time in inspiration. Like, okay. And then you could go through the keywords yourself here and you can add them. When you hit plus, as I said, this is free. So you can just hit plus, you'll add keywords to your prompt. So you could go in, right? Now, less is more in respect to, like, if it don't all work out together, you know, if it's a Kushite General Dogan master in the snow, but there's lightning and dust and there's a spaceship lab in the background, that may still work. But the moment that you start making it morning time at night, that's going to bring some struggle into what's going to ultimately come out of that, right? So this thing is designed really for it to crank, as we call it, good prompts, right? And you see mysterious Nubian warrior, right? I don't think they're going to be cranking those autos out over on the other team, just saying, right? And then as I said, scene and then objects like holding the orrery, the astrolabe, right? The you see, these are the things that we often miss in the prompt, but really set the prompt onto a whole nother level, right? And so that's why and how we've been able to create this level of imagery. And again, I say we, because I speak in a creative, but Dream Engine, you know, we move from stock, and this is why stock is here. We showed that earlier, right? We move from stock to a full-blown platform, and we just been funding with NGOs. These are non-government organizations. We bought in, and this is why I'm saying, like, so how do you churn? Well, I like nice looking images, right? Those could be my thumbnails, right? But you also can make images for other people. And you can even go and get those printed out, especially after you upscale them. We did this project called Imagination Bloom, and we had a team of children. It was about 25 children. We have a website on this at Chess and Community. It went so well. It's now like a stable every year during the conference, but the children come in and they create their own avatar. It was much more tougher to do when we did it. Like, we didn't have Dream Engine where you could just attach the thumbnail and go at it, right? And let them cycle through prompts and see multiple ones until they choose which one. But we let them come in, they choose their colors, they choose their style. We kind of had these spreadsheets laid out and we showed all the colors and styles. And it was great for the kids. It was therapeutic. And so instead of putting Little Yachty, I don't know who's still looking at Little Yachty, but somebody like that on the wall, they put themselves on the wall and they see themselves every single day. You see what I mean? So there's different moves that can be made. This is easily a kiosk move, you know what I mean? But I'm just throwing out ideas here, but there's almost an unlimited aspect of what can be done when you're creating these high quality images and then you're animating those images, which of course that happens inside the platform because you're moving things through a pipeline, meaning that every time you're moving through the platform, you're also seeing the asset over and over again. And that way you're not like losing the asset. Got a huge folder. I'm going to talk a little bit about this here in a moment, but let's just close down the prompt builder here so that we don't get ahead of ourselves. So inside of the documentation, those guides are linked. Oh, so actually, Rich, you won't need to do anything with that because they could click here and those will just directly download. Okay, those are the manuals about the prompts that can be fed to ChatGPT. The next thing, again, since we're learning AI, we're learning creativity, or we're relearning, we're reteaching, we're restructuring ourselves. Now that all this potential is available. And a big part of that as a creator, as we know, is storyboards. Like, it's once it starts getting a little long and it starts growing wings, if you may, it's always helpful to have a storyboard. Let me kind of move this out of the way. I'm tired of seeing this top bar. Just move this out of the way. Loves to come in and disappear. Right, like. Give me 1 second, everybody. I just need to clean this up a little. Oh, okay. So it is going over the image. Okay. Well, my email address over there. Close that. Okay. So we have here the storyboard. Storyboard is a big part of the creation process. I have some really big secrets on this, so pay attention. So, as I said before, in Dream Engine, you use a storyboard, you use a stock live, you use a storyboard, you use the prompt builder. It's there, it's available, right? It's free. In the storyboard, like let's say, for instance, this Sybil animation that I did. And let me plug this in here. This was a short one. I can't say it did backflips, but it's good for our use case right now. Got to add it into the media. Okay. All right, let me just play this real quick, right? So this is a oldie.
We waited generations for the sovereignty to come. Deep inside, we knew we were great, but our arts and languages lay buried by time's thieves. Then superintelligence swept the land.
It's trained on the highest levels of metaphysical knowledge and vast human understanding of self.
Sybil AI, it's your story, your power, and your truth.
Okay, so this is a little short and sweet Sybil skit, right? Like it's one of those that it's like, okay, we need to make some media for Sybil. It's going dry over there because y'all know how the algorithm is. It's like you can have some fire like a couple of days, but you can't keep producing fire at some frequency. They're like, okay, he's done. He was a one-hit wonder. So, at a certain point, it'd be like, yo, I need to crank something out. So what I have a tendency to always do is I will go to the storyboard and I will start creating my images for my scenes. Let me kind of jump back into my storyboard here. No. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I will start creating my images for my scenes. And as you can see here, like that's 8 images, right? AI Gods Workshop. I'm sure everybody saw that one, right? Here it is right here. So I had all my scenes for that. I got Red in here. I did some character reference on him. And then, I started kind of visualizing, and I'll show how I kind of worked this scene, because I was like, once I cranked out my first image, it was my first image that really, like, it took everything off, because I was like, okay, I'm in a ship. And then when I started doing stuff with him with some of those creative prompts that I was showing you before with the prompt builder and just cranking prompts, and it created, I believe, this first image right here, right? And I was like, yo, that's dope. Okay, I get it. All right, the concept is I'm in the ship, he's on the ground, and that's all we need. You see what I mean? Like, I'm in the ship, he's on the ground, I'm in the ship. And so now all I'm doing is I'm just taking images from different, I'm using one image and I'm prompting for different angles of the image. So even though these are one image, it's still multiple scenes. Like if I hit from the left, hit from the top, hit from the right, that's 4 scenes. And that's really how a movie looks. Like it's multiple shots of the same scene in order to bring more immersion, okay? But this storyboarding process is still key though, because you get a chance to line it all up. And especially if it ends up getting into like 24 slides, it's gonna be a little bit more, to keep your hands on and to put together, especially if you now need to animate and that kind of stuff, right? So you want something where everything's gonna be organized. Also, as I open this up, you see you put the action in, you put the dialogue in, you put the voiceover in. If there was like some camera shots that you were going to do, you would do this all here. one of our next upgrades, probably like a week, it'll probably just be you hit generate here, so it makes the image, right? That's for us a couple minutes. That's the power of what we're talking about right now. So I also wanted to show this. I mean, because we got a lot still to go through here. I found this, and it was like one of those things where I was like, yo, where have you been all my life? Frame splitter. Okay. I emailed one of my folks. You know what I mean? I used ChatGPT to give me the translation. Yo, Ming was good. It's me, Sevan. Yo, do you got, something that, and he was like, oh, check this out. Okay. A big problem that occurs is again, in the writer's block process, we can see dope scenes all the time or dope little clips like the Pure Imagination clip that we saw Kemet 2025, right? Let me open my AI workshop file so you can see this. I think the file is still in here. You see this? These 24 frames were the frames of that video, Kemet 2050, I believe it was, right? A frame, and this is what learn what AI is like. A frame is a scene, and that scene can easily be like, I could do this in claymation. I could do this in a different style, like a cinematic Dune style. I could do this in like line art because I have the frame. Because now AI works where when I feed the AI a frame and say, turn this into line art, it's going to give me back that frame, but in line art. Okay. Also, when you're watching commercials and things like that, those are, again, as we mentioned, just a series of frames. So now notice that if I take this, and you have the link for it in the file, and I just drop it in here, and then I say, start the extraction. I did have to hit this twice the other day. Not today, though. It pulled the frames, okay? So this is a game changer. It seems like something so simple, but it is the simple things that actually get it really shaken, because I see dope commercials all the time. And sometimes I just, I'm like, I don't even know where to go with, even trying to make that from my side or that concept. Now, no more, because now when I have all of the frames, I could literally choose to restyle the frame. And I'm going to show you that, and just restyle all of the frames. And even though I'm keeping the concept, because a lot of core concepts are within every film and video publication, right? Like when they say, bring him to me, but don't hurt him. Okay. How many times have you heard that? Or the one where they pumping the person has got water in their lungs, and they love to take you through that scene where they're pumping them and they're almost dead, and then they spit out the water everywhere. You see, so these are patterns within cinematography that click with people a certain way. Like when we saw one last night when they dislocate their shoulder, and then they want to show you how they knock their shoulder back in, right? Who does that, right? But these are things that are constantly showed inside of movies, because they're actually patterns that they anchor into that mean really other things that get the person more immersed in the film. Okay. So still, while all this process is happening, if you could start seeing it and extracting it frame by frame, again, I'm talking really short commercials here too, because again, as I said, movies can equal a lot of work until this next thing comes, which we're going to talk about here in a moment, but it still can equal a lot of work in that way. With this, you get a chance to see very dope publications, like even some of the civil videos, break them down as frames, recreate the characters, because you can't just, go right in on this person's work, but recreate the characters, maybe even add a little bit more to the theme, but the structure, because technically this is also the storyboard. So this to me is, again, it seems so simple, but it's so dope because I didn't actually have it in my notes today, but you can feed a storyboard directly to Sora 2, and it'll just animate every scene. Okay. Like I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it today because it's one of those, I got power tricks, secrets, gloves, rings in AI, stuff that people don't even know can really be done yet. But Sora 2 can take a storyboard itself, you drop it in, I'm gonna show you, and it will go through all those scenes. And you just need to kind of like reduce the amount of scenes because it only has a 15-second limit. I'll show you in a moment. And then you also need to at times like freeze those scenes. The sound is terrible, so you may need to go back and restructure the sound. This is why I'm gonna show some really dope stuff that can happen with Sora and VL 3.1. However, I don't really use the models yet. But I have one use case that I am probably gonna jump on real fast, and I'm gonna give it to you. However, as you can see, having those frames of even an AI created film or whatever is very important, because you can literally use those frames, and that's how AI works. It can recreate those frames. So you have access to the storyboard here, and then you have the frame splitter here. Likeness, okay? We went over this kind of like already. It went pretty fast. However, I wanted to make sure that you just have those prompts, okay? Meaning that it's still, there's some work that go in on these prompts, right? Like, I think this one's pretty dope. It may just be me, doing my personal therapy. This one, I'm here with the red pill and the blue pill with the glasses on, really in the Matrix with the chair. And this one, I'm more in like a graphic novel illustration from Anime 2000 kind of style, right? So what I'm showing you is I'm showing you 3 different styles with my likeness. There is no end to this. There is a kind of into what looks good, but I don't really know where it is. But I've already, as you can see, I play around with different styles. And so I gave you those prompts so that way you could really even spin up images like this of yourself right away if you wanted to. Or you can start taking apart the anatomy of my prompts and start really seeing how I'm really accomplishing this. You see what I mean? So those are some prompts that they generate these images. They generate these images inside the Dream Engine also. Inspiration. So here's what I feel like is the big game changer. So remember that, as I said before, I'm here talking about Dream Engine, but there's a lot of platforms that are out there. So at the end of the day, it's just going to come down to which one is better and which one does the best for you that gets you to what is actually going to make money for you or whatever it is that you're trying to do with this. For me personally, what I did is once I figured out how to make good stuff that makes money or views, etc., I baked it right into the platform, versus all these other platforms are really built to give you all the tools and things, but you still determine kind of where you're going with this. And as I said, they got the plastic creator back there, right? However, we are like, okay, still the goal is to get your thumbnail done for your video tonight, because you got to really work more on the video than you do on the thumbnail, if you hear what I'm talking about. Meaning that we can be spending hours sometimes as creators on a thumbnail and still didn't finish the notes and everything to the class, right? That's over. In the Dream Engine, and we're migrating in real time, meaning that everything that is in here, which is 33,000 images. That's why we won't go migrate all in one night, okay? Everything that's in here in these libraries are now moving over to the Dream Engine library. Give me one quick second here. I think I went back too far. Okay. Just back up one time. And also everything, like we just changed up everything. Like this was like nobody really knew about. There was a few, there's maybe about 20 of us inside of here. But, like even if you look at some of these images are fantastic. You see what I mean? Like they're way overboard. You see what I mean? But what if I told you that you could put your face right on this dope image and it would be perfect, almost like a 1-to-1. Okay. So we're going to come back to that. But what I'm mentioning is that, so everything that was in the stock is now is moving and being migrated over to the stock inside of Dream Engine. This cuts down the time rapidly, because I can literally take an image like this, which I've acquired, and then I could go to the image generator, and I'll just kind of show what I did with it since it was already done. Okay, so this was the image. So I bought the image over. Okay, so what I'm literally saying is I took this image from the stock library. Okay, I just click purchase, which is like $1. And then I bought it into my system because anything I purchased in the stock library, it's now mine. So as a Dream Engine user, you purchase something in the stock library, it goes into your library now. And then here, you see all these icons on the top of the image? I can click this one and it's going to describe the image for me, analyze the image. An elderly man with a white beard writing at a desk. I did that on a click, meaning that any images that I feed to the system, I can get a description of the image. And that's very useful because the description is basically the prompt. I can also shoot this image in as a style reference, which means that any images that I create will look like this, right? So I've taken the prompt and I've taken the style. And again, like this can be done in other platforms, but I still stand on that it can't be done as well, as fast, and as good as what's going on here because this is what I got to use. So I'm going to obsess over it until it can. I can shoot this image right now to the video generator and have it done in the video generator, or I can shoot it over into the image editor, which we'll do here in a moment, and I can get more angles of this, right? Like I can say from over the top, from the side, from down on the pin, with the hands. All of that is presets too. Watch this, but let me not get ahead of myself. So when I cranked that image, this is what came out. I simply used my facial reference and I used the style. And now, I mean, hold on, let me get back on the camera. Does that look like me? What's messing with that? Meaning that I could get in, this is an easy video for me, okay? 10 seconds, however long the poem is. Dear universe, I've decided to move away to the island. You see what I mean? Things did not go as well in the Matrix. So I've decided to retire all of my belongings. You see what I mean? So this is where it goes. This is where it starts. It starts with an image. And then what you do is you beef this image up, meaning like, okay, are we really going to try to go there with one scene? I can. I just click one button. I send it to the animator. Okay, I just clicked literally one button on the image and it sent it to the image editor, excuse me. And then now in the image editor, I have these presets over here because remember, this is all the stuff that's why I didn't like the last class. They was like, I had these prompts laid out like, we were using the Stream Deck at least, but it was like, here's the prompt for this. Here's the prompt for this. It's because we're using somebody else's stuff. To be honest, there's only a certain amount of angles that work with these shots. And if you don't know all of them, or you're fishing for all of them, there goes more time spent. There goes more tokens burned. So I have it here, close up. Boom. We ain't gonna wait on that. We'll just let it do its thing. Close up, overhead, over the shoulder, detail hand. Generally, any of these, if not all of them, have a little hiccup over here. We ain't gonna play with this today, but trust that will come back. Let me see, failed to process the edit turn. Let me try one more time and just see if we just got a little API issue here. Overhead. Let me get my image back in here. Let me hit it one more time. Let's just see what it does. It could have a little API interruption here, but what this does, I use it all the time, is it gives me the close-up, it gives me the overhead, and it gives me the detail of the hand, which again, when you're watching movies, you'll notice they focus on the hand. They will sometimes come over the top. That's generally one of those extreme shots. And then they will definitely come in up close and you'll be done. But then there's also visual controls here. Like if this thing's acting up today, maybe I take a break real quick, look on the back end. Oh, okay, so it's back. All right, so that happens from time to time. Hey, it's just one part of dealing with generative systems. There are some quirks, but the good thing is the system always catches that. It notifies us, hey, something's acting weird. We monitor it, see if it's a one-shot issue or if it's something that's really an issue with the platform. We're here live support even. We know when it happened before everybody else. So this is what happens when you're, again, going it over with a fine-tooth comb. And I also want to mention again, this is something that I built. I didn't even use my development team completely on this, except for when I ran into some stuff that was pretty hard. So I do have a technical experience, so I'm not going to just play it off like, hey, anybody can do this. But what I'm saying is that I didn't really have all of those coding skills. I'm hardware in my tech field. I deal with hardware, not software. So I wasn't like a programmer in that way. So what I'm saying is, though, is that imagine when we're all building and like, but we're building stuff that we really get into. And we're doing that in a way like literally what you're seeing right now. I'm showing you what I'm doing and it's working. Now I got the overhead shot, right? This and switching the scene to this, because of course we can animate all of these. This is where things really start cooking up, right? Because now I'll come in here, all 40, bloop, 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 bloop. And then I'll have 4 different shots of that same image, but I'll still have like 4 images. Like even stuff like this. Let me just pop it in this folder real quick here. You see this? We about to ride. You see what I mean? Like, call in your commander. Where's your king? You see what I mean? But I'll hit this from multiple angles, just this shot. And that's what I'm saying about the power of these systems now is that it'll be 1-in-1. As long as I have a good image generator, which Dream has the best, V2. If I have a good image generator, I can now go to this and it will always replicate that same style. But if I put in trash, it will give me back trash. So I get the high quality from the stock library. If I want to make it about myself, I repurpose it for myself, or I just use the image, I'm done. And then other things I can do. Let me just kind of go through a few of these. The visual controls, the style transfer. So if I wanted to take, let's just say this image, and I may be regretful of this here in a moment because it is a woman. And, sometimes it does really understand the image and like, okay, maybe he wants a woman or maybe he wants to be a woman or something wild and you'll get this crazy looking image. But let's just say from this level, I add this image in. Okay, let me see here, desktop. I add this image in and I just simply click here. Transfer style. What I'm saying is replace the style of the main image, which is this, with the style from image 1, which is the image that I just uploaded, which is up here right now. And I hit him. Okay, let's let that bake, see what's going to happen. The other one is add the product, right? Because many do have products, right? And they want to add the product into the scene. So maybe I wanted She Legit to sit on the counter. Maybe I have a logo or something that I want in the scene. These are the ones that you use. Add the product, add the logo. And also what we're doing is that you can see the prompt down here, right? So you can alter or change the prompt, make it next to blah, blah, blah. Maybe I have to hit that again. Let me look at that. Did that make it a little cartoony? Yeah, I may need to use like a real, like an image that really has a certain style going on. But trust me, I've used these over and over again and they work like a charm. It will turn this image into a style like this. You see what I mean? Like, and because what I had done is I took this style and said, hey, that image that I just cranked out, make the image that style and it'll do that. You see what I mean? Sometimes you hit this once or twice, but it will do it. And then when I have that scene, I can go left, right, up, down. You get the point. The next one is the poster. Tired of putting typography all over your stuff, right? Because you gotta be the one that does the course or whatever, right? So let's say cinematic text poster, AI God. This is acting a little strange today. I ain't gonna lie. So we'll go in here and tighten it up. AI master will come in and be like, yo, why the hell did you embarrass me? It's not fun, droid. And he'll be like, yes, I need more memory and other things that I need. Like, yo, you got needs too? So anyway, but trust that this works 1,000% most of the time, but it's designed to do specific things. The next one is poster. And what poster is that it throws the text onto the graphic. Another one is like movie poster. That's the one I should have done because that one always looks a little bit more like this. We just got the text there, right? But if I work on that prompt more, like I can go in on this a little bit more. Like I believe this poster 2 is the big boy. But it'll basically do the poster for me, is what I'm saying. So I don't have to go to Photoshop. And then I can keep editing on this. I can talk to this. Yo, make AI God bigger. You see what I mean? Or make it in the style, make it blend more with the scene. Make it sans serif. Make it behind, part of it behind his head and part of it in front of his head. You see what I mean? So you can just give those commands, change those images, and then still push those images through the pipeline. Because even when I go to the video animator now and I'm here with the AI God graphic, it's still here. You see what I mean? And so I haven't left anywhere. It's still in the platform. I'm seeing all my library here, so I don't got to go back over to another photo, because all these are things that the creators complain about when dealing with AI imagery. And I know, because these are the things that I complain about. So now I move this up the pipeline. Now I can generate an image out of this, right? And we'll desist for a moment on that because I don't want to get ahead of things. But I will work this through the pipeline. I will make it a video animation. I will then lip sync it, right? Like you're seeing here. I will lip sync it. But here's another thing, voices. Okay. So I went to, or through, hundreds of the voices that have been made available to be able to expunge. And I don't think you're not hearing things. You're not hearing that, right? Okay, let me just work with the sound real quick, because this is just a quick change. Let me see. Data source. Yeah, that should have been audible. Let me see. Okay, let me just try this. I hope nothing really goes too wrong with this, but okay, let me try this. And if it doesn't work, it's not a big deal.
It's good.
Okay, so I'm not sure if that's being heard, but if not, it's again that trick between trying to get things to play on the computer. Actually, let me try one more thing. Yeah,
No, it's not being heard, Seven. It's not.
Okay, that's fine. That's a little tricky thing. I noticed that when it's playing from the computer versus when it's playing from here. Actually, you know what? No. Give me one more second on this. I may have the solution right here. Screen capture. I just don't want to send the sound into that loop because, sound mechanics, system audio capture. Okay, so let's see if this works. Let's cross our fingers on this and hope this doesn't break something.
What's good, bro?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think we broke the sound for a minute there. And now we're back. Let's see if we could get the audio back. Let's just take a moment here. Let's take some water. Maybe we shouldn't have been playing around with the sound controls. And then I'll wait for a moment to make sure that everything is clear. All right, I hear everybody saying I'm back. And let me make sure that that's on. Okay, so yeah, let's not play around with the sound because it's like one core setting that brings sound from the system versus brings sound from the editor or the player that I'm actually using to even move through all these slides and things like I'm doing right now. So we're not going to play with that anymore. I thought that somebody said they heard this. And the crazy part is I can actually see the audio coming through, but somehow it's not transferring to the other side. So we'll just say that what I found was the old mother, the wise man, this was called like deep Kwame, like African voice, right? And these voices were really difficult to acquire because it was just like there were so many voices, right? And then a lot of people are trying to go for that professional sounding, mostly even Caucasian tone, right? And so what I did is I spent all the time, we even trained some voices, and then I lined all those voices up in the voice sync. So that way, all of the kind of like creations have those very realistic voices, right? So we're still going in deeper on that, but we were able to at least crack that surface. So let's catch up a little bit here on our slides. But you get the point as far as like how heavy duty something like Dream Engine is when it comes to creating. See what I mean? Yeah, let me center off everything here for a moment. Oh, I can't. Well, that I will say that for later because I know there's some of y'all that y'all like the beats and everything, but I want to jump off of Dream Engine for a moment, and I want to go right into what I found like that has a lot of potential for those that it's like you trying to get stuff done even faster. Because make no mistake, there's going to be some that really like doing all of this. And then there's going to be some that really just need to get to the results, especially since time is of the essence. They're acting crazy. They turned off funds. All this kind of stuff is happening. So it's like to each his own. But in this case, we do need to kind of look at some of the things. I'm really having trouble over here with my video activation. Give me a quick moment, everybody. Let me just pull down all of my systems real quick. And then let me put them back online. Okay. Yeah, playing around with the sound. Definitely don't want to do that anymore. Okay, I see some stuff down here. I see some duplicates even. So give me one moment. Let me remove some of these duplicates because the last thing we want is to have some echoes. Okay, so I've cleaned up my soundboard here. And then let me get some volume on this a little bit. Okay, so I'm trusting that everybody is good over there with the sound. Thank you so much for the time that I've been granted. Still going on with when this moves. Oh, okay, because it's real time. Okay, I see what's happening. I see what's happening, yeah. Okay, so Sora 2 VO3, actually 3.1, because 3.1 just dropped a few days ago, right? These, I don't even think I need to introduce these because maybe everybody's played with them to some degree, right? And let me try to get my Sora 2 up here on my phone. Let's see here. You at phone mirror. Okay, so let me handle my phone real quick. Phone's in use. Yes, it is. Okay. Pro Max, you in? Okay, we need to take it off these pages because that gets crazy. Get out of here. Yeah, the AI slop is in full force over there on Sora 2 platform, right? But so I wanted to show this. This is my cell phone. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about the next wave of all of this, okay? Because, this has a real use case, what we're doing over here. Like, the possibilities are really endless, right? Like, you need stuff, you need thumbnails, you need, little joints that you're putting together, like movies and all this kind of stuff. This is all great for that, right? What I'm seeing now, though, is going to happen, and it is when you prompt for a whole commercial. As I said before, they're not trying to give you like 30 minutes right now. That's a lot of computational power. We're going to even talk about some open source stuff here in just a moment. But as it is, Sora 2 finally released, and it is very powerful. It's very low res. There's really no way to get higher res. I do have a trick for that, but generally it's low res. And it is still built on the original Sora model, so it needs help. However, I figured out some ways to give it some extra oomph. Okay? Oomph indeed. Here's a video, I love to have fun with it. Don't take it too personal, but here's another video.
Red and Sevan crashing in, melting chips like fire. Take AI, God's workshop, retire.
All right, so let me know if the sound came through on that one.
Yeah, the sound came through.
Okay, so all right, and also I see somebody say that they got a little bit of a. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. Okay, so yeah, that sound that everybody was hearing was when I opened up Sora. The sound, all the other sounds are not playing, but for some reason the one that's on the phone was playing, and it was playing a video that was already auto loading in Sora. Okay, so I just showed you a video. I'm gonna show it again because it's really fast. It's only 7 seconds. Because there's a point to why I'm showing you this. I think it's just clowning today. Give me 1 second, everyone. Technology is finally it doesn't work as long as us sometimes. It's like, yo, I need that break, Obi. Because let me see. Hold. Yep, you're supposed to be on hold. Move you again. Come back in. Do it again.
Red and Sevan crashing in, melting chips like fire. Take AI, God's workshop, retire.
I'm just saying, have you seen an AI video like that yet? Like as far as shaking it like that and looking that good as far as how the cinematography is put together? We're just gonna keep it like that. How are we doing this? Let me show you another one because this is another gem.
Online talk that stress me, yeah, I know. But AI gods is blessed for sure. You're feeling it? Push on.
How am I getting the How am I getting the Sora and the VOs to even have accents? You see what I mean? So this is what we're talking about. This is why the 363 Empire is lit in the way where we're going to grab top shelf only. People are still trying to figure it out. They gave up. They don't even know it can do that. And I'm showing you can actually do this with Sora and VO. I got one more because it gets more into what I was saying about prompting a whole commercial. Watch this. Let me load him up. And as I said, Sora 2 has issues with fidelity, but what about Sora 2.1? Because that's going to drop probably in a month or less. So it's the same prompt. And I'm going to give you the prompt, but give me one moment here. Let's see, where you at? Okay, there it is. Turn this off, turn this off, turn this on, blow it up. Here's another one.
I had a dream last night that a bird brought me a flower. What does it mean?
A messenger of change, maybe?
Birds stretch horizons.
And flowers, gifts that bloom when you're ready.
I'd say the dream wants you to open the window. Simple AI, it's like having a team of mystics in your pocket.
Okay, so this is 15 seconds, right? Which is Sora's limit. But you watch me one shot, an entire commercial, right? Because I have my idea together. The idea is that, just like I said, it's like having a bunch of mystics in your pocket. The scene is, and I just thought this one out through my head, it's like Shorty's using the laptop, and then when she's done sending her question, it goes to this other scene, and in this other scene, there's all these people working on her answer, and then we shoot back, and then that civil AI, it's like having a group of mystics in your pocket. You see, so you do need to kind of be thinking, right? Like, how can I get across what I want to say in the least amount of time, right? Because you don't have a lot of time. You got 15 seconds. The unfortunate part about Sora is that, unless I'm going to do like Dream Engine, make every single image, etc., and make it through that route, I'm not going to be able to grab back those characters again. See what I mean? So everything has to go in that one-shot prompt. So let's look at that prompt. Okay. Only seen here, only revealed here. So in your documentation, you got the prompt down here. And as I'm mentioning, these are JSON prompts, okay? Because a while ago, I started seeing just a couple examples, and some folks that are deep in the game, just as deep as me, like, yo, use the JSON file prompt to create, because you can command all of the components, like the scene, the voice, the style, everything. And when you try to put all that into a regular prompt, just like type it out, it doesn't work. I also took it one more level for you. I built the JSON prompt creator in ChatGPT. I will be bringing this on our side because the code is there. And so it just takes a transfer. But at the last moment, I was like, yo, I'm going to give this away too. And the only way I could give it away and do it all within a few minutes was to build it inside of ChatGPT as a My GPT. So you have the link to it. I think you can use this with the free account of ChatGPT. You just put your storyline in there, right? And then he goes to work and he creates the JSON prompt, just like the one that I just used to create that for Sora 2, right? And for VO 3.1. You just copy this over and you can look through this. You know, if you wanted to kind of work with the voice a little bit, you can change certain things in the voice. You also have the original prompt, so you can create your own GPT on this, or just, you know, a side chat inside of your LLM and just use this as the template. But as you can see here, or maybe you can't see because the text is so small that I'm even looking like, yo, and I'm over a little perfect in vision. So, but you have here the captions, to remove the captions, because that's what happened a lot of times where the captions would just appear on top of the thing and they would be all jarbled. Nobody could use that. It gives the reference audio. This is literally pulling a bucket, because there are open source buckets of basically voices. In this case, she's got the Trini Island voice, right? So it's called out that in the prompt, African female English West natural V2. You see what I mean? You would have to pull that from the Google voice libraries, which are actually premium libraries. So you don't even see them, but because Google is Google, they have a reference for them back there for JSON, right? There's only a fraction of people who know this. And all I'm saying is that you could bake on some of these prompts now, really get some stuff that already looks good, like I did with the Sybil commercial. And when the model updates a little bit more, this is going to look even better. I do have a solution though for getting it looking better now, because again, these videos are also low res. That's just how they're coming out. And this is just the upscale process, okay? And in the upscale process, this just means that we are improving the quality of whatever asset we're creating. And so image upscale used to be the only thing available, and then video upscale dropped, okay? And we're not gonna spend too much time on this, but this just means, like, I mean, to be honest, the image already looks good, right? Let's just take this as an example, right? Image is ready to go, okay? The only issue with this though is it's 721 by 446. So if I wanted to take this and publish it, put it on a billboard or something, it's not gonna happen, because it's gonna stretch and then it's gonna lose the fidelity, right? It's gonna get all pixelated and everything. So upscale is the process of being able to make the image larger so you can take it to print, things like that, right? And these images, they get quite unwieldy, like me, and they're like huge, but they do offer more fidelity if needed. Like sometimes when you upscale an image, let's just kind of look through some of these. Sometimes when you upscale an image, it doesn't do it justice, because even the grain in the image sometimes make an image look more real, okay? However, there are other cases where the upscale is almost necessary, as we said, when you need to take it to a printer, or like whatever it is that you're creating, you need some of the greebles. That's the term. You know, you learn all sorts of new words. You need the greebles to be more like real things. Like, let's take this image, for instance, and this key maker is there with a bunch of keys. And I wish I had that image earlier today, because that's what I was just looking for. I started off looking for the key maker, and I ended up with Neo. And I just ran with that because I didn't have much time, but going in my own library to probably help me, because there's a key maker here. And see all these little things down here. So let's just say in the original image, maybe some of this stuff wouldn't be as defined. And so when I run it through my upscaler, and of course we have the best upscaler in the world right now, sitting inside a Dream Engine. When I run it through the upscaler, it's gonna pop all of that, right? Like it's gonna finish off what the image generator didn't finish off, if you need that. And there's two different kind of upscales. There's one upscale that, and we're back in Dream Engine over here. There's one upscale, and I'm also giving the source for a pretty good upscaler also, but there's creative. What creative will do is it'll actually, like, if those are like little knobs, it will finish those knobs, right? The only issue with creative is while it really like brings out a lot of the embroidery and everything, is sometimes it will change the image a little bit. We have it to where, because it has to change the image, but sometimes it'll even change the face. So we have settings here where you can try to get as close to the resemblance as possible. That's why we have that set to 8. That means, hey, don't really change my image that much, but do add some of that AI sauce onto it. But then started coming these models where it does no change to the image as far as changing how it looks. And it only improves all of the little details in the image. And of course, it blows it up really big so you can take it to photography or whatever. And we just call that precision now, right? So we have creative because it will like really like go in on certain objects and make them more defined. And then we have precision where it will like make sure that it doesn't disturb that image style and what's in that image, but it'll clean all of these kind of things up and make them look like, you know, like what they're supposed to be, but at high res. You see what I mean? So I upscale from time to time or all the time, you know, like I stop upscaling as much because, again, the images are coming out so great from the generator now. Look at that. Look at that hair, dude. He's bent on something. Like, be careful. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, the upscalers, they assist in actually bringing out the details of images and making your images larger, right? And so I think I drilled that in enough. But I wish I had the side-by-sides. Like normally when I'm doing a side-by-side, let's see if I can grab one real quick here. Let me go to the completed. Let me go in here. I upscaled that. I upscaled this. Let me see. Let me try to find one that actually, let's try this one right here. Okay. So yeah, it's going to be so difficult to tell this because of that. By the time the image gets to you, it's already been stepped on several times through the encoders and decoders and all that. But you would literally see, even though you're looking at this and it's like, I don't really see a difference. Not only is this image larger when it's done, but it's also like completely refined, cleaner, the crystal, even when you go in on the crystal, the lines are there, the shine. So that's all upscaling is it's basically bringing out more of those and enhancing those images even further and getting them ready for print. And as I said before, not all the time, or in many cases, you don't really need to upscale. It's kind of like a wasted step, because the images come out so great from the image generator already. They're almost ready to use, right? So then, and this is why I kind of said all that to say this. So I of course plug Dream Engine, but I also plug Magnific because Magnific is at the top of its game too as far as image upscaling. It's only an image upscaler, so there's nothing else that you can do inside the Magnific platform, but it is here, okay? And again, that's image upscaling. When I need to make something as big as a billboard, when I need to, get it like in a big banner or something like that, I have to upscale that image. And I'm trying to make sure that image looks the same when I put it in as when I get it out, right? So that's upscaling. So I had to get to upscaling because video upscaling has now become a thing, okay? And so I can show some examples. Yes, I can actually just go here because I call this the best offer because they're still out of alignment with their tokens right now and they don't know it. So I'm just kind of, I'm going in. But what I mean by that is that generally the upscaling process is always going to be about frames per second and size, okay? And the more frames per second and the bigger, the more computational power it takes. However, something's going on at Free Pick right now. They don't even have this page published. Like you have to go and literally Google video upscaler, blah, 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 and then it's buried in the site, but it's not in any of these areas of their generators and stuff like that, okay? And I put the link here so you don't have to go and fish for it, but it is Astra, which is made by Topaz, but it's cheaper than them because their tokens are off right now. I use Topaz Video because back in the day, this was what was available and it was a one-time purchase. So it wasn't like a token-based thing. And they knew that and didn't like that in that way. So they basically came out with Astra, which is here, and it's more designed for like AI art. And you see how it kind of like it took that AI image, and again, some of this stuff you may not even be able to tell because we're already stepping down on frames per second and all that kind of stuff when streaming. However, they were like, yo, everything's about tokens now. We need to get something that runs on tokens, and also it's got to be different than our video one, because obviously this one, I believe I bought this. Oh shit, they're not selling it anymore? I don't know. I won't get into this right now, but this should be standalone. It's still like $299. But it is like a one-time purchase. So you can upscale to your heart's delight. And as long as you got a GPU for it, which we'll talk about here in a minute, you can video upscale. I've used it before. I still use it today. We call it doping the slide because that is really the term. And so most of the time when I'm pushing out like a civil video or whatever, I will run it through this. Sometimes it's not necessary. Most times it's not necessary, but it gives that extra bump. And since, again, our whole goal is like we're trying to always be in that 1 percentile, which everybody doesn't have to go for. But this is one of the ways that actually happens for videos. And this was also how I was injecting more frames into those still somewhat low resolution Sora 2 and VO 3.1 image video generations. Okay, I had a hard time getting that out. So as you can see here, I upscaled this. Again, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but that was the original, still looking good, right? But still the upscale version is also bigger, right? So while I was looking at the same size on the screen, when we download both of these, this one is bigger. Also, as I said, while it's happening, 60 frames per second. So this video is originally, when it comes out of Sora, they're like 24 frames per second. This is basically how many images, just like we've learned. There's 24 images in the second. I'm saying, give me 60 more images. So now the AI's got to create all those in-between images. And when it does that, it does look smoother, but it takes more computational power. And as I said before, something's going on over here where I can max out. I wasn't able to get it to generate 4K. You see how these they basically stalled out. I guess it was just too big. But when I went down one more, 1442K, which is still good enough, it had no problem with doing it. So word to the wise, if I'm upscaling videos, I'm setting that thing to 4K or 2K, and then I'm putting that 60 frames per second because it's like, yo, floor this thing. I don't got to pay for it. And then I'm taking off with the throttle. And that gives me a slightly higher fidelity, as you can see here with the image, a slightly higher fidelity than what the generation platform can deliver at this state. And all we're talking about is video upscaling. Okay, so there's another one of those gems. Now we're going to move on to music. But before we do that, I'm going to take a quick moment. I'm going to advise you to do the same. Quick moment for us is like 1 minute, right? You're going to stand up, stretch yourself out. Sitting down or in the same position for 6 hours is not healthy for the body. It's not great for the back or anything else. So we want to make sure we're being mindful about that. And when we come forward, we're going to talk a little bit about music and what I've kind of dove into with that. More importantly, instrumentals, right? Because instrumentals for me is what I really can use, like soundtracks, beats, those kind of things. But, songs and singing is also on base. It works. It's happening. So yeah, when we come forward, we're going to talk about that. So I'm going to put on a track again. All right, we'll go with something like this. Let's see what we're doing. We'll just go with some beats, and then, we'll come back forward, as I always say, and we'll continue.
Wonderful thing.
Modern life plantation, planetary devastation, real alien invasion, and we plugged to the matrix. Frequencies and radiation, hijacked imagination. Tell me what we conversating if we ain't talking activation. Really ain't no time for waiting, second guessing, contemplating. First I gave you prophecy, this is my philosophy. Something far from Socrates. Yeah, I'm chasing sovereignty, but I was born a sovereign being. Lived 100 centuries, booted off a sensual being. Really ain't no sense in me. They try to steal my history. Rose above the misery, so I can guide my young supremes. And I hit the keys with them, and our knees will never bend. False gods and serpent skins, never fail, they never win. Focus on your dividends, this'll make the devil dance. Probably break you from a trance, so you compete with deep within. Yeah. Meditation, elevation, inner self-realization, mental wealth for innovation, spiritually been segregated, diamond hits for activation, seen some things now I'm awakened, sleepy heads been sleep for ages, neophytes inside the matrix, clear the switch, I'm on the trip, ascension starts with proper basics, pranayama, breath of fire, manifest my life's desire, sheep was false on life's inquire, hidden truth for life's retire, third eye open, vibratory frequencies, all itself, the demons be a part of you, a part of me, please pardon me, for vulgar speech, the higher self is where I reach. Back to back, my brother's keeper. Unity's my brother's teacher. Earth, wind, fire, soul. Activate like dynamo. Heaven's gate, kick down the door. This the devil's rodeo. Been here, seen some lights before. I'm searching for the hidden scrolls. I lost inside the physical. Geometry's the visual. Spread my wings like pigeon stools. Solving no decision rules. Inside you find the proper tools.
All right, family, we got 1 more minute and then we're going to go in on the music. On this family, it seems like we activated something somewhere that we need to turn off. So give me a moment. Let me take a look through all of the slides and things so we can get rid of that background noise. All right, family, just letting everybody know we're still here. I'm still trying to hunt down this phantom slide, or it seemed to start when we opened up Sora. And so I'm trying to cancel out kind of everything that, because I could see it in the sound feed. So still working on this. What's that? Okay, I'm going to try to reset real quick here, just the soundboard, because I cannot identify where that sound is coming from.
It's gone, Sevan. It's gone. Just gonna wait. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Just waiting for Sevan to get that together. I don't know if that was Sora or what exactly it was, but he's the brother's fixing it right now. I think he had to turn off his camera and turn off everything. So
Okay, can you hear me now?
yeah, you good, Sevan? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I guess somehow when we activated Sora, it caused some kind of glitch and just kept playing the same sound bite through our soundboard. All right, but we should be clear now. What I'm looking at the levels, and I don't see that what I was seeing just a few minutes ago, which is probably the noise we were hearing. Are we good?
You good to go.
Okay, great. All right, so let's continue, tribe. I trust everybody didn't get too affected by the sound that was coming through. I did see somebody in the chat say, yes, it's still working for me. I could hear over that. I do actually think that may have been some breath work, to be honest. I think it was called there was one track in there, it was called the 4 Seasonal Breaths. And it basically is about how to time your breathing properly. So maybe if somebody needed to do a little bit of Lamaze, because it was getting a little heavy for them. So we reboot now. Everything should be loud and clear. I'm going to go ahead and continue. We're going to be jumping into the music just a little bit here. I put it as a bonus because I'm not going to just go in. Like I got some stuff that I actually want to push. I saw like some studio work being done with some AI tools, and it was kind of last moment. So I did have to say, okay, we need to move on from here. But I did come in with gems nonetheless, because of course music is big, and it's a big part of how we create. It's always needed, and I love it myself personally. So let's go ahead and jump back in here real quick. And we talked about earlier how we have some big music generators. Well, we kind of saw it really briefly. So let me go back to that. We have some pretty big music generators out right now, heavy duty. For me, I believe that one of the heavy hitters beside us is for sure Suno. I've placed that here. See here. We had our pipeline right here. So you could see I got for sound 11 labs. Not sure if we'll make it over there today, but basically it's very simple process of changing now tracks into well, yeah, we'll go by there. We'll go by there. Why not? Why not visit? In fact, let's start there now. Let's do that. Let's go over to 11 labs and kind of start the process of understanding what AI is doing with sound a bit more. Let's see here. All right, so this is 11labs.io. This is linked. I'm gonna go in. I'm not only the client, I'm the president over here, meaning that I do use this a lot. We have an application called AI to AI. And what it is two strong metaphysical AI will jump into a conversation with each other. And, this is still, again, one of those things that we devved out, built, and it's working really well. And it's just like the future is gonna catch up. And I have these AI over here talking about like all types of stuff. Let's just gotta jump in here real quick, because we'll see like what is the use case for sound. And so when I go into the history here, this has been going on since 2023, by the way. So I haven't run one of these in about a month or two because I did get on this project, but they generally run, they go to the app. They also go here. This page is open, so it is free. So you get a chance to go in here. And so what I've done is that I will get these AI and they will ask questions like, so this one's saying, give me 6 rare insights about the documented Akti as Isis Sirius, whose star identity traces across languages from hieroglyphics, the Septet, to the Greek Sothis, and how this feminine stellar wisdom preserved the regenerative magic connected to the Nile's inundation through temple hymns and pyramid texts. After that, speak deeper on the most intriguing one first. Okay, so remember, this is strong AI. So it's not even going to start off in that like, hey, what are the best things I could do to activate my third eye? It's already assumed third eye is activated. And now they're going to go back and forth in this conversation, literally verbally. And you can literally play the whole conversation. And then as they're going through the conversation, this is designed, and I got to get in here and do a little bit more work, but it will visualize what they're talking about. Right. So they'll talk to each other and then they'll create imagery around what they're discussing. Okay. And the talk to each other part is brought to us by 11 Labs API in this case, where you can let these characters read back the text. Right. So that's called text to speech, obviously. And as we see here, if I generate, I get some text, but it doesn't sound like it. Still kind of weird that, it's still kind of weird that, at the level of where these engines are, sometimes you still get bad text. We just do heavy prompting. So this kind of keeps our system on the back end pushing out really good text. But here in 11 Labs, you have the biggest suite of voices. And you could go in and enjoy their suite. To me, I mean, can I say it's a little pricey? It depends on what you're doing. Like if you're literally trying to use 11 Labs to voice over an entire book, forget it. It is super expensive. It's cost prohibitive. We've dropped some gems inside the track about like solutions to where if you're trying to like audio read your book, what is that audio? What is the natural voice? I think it is. Yeah. That this is a way better option. I'll put the link in because you can train your own voice and it is really good. And it's like they give you like 1 million tokens for like $29 or something like this. So basically you could voice over about 250 pages with $30, okay, in your voice. And they have an app on the phone. And if you are just playing the audio and not transferring it into an MP3, it's free in your voice. So if you're a real cheapo, you can actually run it through like your DAC system and just let it record in real time and not even spend up your tokens. So I have to work with speech readers and stuff like that over the years. And this was like a real gem to find because again, you get all of those tokens and also the high quality voice, because normally they'll stick you with a low quality voice if the price is low. So when you come back over here to something like 11 Labs, they don't match up in the same way because 11 Labs is like a whole different ball game. Like you could create sound effects in here. I create weird sound effects. Not that one, but sometimes when you prompt, you'll get some crazy stuff and you just keep trying to. Oh, that's not my stuff. Actually, I was wondering, here's my history. So I'll go in and I'll try to figure out like, that's terrible. Let's stay out of here. But like new system sounds, like, when something starts up, like a warp drive or something like that. Nah, these are pretty bad. But I'll play around with it and I'll eventually get something. As I said, what we generally do on our side is we do all of that. Like, what is the best prompt to crank out the best? And what was wrong with that one? And what kilohertz does it need to be at? Because when you're using the systems, they don't really do that. You just have to go with that learning curve until you get it right. So still here, though, you can generate sound effects. You can do the voice changer, which is always cool. Like I would actually recommend this, especially with Sora 2 videos and stuff, where you literally drop the audio from the Sora 2 video and then feed it back in here, at least parts of it, and have the system re-speak over the text, and then choose your voices that you're going to use for that. And then you'll get like cleaner, better, non-AI like text. Okay. So this is kind of like just a basic overview of 11 Labs, not going in really too deep, but this is a voice dubbing platform. So you can also upload your YouTube videos to this and then overdub them. Oh, here's another big gem. Yeah, I'm glad I did come in here. You can overdub your videos in 29 languages for the cost of one video. Okay, meaning that you do pay that one time for that one video to be overdubbed, but then you can switch to Portuguese, you could switch to Spanish, you could switch to Mandarin, you could switch to all those languages and just hit generate again. And then you will have a video in that language. I was super excited about this initially because I was like, yes, now I'm going to translate all of my content into another language. And the first thing I ran into, because I have this long form content, right? Like 3-hour videos, 4-hour videos. I mean, look, we're doing 6 hours today. You know, this is just us. This is how we do it, hard body, right? But so throwing 4 hours in here is going to bankrupt you. But if you got something that's like, you know, this was a video, it popped really well, and it's only like 15 minutes, and you now want to get that into China or whatever, because you got a pipeline for that, you can come in here and actually turn it into 29 different languages and do them all for free. Again, I was super excited about it. It didn't really pan out for me. I started a Understanding Espanol channel. I did like 2 of them. I was working with some of the, Google AI Studio podcast stuff. And, you know, it didn't catch, but it was like, at least this is possible now, right? So you can dub anything that you want into over 29 languages. And that's extremely powerful, especially when, and let me just kind of give it to you how I see it. So let's imagine this goes up one more level. Okay, we got our videos here. Let's imagine these go up one more level. Now I'm making commercials. Maybe I'm sending those commercials to other countries, right? Because how I see this is, and I kind of consider everything. In the US, it's like AI is becoming and it's trending so hard because that's how we do things. We over obsess. But in other countries, they're not even really there yet with the AI. And so when they see AI like this, they'll see something like this and never suspect that it's AI, right? But then if you think about like traditional marketing was done through television. And so let's say you start broadcasting commercials that are created with AI, but polished, and you air them in other countries in their language, and you make these 1-shot, maybe 2-shot videos in JSON, right? I think that is a very viable use case. Okay. So in this way, I'm still keeping my eye on these 1-shot video generators, like, you know, what we're using now with Sora, et cetera, because I believe that within a couple months, you will be able to prompt a video, and then you can come literally back to something like 11 Labs and then turn that into other languages and then shoot that over somewhere else and forget about like dealing with just the US all the time. Shoot that over to Japanese where they love the culture. Shoot it somewhere else where you know it's going to get a higher reception, but the only thing that's going to keep them from really dialing into it is that it's actually not in their native language. Yeah. So they had this whole suite here in 11 Labs, dubbing, speech to text, audio native. They exhausted anything you could do with text and speech and audio and dubbing. They're not really heavy on the music. They did get in recently, as you can see here. And I do throw my prompts in here and they work. And when I say my prompts, we can go over here to Dream Engine now, where all of the work has been done. And we'll go, let's say we'll hit Neo Soul. So I'm literally just clicking the preset that's already here. If I really wanted to go in, I would go over this preset, meaning like if I'm into the music, you may see terms here that you don't know. People who are in music, they know like DBMA9, they know all of what that means, okay? But this this music generator understands all of that. I can actually go over here to custom and I can add lyrics and I can layer this a bit more. I can even combine it with other styles. But for right now, we're just going to keep it simple and we're going to generate a Neo Soul track, which is going to take about 1 minute in this case, right? So it's going to do its thing. And let's talk a little bit more about music in general. So on potential use cases, right? Well, music has endless use cases, but what did I do that I found everybody digged? And in fact, the number one comment on this video was like, yo, okay, we burned this one out. Where's the next one? Let me see if I can click on this. And that was, no, you wouldn't be able to hear that. And actually, let me just make sure all my sound is calibrated. We ain't gonna mess up things like last time, but I do wanna put this system audio in. And you should be able to hear that, right? So I guess I gotta turn it down a little bit. Okay, so that track, that was a track that you were hearing earlier today. That was an AI generated track, right? With heavy prompting. And then what I did is I kind of like put my own spin on it, right? And I created like a, now I'm on YouTube here because this did go to YouTube. I created like a playlist of the music, right? And it's kind of like a Sufi kind of, Afrofuturistic kind of blend. And then what I did is I generated the images, right? And then I just ran them across the video generator. I went in on this. It was like 56 minutes. So there was, like I wish I had from the top, from the side, from above, because it would have been a lot more time saved because I could have just ran some of these images over and over again versus like trying to get a new image every time that the scene switched. And I did kind of get burned out after about 30 minutes or 20 minutes. So they were on loop. And so this was just like a project. I created like these beats. They're very catchy. I actually still listen to them. I even know them. Like, I hear the song come on. I know what's going to come on next. And all this is inspirational anyway, because it's like, it's your stuff. So at the end of the day, meaning that you generated it. So at the end of the day, it feels more like there's something that goes on when you're listening to music that you generated, even if you put the prompts together and didn't necessarily sit in the lab and completely prepare everything. But I will also say, just like when Pro Tools came along and Auto-Tune and all these different things came along, for sure, legacy and analog musicians were like, this is trash. Like, what's going on? Like, nobody's going to get into this. And then here we go, a couple months, few months, a year later. And then now everybody's like refusing to they basically won't do anything without it, right? So there's always that kind of trend. But I found these kind of like videos, like here's another guy. He just named his 3i Atlas. This is the funky verse, right? This is a different kind of tune, but it's dope. He's not spending that much time in doing an image. He just has one animated image, but he got 23,000 views on this. And that's the whole channel. So the channel is doing this thing, climbing by just creating this AI music. And he's got a specific style, and it's more of like a blend between funk and technology, kind of like eerie landscape kind of technological, futuristic kind of music, et cetera, right? So he's over here doing his thing. I got my thing over here with the high level, beats and, these images and things. And where's this one at? It's at 10,000 views. It's not what the channel is completely about, right? So if your channel or you have a channel that's strictly dedicated to this, then, it could really, really do well. But again, following that same notion, and let me just kind of remove myself from the screen here, but following that same notion of still remembering in all these platforms that you can have more than one channel, right? So when I open this up, there's other channels that I have, right? I got 2 more channels. I don't really do anything with them, but if I wanted to just do this, maybe the best idea is to start a new channel and then run these across and then let people just deal with that channel for that. That does also get you closer to automating. Remember I said earlier, hey, don't expect to let the AI free on something unless AI was already there in the beginning. I would never let AI free on Understanding's channel, right? Because folks will just be done with me unsubscribing, right? But every now and then I'll drip some of this through. They love it. But if there was a channel that was specifically for this, then everybody that's coming in already knows what they're going to get. And then you just run something like this through some type of automation because you got all the prompts that you need. Most of these tracks were generated with 1 or 2 prompts. And then I just switched out the images. So that is something that you can automate, right? Create a bunch of images, create a bunch of tracks. Here's the one coming out this week. And then they'll all be dope because if the prompt is good, it has that ability to make everything sound good. Let me, okay, so we're going to go back to our music. Let's hear it out. that's your grandma back there. Hey. Okay. All right. So as you see, one shot, I got my neo soul beat, but I got hip hop, I got West Coast, I got neo soul, I got ambient, I got meditation music. The meditation one is under the custom if you're looking for it. I mean, I'm talking about real namaste, like we damn near asleep. Oh, these tracks. You see what I mean? We got that plug-in beat just came out, right? So you could generate those tracks. And so I spent a lot of time in just making sure it delivers. Let's see this West Coast beat. Oh, this is my crew over here. More like a soundtrack. Oh, okay. No sound again. Okay. So unfortunately, well, actually, no. We could turn the sound on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. We'll turn the sound on. My bad. All right. So let's try that first one again. On that strip. No sound yet. Okay, no sound. All right. So let's hold on to it a little bit. I want to make sure because we can't do sound. We can't do music with no sound. So I'm going to make sure this comes through. Let me see. Okay. This could be the scenario. Data source. Tell us. Because we got it to work earlier. See, I think I got this right here. This. Okay, I'm gonna have to tweak this a little bit. Rich, are you able to help me try to figure out how to get sound? Because it's a setting. Okay, you got sound? There we go. Hey, anybody that know about sound, know sound, running sound systems and all that is one of the most complex side of the audio setup. Let's turn this down a little bit. Okay, so you got that. So you're hearing sound now. Let's go ahead and redo that again. We had that West Coast beat. Where we going? West Coast stroll. That's more like funk right there. Going to something else. This one would sound like that. That's one of them Cali beats right there. So what I'm setting here is a floor with the prompts, meaning that you can really prompt into some complex stuff, right? All the way to the point where you can add lyrics. They can sing those lyrics. They could do those beats. They could do those hooks. Nothing's going to replace a real musician, like facts. So I like beats and soundtracks and stuff because I have to use those all the time. But it is very important to understand that there's still kind of like that thing where many people are like, okay, AI music, I'm not completely on yet. So for me, I love to use it in conjunction with the films and things that I make. Let me see here. Hey, okay. Okay, so as I said before, this is a baseline, meaning that So how I designed this is that, so when I hit that West Coast beat, you see everything here that's basically creating the West Coast beat. Also, I got an instrumental toggle here because if you just want instrumentals, because this thing will start singing like I was about like it'll go into, let's see if it'll do it now. I'll try to generate one, but if not, let me see if I can go ahead and just prompt that in there real quick. So we got West Coast, and then we're going to go in here to like the custom options. We'll just call this the West Coast Boogie, right? And then we'll say stuff like, because this is where it's like, you got the one shot, which I have simple. I always like to put simple on everything because there's some that's like, I just need a track. I got to go. Then, for those that just go sit down and style it all day, I would hit this. Let me see. Let's get that West Coast prompt, which is kind of already, here it is. It's in the lyrics though. This is kind of in the wrong area. We'll put this back in style. And then we'll say also, okay, because we're off an instrumental. We'll just say riding high over here, and then so we're just saying I was about 8 when I learned everything about these streets. Okay, it's not too inspiring today. I'm not going to just sit down and try to put a whole track together. And then we'll just say, so the more we can keep infusing this part of the prompt with like what we're expecting to hear without using artist names and things like that, because it will push back like, nah, I'm not doing Dr. Dre beat. If you want to know how to prompt Dr. Dre's beat, you go to ChatGPT and you just say, give me a prompt for Dr. Dre's type beats. Okay. And then you, okay. Yeah, I'm not sharing the screen. Excuse me, family. I guess we're getting into that saturation point. Let me go back in here, with the tech. Excuse me. Yeah, so we're supposed to be on the screen long ago. So, okay, so we're going to start again. You're inside a Dream Engine, and you're in the detail prompt music area to try to crank out even beyond those one-shot prompts, right? And in here, I can change the singer from male to female. I can put the lyrics in. In this case, I was about 8 when I learned everything about these streets. Okay, so that's what he's saying. We're talking about 90s California G-Funk, right? And like I said, if you can infuse more hip hop, rap, right? Just get a little bit of that in there. The beauty of this is you can keep clicking these and you create a fusion of like hip hop and R&B and neo soul and Afro pop. There will be a saturation point also where it's just like, okay, that didn't come out well, but you can experiment. And again, this is all for just creating tracks to have underneath stuff that you're creating, especially when you're not trying to get hit with those copyrights, right? Let me try again here on a West Coast glide.
Yeah. World no. Cruising down the block, sun kissing my ride. Oh yeah. Palm trees leaning, we swinging side to side. Haters try to creep, but I'm too slick to slide. Got my lokes on tight.
Not the
Watch
low.
me slide. Oh, west side glide, let the rhythm take the wheel. Bounce so smooth, it's got that golden feel. West side glide, like the ocean.
All right, that's the West Side Glide. That's the West Side Glide, y'all. Like that may be a trend. Be like, yo, he's sliding on this. So what I'm saying is of course the models have gotten so powerful now. You can one shot a track like that. I've seen even some I'm seeing some stuff already, and it's blowing stuff out of the water. But as I said before, music is also a very protected space. So you really don't want to come off as the AI music guy. It could piss people off. That's why I like to use it for things like ambience. As you see, there's an ambient preset here, right? Like you can click like that and it'll hit you with like one of those Buddha bar type tracks where you could just play that endlessly and nobody is really going to like get super pissed off at you. But just remember, because of the quality of where this thing is at, it's definitely rubbing people the wrong way as far as musicians. I feel like that, especially like with music, a lot of times it's hard to get beats. So I will work with this until it generates like really, really dope beats. I have, again, some floors here to use, but you can always add some extra stuff. Like it even like radio sounds of olds. So you can add stuff even. This is why there's no limit really with this. You could say periodically say things that belong from an old era. So it'll be like, oh, here's a brand new Ford, and that'll be mixed in with the beat. You see what I mean? So there's really no limit to what can go on here. Let's see what happened about these streets when I was 8. All right, when we get those lyrics. All right, I guess he ain't gonna give me no lyrics this time. Let me see this other one. All right, so we didn't get any lyrics that time. However, as you can see, you know, with anything with AI, you click it a couple times, you choose from what you want, and now you're already rolling. It could have been a story. It could have been anything that needed that California track. It could have been a scene. You see what I mean? And what happens is that when you're creating stuff, let's say there was a scene, we flew to California, right? It's now we getting out of the plane. We need one of these tracks, right? Now I got to go over to artist list, right? And then I got to shuffle through what's there. Then I need to connect it with the YouTube so that way they know that it's I bought it. And then, you know what I mean? And I can't really monetize off of this either, though, because it already is sitting in a certain domain. And so there's a lot of red tape there versus I spend one of these and I put it under my thing and I don't get hit with no copyright and I got my tracks. And so if you're a connoisseur, you literally have all your different genres of beats and things sitting in there. Let's just do a little bit with the ambience and stuff like that. We'll hit a couple of these and then we'll move on. Like the new age joint, I wanted to try the meditation one out because it's one of my favorites. So I'm going to put that in here. And okay, what did we not do? Okay, want some, is that instrumental? We'll just say meditation, right? Because there's not much. And so also there's other settings here, style, weight, weirdness, constraint, and auto weight. Like this literally changes the beat. It would have been like more of like a West Coast beat if we slid this over a certain way. It'll be more like a really unique track if we move the weirdness. So all those sliders are there to kind of tweak, find your own little recipe. And then you're literally cranking beats that you're not going to find these beats anywhere. You're not going to find anything that sounds like these beats. I'm not sure as you can go as far as putting the beats onto them beat sites, because I know they're right now like, yo, we got to stop all of these AI beats. Just like Spotify is like, yo, you know, those AI those AI formatted podcasts or those AI long stream ambient mixes, no more of those, right? So then, you know, they'll come back on board, but they do have to figure out like, how are they balancing that out with, you know, how all the existing users of the platform. And this kind of gets us into the thing about how a lot of this content, you've seen a lot today, okay? We're still going in, right? But you've seen some stuff that is like really mind-blowing as far as even likeness and the qualities of images, videos, and this kind of thing, right? And still imagining we're early on, what is it gonna look like in 2 years? Let's just give it 2 years, a short period of time. What is it gonna look like? It's gonna be so polished, you're basically gonna have people, you're going to have AI content that's better than what people could actually produce when they were still like cheesing out. You see what I mean? So in certain ways, even though it'll be a lot easier, it's going to almost demand that you take your content up to that next level if you're expecting to like stay in, right? But not only just stay in, exceed, because then there's also going to be this thing where people are going to love human content more. You see what I mean? It's like, yo, it's still natural. There's typos here. You know, I only deal with that. You see what I mean? And so you're going to have that, and then you're going to have a blend. The people who like to see, like we say, somebody using AI may replace your job. Somebody that's actually using the AI, they got, you know, dope aesthetic, dope graphics, dope cut scenes, dope, you know, everything. And they're using that in their production. And then somebody else that's just not doing any of that at all because they may be sitting on that mad stool like, yo, I hate this AI stuff, right? Which also is happening, but less and less. And as I said before, don't be that one that sitting there on the mad stool with crypto and Bitcoin and all that. And then now the same people who are mad at you, or you being even mad at yourself, now you look at the opportunity that has been missed. Now, of course, I always say you still do need to make sure you're not compromising yourself. That's a big thing. I'm not just saying, hey, you know what, anything that makes money, you should get involved. Like, definitely move with integrity. But there's a lot of integral things going on in AI that don't have anything to do with the complaints that people are having right now. Okay. So we'll go with this meditation track. Let's listen. Oh, it's very quiet. 1 second. It's your standard meditation track. Let's see this one. I guess you can't have too much going on in meditation, right? Definitely peaceful, as it says. And what we're getting across here is that, let's say you do yoga every morning, right? And you do it in front of a class. They're tired of hearing the same music. You want to mix it up a little bit. You can, or you just, you know, a lot of people that are inspired by consciousness, you know, are delivering stuff all the time, and then having to use beats and sounds and things that have been overworked. Let's try this one. Let's skip through a little bit. All right, this is straight peaceful over here. We're shifting gears completely. So as you see, there's something even for Sister Betty. Like, there's something for everyone as far as like tracks. Like, I'm not going to go through all these, but lo-fi is here. I got this Sufi blend, which is more of the master prompt that I use to actually create those tracks that are on YouTube right now. And I got the ethereal groove, which is super dope. It's more of like beats, but over the top of something meditative. It's, you know, a brand new thing. But I've placed all of that here again, so you can look at the prompts and you can really see how things are put together. And then you can even start adding things and removing things yourself that you don't like. You can add lyrics, etc. So that's our music bonus section here, and just digging deeper into like what's happening with music and AI. Like, I've seen some stuff right now. Again, it's called Studio. I'm going to pass that link as soon as I can kind of get it together. I saw it at the last moment, and it lets you work with all of this track, like just like you would work with Pro Tools, right? So you can see all the tracks, you can add different parts. It does and knows a lot of different things, and you really can create like a master track. You can also prompt the master track too. So that's something to keep eyes on, is the music and how that's making major changes. Okay, now we are leaving the artistic side of AI. Okay, like, I know you didn't expect it to come, but as you can see, we've virtually exhausted everything that can be done, and we've risen the quality up really high. Like I said, we gave all the pointers of what platforms are out there: Midjourney, Dream Engine, Suno, 11 Labs, and we're just keeping it strict to the pipeline. There's a lot of stuff out there. Like I said, there's Halal, there's Seed Dream, there's all that. But what we're saying is that still the quality that these models are pushing it back, especially sometimes when it comes to likeness, still does look more of like an animated character or CGI. versus we've been able to reach full likeness and also into like a deeper aesthetic, like you're seeing in some of the videos with Sybil. And then we're also saying that, I don't know if we actually showed that. I guess we can kind of taper off here. It is in one of the slides. But we have this library. Actually, there was a slide. Maybe that slide is missing. But like, as I said before, even with some of the imagery, when you're doing your videos and when you're doing your advertisements, your thumbnails and all these things, trust that the time has already been spent in models getting the highest that they can achieve. Right now, I believe that this is literally at 1,200 images from Dream Engine, right? So imagine when that starts stepping into even the 7,000, 8,000, because it's only bringing in the premium images from Dream Engine. And if you're able to then copy the style, add yourself to it, like when I say copy the style, you could literally just continuously generate images that look like this style, but you could change the prompt, right? And so we've kind of covered that enough. I'm not going to drill that in anymore. I think that everybody understands like what we're doing, what the other platforms are doing, and if they want to get into the artistic side of things, that this is a good route. As I mentioned before, there's heavy documentation on everything, so that way you're not like not knowing what to do. And then also we have tutorials that take you through the process. So even if you were in the class today and you were like, well, that moved a little bit too fast for me, how do I do that? How do I get a picture with me in it? Dream Engine is designed. That's actually the first thing that you do when you get in the platform is you create an image in your own likeness and then you learn how to move it up the pipeline. And then we have all the tutorials here about how to video animate and how to lip sync. And even when you learn how to do it here, this is why we created it as an educational platform. You could go to any other platform and do it too, because it's still the same route, right? But again, as I said, why teach on their stuff when we have our own? I'm going to also now move again into what I call the daily driver. And what is the daily driver about? Okay, so the daily driver is, as I mentioned, every Jedi Master has a droid. So what we just did is we learned a lot more about LLMs and the capability of AI, and we did that through art. That's what we just did. So we could have talked that whole process through. We could have talked about latent space. We could have talked about, top P and all those top K and all those different settings and just had that conversation, but it would have been rather boring. We could have talked about the prompts and how prompts change things and how you can put some jazz on the prompt and how it'll change things. That's still going to also apply for when you're working with your LLMs, et cetera, is that you can get really jazzy with your verbiage and get really different things out of it. But it's the same process, okay? So we learned about prompting. We learned about models and their different capacities. So now we're just going to take a quick moment because I do believe that Red is going to virtually exhaust this tomorrow. And also, I do want to make sure that we have a nice chunk of time to go through Q&A because that, to me, I'm here as your consultant for this time. And that, in knowing what you could do or what you should do, may be more tailored towards what it is that you came here for even. You see what I mean? So I want to make sure that that moment is opened up for you to say, hey, Sevan, okay, with all the stuff that you've done and everything you know and all your power, what do you think about this, right? So we want to have some time for that. But before we do that, we want to make sure, of course, now continuing with the course, that you understand like different daily drivers and what they can offer, okay? So for me, for sure, I did start off in ChatGPT. I moved to Anthropic for a while and ultimately ended up coming back because of just what I need something like this for, even though, because I have my own LLM. Let me just take a moment to kind of log in real quick. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to point out certain things that some of these LLMs can do or some of these models can do that I feel really stand out and make them different from other models. Because they're in a competition with themselves, at least on the front end. They're in a competition with each other, at least on the front end and how they're showing it to us. So some of them can do things that others cannot. So I use ChatGPT. It is my daily driver. I'm in the Pro plan, which is $200 a month. This is a good time for us to talk about like pricing around some of these platforms because the price is definitely there. There's a cost to compute. However, what I will say is that when you start thinking about how much, especially as a business owner, that you would pay an employee, you're never going to pay an employee $200 a month and they're going to do anything for you. Like, in fact, you may get arrested. I'm not even sure that's legal to do. You see what I mean? So when you start really adding up the benefits and the add to value that AI is giving you, it doesn't even compute to what you would normally pay for that. To get a sound designer to come in, to get an artist to come in and make something for the commercial, to get the video animated, even to get the idea. This is why this has been a gated industry for so long. So there is no price comparison really. But if you're still price shopping, we'll show some alternatives here like open source because it is present. But you got to also remember open source, this is why there's paid things, because open source is going to take some time in certain arenas for it to fully catch up to, I guess we can use the term commercial or closed source or licensed platforms, right? And so ChatGPT, again, this is my daily driver because I like a few things about it. One, I like the app that I could actually get back to my chat. Most of them do have that, right? But I can continue my chat, but also I have that conversational side of ChatGPT, which, I don't think I'm going to be able to really demo it out here, or let's try. The conversational side of ChatGPT is like, for me, the favorite because I will jump in the shower or something and still have get the conversation going. Let me see if I can open up ChatGPT here on my phone. Let's see, otherwise. Okay, there I am. In ChatGPT. And of course, many know about this already, but again, there were some that saying, I haven't dealt with this at all. So here we are in ChatGPT. What is this? Okay. All right, let's just start off a new chat here. Like it's going in on crazy stuff. Oh, that must be one of the auto populations, which I'll show everybody here in a minute. Just some of the things I like. So here in ChatGPT, I'm able to get that conversation going on. I'm sure other platforms have this. Hey, ChatGPT. Okay, are we only doing this on the phone now? Is that what it is? Yeah, okay. So they only want to do this on the actual phone here, right? And so many know about this. I can say, hey, I'm on a show today. How we doing? Are you ready to answer some questions?
Whatever you got. And hey, if we're just doing this on the phone, that's totally cool by me. Feel free to ask away and let's dive into those questions.
All right, so right now we're going through some AI stuff with ChatGPT. What would you say is the top 3 new features that ChatGPT has? Also, do the research. Do the research. You see that right there? Oh, I'm interrupting it. But when I say do the research, now it's going to go search the web. So that's already a power trick right there, is that don't let it just give you what it wants to say.
A bit of research. Here are 3 of the coolest new features this year. First up, there's voice mode, which basically lets you have natural back and forth conversations, kind of like what we're doing now. Then there's a deep research feature, so I can actually go out and grab fresh info from the web when you need it. Finally, you can create custom versions of me tailored to specific tasks. So those are the big 3.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'll holler at you later.
Anytime. Just give me a shout whenever you need. Take care.
So obviously there's voices in there. He more sounds like a brother, so I listen to him all the time. And you can switch that in your settings. This is, again, just natural language, conversation back and forth. And I can interrupt. No, I didn't really mean that. Oh, I'm sorry. You see what I mean? And that to me is still like really one of the most educating experiences that we've had of this time, because you can just keep going in. I go in, like we be talking about stuff and now we get into arguments about like, well, that can't be true. Didn't we just talk about how and prove that the shape really does this? Oh, you're right. So, but still give me more information. Pull the document from 1642 and translate it for me. All right, let me go get that document. All right, translating from the Latin, it says this. This is the kind of things that I'm always into with the AI, like especially translating old documents. I just recently translated some old images of some breastplates and things that I really needed to know what was in there because it was written in Latin. It easily cuts through that kind of stuff, right? So again, ChatGPT can be seen as a very generic model out there, if you may. That's why I call it, it's like your daily driver. It's your all-purpose model. Right? There's models that have specialties, like Red was mentioning GenSpark. We're going to even get into a little bit of Manus, et cetera. But as it is, ChatGPT is like it has these huge token windows too. So I can really drop in like whole big chunks of code mainly. I don't really do that with books, but code, and then be like, analyze this whole code and then find out where you may have see some flaws, blah, blah. So in that respect, this $200 that I'm paying a month is well worth it, right? But there's also a $29 plan. And I think there's one more plan above that. And it, as long as you're not like using it like crazy, it still works. Of course, there's an image generation built in this model. Not my thing, but it is here. Sora 2 is also here. I'm not sure how much access they're giving on the free plan or on even the first tier paid plan, but you will be able to download the app and then log in if you already have a ChatGPT account. One of the things that they just dropped that AI did not mention was Pulse. Pulse was actually another system not too long ago because I guess it was used. People liked it so much they decided to make it its own thing. And all this is about is technically telling ChatGPT to do something every single day. So for me, this kind of applies to things like checking the price of Bitcoin or the movement of certain tokens, especially if they haven't launched yet. So let me just kind of try to pull that real quick here. It should pop up because it does it every day. You can also, you don't even need to go through posts to do this. You can literally just tell the chat, hey, I need you to do this search every day at 12 o'clock and then give me the information. And it will go and do that search for you or whatever it is that you're telling it. So you can tell it like, I need the temperature outside. I need the current price of Bitcoin. I need you to check this YouTube channel every day to see if they've uploaded new content. I need you to go to this website and give me the latest blog from that website. So you could do all of those as one command. And then deliver that to me at 8 o'clock a.m. every single morning. And that's what Pulse is, right? And I find that to be kind of useful, especially when I'm watching something in real time. Like there was a token launching, nobody really knew what was going on around it. So I didn't want to be trying to track this token down every day. So I put a pulse on it. And then every day it's like, okay, they just created a wallet or they just published this on their site. And then when something big was happening or about to happen, I already knew about it because I'm getting the pulse. So there's a ton of use cases for something like that. But as long as it's on the web, like I said, YouTube or whatever, and it can check it, it will bring you back that data every day. So they added that in. I found that to be very useful. Other platforms are not using that yet. Like Claude doesn't have a pulse. It does have a pulse. It has some kind of scheduled thing, but that's what I said. Some of them have things that others don't. I think ChatGPT for sure has the best in class real-time audio out of all of the platforms in AI. So if that becomes very important, then there it is. Again, we're going over this very superficially because, again, I know that tomorrow is going to be more about getting inside these platforms and collaborating with documentations and all this kind of stuff. So there's no reason for me to lay these layers on real thick. However, we also have the Google AI Studio, right? So this is the challenger in this corner, another challenger, and this is Google. And so when you sign up for Gemini, you kind of get their whole suite, but their suite is like all over the place. Like, meaning that if you want to actually use Notebook LM, you go to Notebook LM, google.com. But when you log in, it recognizes that you're whatever user class. And I'm a pro user at Gemini too. I haven't used Gemini in a while. So I'm still, I'm just like, this is a cheaper plan. I think it's like $29. So I'm still like, I'm still supporting for the value that I got in when y'all helped me do what is one of the big things that I've done in Gemini. I'm going to show because Gemini is like ChatGPT has the ability to create apps and things like that, but it's a little messy because it wasn't really like trying to come out like that in the beginning versus right away, Google or Gemini, they started really kind of going at that first. Like, hey, we got these because they were the first ones to kind of have this long context window. So they were like, hey, you can build apps over here. And so that made everything better because, of course, in code, you have a large amount of text that needs to go in. And so like in this AI studio, you see they give you access to Nano Banana, animate videos with VO. So they have like all these apps and you can also build apps inside of here. And so it is very powerful and very comprehensive. its responses, again, if you're trying to get that originality out of the response, this is not the spot. Neither is ChatGPT. That's more of like a Claude kind of Anthropic thing where you see like it's a little bit more jazzier with the responses, right? But you don't always need that when you're putting in something for research or just trying to get answers to questions or check code, because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as jazzy code, right? And so in this way, the Google AI Studio with Gemini, it's a it's an honorable mention, and it's a force to be. It's more than an honorable mention. It's a force to be reckoned with. I wanted to show this real quick here. It did take me a while to do this because it just does. Like, you just got to be ready to spend the time, and you do need to know some things about what you're doing. But when I deployed, so I have a license to an application called Cymatic Software that I purchased years ago from a guy who built the code for one of the richest men in America who wanted to visualize sound. Okay. So it turned out that, I'm not even sure what sequence of events. I think it was through the website, which was tonoscope.com, which I own now because these devices are called tonoscopes, that I figured out that the guy was actually selling the software. He didn't give me the source code, but he sold me the software. And for a while, we even offered this software on Secret Energy website, and it was the only software in the world that did this. Let me kind of Cymatic software, because I'm sure there'll be some stuff because people were using it and they were like making stuff out of it. It's right here in the box, right? You see that's that Secret Energy store. But all these images that are on Pinterest, some are on Facebook, all this stuff was generated through this application that I had purchased from this guy. But the problem is that since I didn't have the source code and neither did he anymore, when it expired inside of the Windows, because it was like built for like the old Windows framework, when that expired, we had to pull the app because, there was no source code to upgrade it. So one of my first projects with, testing out the strength of Gemini was to recreate the Cymatic software from scratch. Okay. And I actually succeeded in doing it. And again, I'm not going to make it like it was just like one shot prompt, but since I knew about the other software and how the other software was created, I knew kind of some of the framework. But with that, I was able to actually recreate the software and recreate the interface. So here we are, we're looking at the Cymatic software. I'm not going to turn the audio on because you're just going to hear frequencies and tones. And what this software is designed to do is to actually use cymatics to visually represent the movement of sand across a plate, right? And so it has all the mathematical computations inside of it, and it allows a person to export it, and you can use them as vector files and actually create like jewelry and whatever. Some people use these, they just use the pictures because the pictures are the sounds themselves. But this was something that I did in Gemini. Okay. And again, like, I was pushing it to its limits. I did this like, when is the timestamp on this? This is 3 months ago. Okay. So I think we were still on the previous Gemini, not 2.5, like 2.1. I pushed 2.5 all the way to its limit. And while we wrestled, I came out with this. And the thing is that I was able to finalize this as an application that installs on Mac OS and PC. So it did the bundling, it did the licensing and that kind of thing for me, which is an extremely complex part. And I ended up like where now I can literally go to my search bar and then type Cymatic, and Cymatic Studio Pro is there. And that's my software inside of, and I know you can't really see that. Let me kind of move that over here right now. Well, anyway, you get the point. So I'm opening up the Finder here and my software is there, Cymatic Studio Pro. So that's a big game changer, like to be able to see your software on a Mac and it runs, and on a PC. And so, of course, now everybody has the software and it opens up on their Mac and their PC. And I've been able to continue Cymatic Studio, which was pretty much dead because we didn't have the source code to the original design. Okay. So that's what I mean by your daily drivers are like, if you get into certain aspects of things, then the model is going to be able to take you further versus I would never try to build Cymatic Studio in ChatGPT, even though they're always like, yeah, we build apps. They do, but not to this kind of level of complexity and it's a dead end. Like they'll start making bad code and it gets really messy. It doesn't have a canvas. Gemini has like all of that built in, right? So just know that, it is strong enough to actually build software. And then some of the other caveats, and again, not to exhaust this at all, because this is something that is going to be got into a lot heavier. But the notebook LM is obviously one of the biggest things that dropped that many people are excited about. And this is just to be able to load files in. And I actually had a few files that I was going to bring in, right? So you can load files in. This could be PDFs. We'll load in the secret world of letters, and we'll load in the Terra papers, and we'll load in one language, one tongue. Okay. And let me kind of shrink the windows because you are going to need to see this. And what I've just basically done is created my own little rag here. The term always cracks me up. So I've created my own little rag here, and I'm now using this data, it's still loading in, as the source data to all the questions that I'm going to ask. And so if I say, give me 5 rare things that are in this context, right? And let it go and do its thing, it's going to go through all of this documentation, and then it's going to pull what it feels like is some rare things, right? And then I will be able to do other stuff like create a mind map with it, create a podcast with it, or excuse me, that's for the audio preview. I could create like a podcast where 2 people begin to talk about this, okay? I can even prompt that podcast. Again, I'm not going to exhaust this, but I can prompt the podcast to get them to do more things. I can create a mind map out of it, flashcards. I can make quizzes out of it. So this is like the ultimate learning tool. So let's read some of this. It says, there's a direct linguistic link between the Sumerian and pro-Columbian and pre-Columbian America. You didn't say, right? So this is the connection that is known between pre-Columbian languages and Sumerian, and there is a connection there. A significant linguistic connection exists between the Sumerian word sun god Malg and the Peruvian word for the sun and the sun god Malku, which is unusual because Sumerian ceased to be spoken language about 5,000 years ago. This connection is considered a mysterious link pointing to a time when human families lived in proximity to one another. And of course, that comes from the secret world of letters, right? Which is still an obscure book, but in many ways, you can go through what you're learning. You can kind of siphon off like the top. Like I will even say things like, give me the top 10 things that are not normally in other publications. This is that kind of prompting that's not normally in publications that you find inside of this documentation. Just like even me just using the word rare, rather than saying, give me some of the things that are inside of this documentation, or context, makes it already like remove a lot of the stuff that, that just would be like fluff and gets me down into the nitty gritty. So if I'm an instructor even, and I want to know specific things about stuff, I'm able to extract that and even get it into some type of course or lesson, or get my quizzes done, or get my manuals done. And I'm doing all this with a prompt, right? Because even what I'm telling you right now, like, hey, get your manual done, is simply saying, create a manual from these 3 sources for my course about these major topics, right? So I'm being a little bit vague, but let's say you was just winging it anyway because you had this course that was done and you had no time to research. It's going to spin up that course or that manual here, right, as a course guide. And so it doesn't take like knowing some super long prompt to now get this to do what you needed to do. It just takes common language, right? And then now here we go. It's pumping out it's pumping out this manual, the biblical Western tradition, Eastern tradition, ancient Indian tradition, vestiges and vocabulary, the nature of speech and linguistic inquiries, the hidden history of the Eridu or Earth and the galactic man, the creation of man and the Adamus. You see what I mean? The esoteric design of the alphabet. I know some of y'all want to read these books, right? So it's like, it's going to go in and it's going to create that course guide. And how long, I may not use all this, but I may take a chunk of this, but that was only like less than a minute. versus, man, you got to go in, right? Like, so you're going to read through the whole documentation first. You're going to take notes about things, and then you're going to try to get it all into something that's manageable. And then you're going to start the process of actually creating the course. This has kind of done all that siphoning for you, and then kind of laid everything out in front of you for you to choose what parts you really want to focus on, right? So this is standard LLM stuff, right? However, what does take it to another level is, let's see what it's going to do with this mind map. That would be pretty interesting. And then, as I said, like most of the time when you're doing a heavy level course, you're going to need that quiz. It's just a good way to see how much was retained, but they're kind of, a little tough to create, or, I won't say tough, but it's more time, right? So just getting that quiz and everything ready is dope. And so let's see what it's created here. It's got linguistic Atlantis, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of created us a little timeline of, or not timeline, but, oh yeah, it's branching out nice, right? Well, I used to use this so much. It was really like fun to play around with it. And then I just started thinking more of like, hey, if this could be visualized, this could become like a real teaching tool that takes it beyond just even these this data, which is still great, right? Especially like a teacher or something like this. This is all night's worth of work, but I'm going to break down the global linguistic unity and hidden history, right? Like this is the term paper. You see what I mean? So in this way, actually, let me squeeze my window in just a little bit. In this way, I'm literally getting all of my materials that I'm gonna need to present this professionally. And I've done that really within seconds, right? Versus how long this would normally take me as an instructor. So in every single form of things that involve text, AI can definitely be a big lift. Anything that you're doing, you're now doing 10, even 50 times better than what you're doing before. And people are none the wiser. They just think you now are really committed to the job at this stage. And that's another thing. A lot of people for sure have been using AI in the job, but none of that cost savings has passed to the customer yet. Within the next few years, that cost saving is going to extend to the customer, meaning that, so when we're still in development, and I work with development teams, they're still wanting me to pay the same amount that I pay them per hour, even if they are using AI now. So they haven't extended that cost savings over to me. Soon, like our development firm, we're AI first. So we can move faster and more efficiently than another AI team. You see what I mean? And then we're going to, of course, give a little cost break to the user because we know that this is going to take us less time to spin up the MVP. But then it's going to be pretty soon where everybody is going to have to do that. They're going to have to extend the cost savings over for what they're saving by using AI, right? So it's going to be a pretty interesting field to navigate over the next few years, but you're going to always get those overachievers standing out really clearly because they're going to already be using these tools. And as the tools grow, they're going to keep bringing in more stuff themselves. Like, okay, here's now a flow chart. Like one of the things that I did, and this was actually done on an older AI, and I would love to come back around and do this again. I'm super busy right now, but many know about Whitney Webb. Let me see if I can find it. This should be in my projects folder. See here. Yeah, I have one folder called projects, and it's the best thing to have because, boy, you should have all your projects and folders by themselves. But I had the AI help me put together all of the dots and with the images of everybody that Whitney talked about in her open source book, or her book that she gave away. It's like 700 pages each book. And it's on everything that's happening right now and who's involved, right? And it starts off from scratch. And I wanted to kind of visualize all of the connections, right? And so this was something that I used. I think I did a little course on it for a moment, but it was just for that one. Well, we do courses every weekend. So this is what I did for one of those. And I was like, just to visualize, because the book is very thick, it's very dense. There's a lot of information there. And I took the whole thing and took it to AI and was like, yo, first create like a flow chart of everybody that is in the book and how they connect to each other, including the organizations. And then we got that done. And then I was like, now let's search the internet for pictures of everything that we've talked about, including the people. And then we got that done. And then I was like, all right, now let's add all those images into the boxes of what they correspond to. This wasn't a one shot. It did take a couple times, mainly because the graph was like all over the place. It was like stuff was overlapping. That was like how AI was, it probably still does it today, but I had to keep saying, hey, you Lucky Luciano's overlapping with Manuel Noriega. You need to spread them out a little bit more. And then, eventually we got to a perfect build or a graph, and here it is. And when we start thinking about the connections of what's happening now today, especially with people who we don't really want to name inside of our bill right now, you could really able to visualize everybody they connected to, from the mob to the banking system to the different countries to the nonprofit organizations, because all of her data is really accurate. Like, she's the queen of receipts. I always laugh and say, who needs AI when you got Whitney Webb? But to again see her work visualized is another powerful tool. So you could even do this same thing. It's like, let's see what you have. If you have something very dense like this, let's see it visualized. Like, I see a world very close in the future to where this kind of thing is already done for you really fast. Like, it immediately starts to give you the pictures, give you the images, even show you some animations about what's going on. Okay. So this is what we're saying, that any of the daily drivers can do something like that. That was done in Gemini also. As you can see, I used to rock with Gemini really hard. And so we went with Gemini on that. We did Notebook LM. We saw a little bit about AI Studio. Nano Banana is, of course, in there. That is a way to command images and change images with text. And then we have a little honorable mention here we've talked about enough today, and that was, of course, Sybil AI. But I did want to mention it just in the scope of a daily driver, because many people are looking for things to push to their spiritual community, right? Or they're looking for something that, like, we have holistic practitioners inside of the platform that use the platform. They have multiple profiles inside of the platform because it allows you to do that in Metametrics. And then they line up all their clients inside of Metametrics. And then they run the report of Metametrics, which is exhaustive on all the person's traits. It'll give the personal characters, the relationship and compatibility, the self-improvement, and the optimal health and wellness. And this is, of course, coming from that 1,000-year-old system, right? And then it's going to then go deeper. It's going to give the person their colors, their herbs, their territory, their anatomy, the minerals, the metals. All these things empower that specific person, that particular archetype, their direction, the trees, the dosha, the crystal, the chakra, the frequency, even the incense. All those things charge the person's chakra. You see what I mean? And so what practitioners do with this platform is they get all this information and then they use it with their clients, right? So they'll come in, they'll deliver the report to them, they'll go over certain parts of it. Sometimes they don't mention Sybil at all, but they have all that knowledge and information. And of course, the client finds it very fulfilling. Also, dream interpretation and that kind of thing. There's an image generator, of course, it's Dream V2, top image generation, etc. So all that is done in the same platform. So let's say, for instance, for a daily driver of someone who is working with metaphysics, this will probably be a better fit than something like the Geminis, who still don't understand really that Jesus didn't exist as the character that it is, versus, Sybil will explain the differentiations between the cults and exactly what differentiates one from the other in the tradition that we're dealing with today, because it's trained on that data. So because it's a specific model for spirituality, it is going to do that. And it's the only one in its class. See what I mean? And so we can always catch our own lane. Just as Red was saying, we do things a little bit differently than everybody else does. I have a primary emphasis on spirituality, metaphysics, occultism, etc. And so a lot of the things that I build, almost all of them, always have that underlining component, because to me, I feel like that is really the driver to reality. We're a spiritual people. So if we see the reality through a spiritual lens, we shouldn't all of a sudden be confused about what we see unless somehow our knowledge has been backdated. So we connect everything that everybody is seeing now into what's actually happening. Let's keep moving through this. We still want to leave some time open for Q&A, but we are hitting that mark of almost 6 hours. What are we at? 3 o'clock? Let me see. 9, 12, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. So we got about an hour and 15 minutes, but wow, it's crazy that we've been here even almost for 6 hours. Let me just log in really quick here to another one of my systems. And this one is powerful from the level, like, again, there is a lot of open source stuff out here. And even GenSpark is like Manus's #1 competitor, if you may. And in many ways, this is not the right account. So let me try to log into the other account. In many ways, there, as it is with the competition, there are things that some platforms do better than others. But I always kind of settle on like the one that I feel like is doing the most things, right? For kind of how I'm rocking with things. So let me just kind of log in real quick here. Excuse me. There we go. Okay. So here's my Manus. Okay. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of idea of kind of what I do with Manus. So Manus is like having an unlimited token limit. Okay. If you can pay for it, it'll give you the tokens. That's kind of how it works here. So instead of having that token context window, this is more of like, yo, we could keep going with this all day as long as you can pay for it. Right. And so that's kind of like a different approach, because an agent will run and it will do these long form tasks that take literally 15, 20 minutes to do. Let's talk about some of those tasks. Now, first of all, Manus, they went to 1.5. We had to come back in here. What's good, Manus? I haven't been anywhere in like at least a month and a half, because focusing on this course and making sure we're delivering the highest value. But inside of Manus, there's a couple things inside the suite that are very noticeable. One, you literally can turn on the agent here. GenSpark also works like that. What is an agent? It's just simply multiple models that do different things that can work in conjunction with each other. This means that stuff becomes a lot more accurate, because you have a model that codes, you have a model that just works with audio, you got a model that just, you see what I mean? So you got these specific models, and then they do it in tangent with each other, and then they produce the results. So if they can't get it done, they'll pass it off to you. Or pass it off to the next model. Hopefully they don't pass it off to you if they can't get it done. AI will always get it done, even if it's hallucinating. But the reality to this is that you also get an opportunity to control a computer. Okay. So if I say something like, let's check the top YouTube videos. Okay, YouTube videos on occultism in the last month. Now, let's not do that, because that's going to be lots of evil stuff. I don't know where they got the idea that occultism was only wickedness, but it is for sure like a part of the thing. So we'll just say metaphysics, right? So let's check the top YouTube videos on metaphysics in the last month on YouTube, right? And I'm just showing this for a specific reason, because when Manus gets to working, Manus creates a computer that you can then jump into. You see what I mean? Like, you see how right now Manus is opening up its own window. Let me kind of take myself off the screen here so you can see the whole thing. And what is Manus doing? It's searching it's searching the internet like you would search the internet. Now, there's a lot of new things out here right now like this, browsers. It may not even allow Manus in, because YouTube is really like trying to prevent agents from getting into YouTube. Manus will oftentimes try to figure out a way in, and will find a way in. But you're seeing what's happening here. It's going to YouTube by itself. It looks at the page, which is doing with character recognition, and then it's clicking through, and it's going through the filters, and it's going to sort through the time. And at any point, I can jump in here and I can take over Manus. Which is like a crazy possibility, because like I know so many cats that would love to have just a computer inside of a computer that they could do anything they wanted to do with, and then throw the computer away. But that's literally what Manus is that it's a computer inside of a computer that searches the web and everything. Again, this is not the only system, but it is one of the best. I use it personally. I don't use the other ones, because this one does everything that I need it to do. And I have this thing doing stuff beyond just searching for occult videos on YouTube. I have it like, let's say you got a 501c3 and you're hunting for more grants. You could send this thing into a grant site and have it go through the site and actually put in all your information, apply for grants, or at least find donors that are within the criteria of your grant, right? And it will do all of that. And even if you're like in a grant site where you have that data, you can stop Manus, take control. I love that. You could take control and then basically log into that site, right? Here, we're in YouTube, right? I got my own computer over here. So I can go and log into that nonprofit site, and then go let Manus exit the takeover, tell it, all right, I logged in for you. Now I need you to search over all of the listings inside of the chat. or inside of this nonprofit website and find the ones that are for me, and then save and continue, and it will keep going in that process. This is extremely powerful for this reason. Because again, a lot of the long format things that we're normally used to doing that take a lot of time to do, we can do here. Also, when it comes to just handling large amounts of data, I'm going to kind of close this here, just because I do, of course, have some of my personal stuff in there. But let's say, for instance, if I have this folder and it's full of books, okay, and I'm saying, Manus, I need you to label all of these books their proper title, because maybe I downloaded them and then they all had like those weird titles and I just needed all the titles to be clean. Manus will go into that folder. I drop that folder in, zip it, drop it in. Manus will go unpack that folder, organize everything, name it properly, zip it back up, and then pass it back to me. And the reason why I said that Manus becomes one of the most powerful agents is because it doesn't have a token limit. So in that way, well, let me stop it from running over here spending money. Y'all still spending money. Stop. But in the end of the day, it will complete its task completely and then come back, versus a lot of times you won't be able to send you won't be able to send ChatGPT on this mission. It will actually get blocked by YouTube and then come back and say, well, ChatGPT has so many excuses for why it can't do things. That Manus, which is also in China, will just be like, hey, I got this for you. So moving right along, we have GenSpark also. Because I don't use this, and also Red is a master at this, I'm going to leave this for him. But this is also one of the more preferred platforms. It was actually out before Manus, I believe, but it came out really almost like open source in a way where anybody could really use it for free. And then they started having their paid tier. And of course, if you have something that came out for free and then now you're charging for it, you've definitely had to upgrade it in a major way. And so they did. That's why Red said, hey, I even paid him because we give thanks. And so in this platform, it's virtually the same type of thing as Manus, but I'm not as I'm not as learned on GenSpark because I use Manus, right? So that's just a preference. Okay. So those are your like out of the box agents. Agents can mean many more things. Like there's obviously agents that put entire workflows together. That's kind of bringing me a little bit outside of the scope of what I feel like is a good 101, 102, 103. Kind of went past the ones today, but that will be something that I'm absolutely sure will be dived into. But as you're seeing it, these agents are available and you're seeing kind of what they're capable of doing and what makes them a bit different than your chats, right? Like ChatGPT, Gemini, et cetera, even though they're bringing in their agents too, because everybody wants to create the one, they call it what is it called? Oh my goodness, how could I forget this? Is it called the all-in-one app? I think that's what we call it. All-in-one app. Like WeChat is an all-in-one app. It's in China. You can do everything through it, from banking to social media to ordering food to all that. Everybody's shooting to become that all-in-one app, OpenAI especially, and then bringing in, of course, these generative systems that allow you to basically have all this power and ability. I also wanted to mention, these are coming some of the honorable mentions. This presentation, as you can see today, would have been a bit difficult to line all up in something like Microsoft's old PowerPoint. I'm sure anybody who works a job can say that, and may have been throughout the conversation because they got stuff that they need to do, like what is he using to do this? And this is Gamma. Gamma is, for me, the number one. It creates websites, but that's not its real emphasis. Its real emphasis is on the slides. And the slides can also become websites, right? But just as it is, Gamma is the spot for creating these really dope slides and things, because it allows you to be able to go in and to edit stuff. And it's very intuitive, very aesthetically pleasing. You start off by, if you want, I do all mine from scratch because I have my data already, so I don't need it to create the data. That actually ends up making it a little bit tougher for me. But if you had a manual that you needed to be created and you had all the information to that manual, you would just be able to drop that in, create a new one with the AI, paste in the text as it says here, and then be able to drop that text here and then have it either create a presentation, a web page, a document, or something for social media. I use predominantly the presentation. It'll kind of like keep going back and forth as far as asking you to look at it to determine is it good enough? Do I need to add anything? And then it will start pumping out those slides like this. And then you can then edit those slides. right? And then the editing process is really fast. Like it's one of those things that almost like learned muscle memory. Let me see if I can get back to the live one again. Starting to get a million tabs open here. You know, we've reached that saturation point, so bear with me. Okay, so I'm over here. Let me see, I'm in likeness. I'm actually in the mode to display everything. So we're going to leave there. We're going to start another slide, let's say, for instance. And even when I hit /, you see, like if I wanted to do or add an image or a URL or a web page or an app, like if I go here and then I type HTTPS Sybils.ai, right? And I hit go. So it's going to bring all that in for me, create a nice little card for me. And I did all that from the /, right? So I go to my next line. Again, for my slide people out there that have to do presentations, get stuff ready for the job, the quarterly, etc. This is like a real heaven send because now, you know, think about just how tough it is to create. I'm trying to get out of here. Okay, I guess it just wants to stick with that. So again, it's tough to create, you know, a nice presentation. They got a present mode. I didn't need to use any notes today because I'm so detailed on what I need to do. But it has a note thing. Like if I literally said, boom, presenter view, you see how every slide would have had a note to it. You see what I mean? It wasn't here because I didn't need the notes, but this would have been something for me to go by. I thought that was like also another big game changer because these things even be missing that. And it's like, if I'm presenting this, of course I have notes. I can't remember everything. This lets you have this over here. It even allows you to play the timer, right? So you know how long you've been speaking and all that, right? And then as you're going from slide to slide, I think the first slide had it because it was taken from one of the old courses. You see the first slide here. You kind of see there's some stuff in here. So like, see the first slide, the vibe is happy and fun, not technical, right? Like give yourself a round of applause. You made it past the haters. You see, so I at least will have those notes somewhere else off screen. But if I'm doing a maxi presentation, I definitely I use Evernote generally, but I got that in line on another screen while I'm doing my presentations. And then every time I switch a slide, this technically would be changing. You see what I mean? Let's see, I think there was one more slide from the other presentation, that one, right? So you see that my notes are in there, and that's indispensable for when you're going into something big, and all that is in the same platform, right? Because generally you could get this done in other spaces, but you'll be like connecting other things and all that. So this is AI for presentations, Gamma. There is no better. There used to be another one called TOME, TOME, and they went out of business, not because they didn't have the money, but because it never caught on. I always thought that it was the name, but they got $14 million in the first round of funding and built Tome or whatever it was called. And it was actually a little better, especially at building slides, than Gamma, but it's out of business now, right? And so, yeah, this is now 100% the best. I know that was great for Gamma because they was like, now we don't have any more competition, and they built more, and it's actually really good. Like once I realized that Tome had went out of business because I've used it before and I couldn't use it for this, I dove into Gamma, which I've used for different things in the past, and I saw that, yeah, they really upgraded the platform really nice and it works really well. Okay, some of the honorable mentions here, you know, again, I did kind of bang on Higgsfield and bang on plastic creation platforms, but you know, I will give respect where respect's due. Also, this leaves time open for others that are going to come and present things. I know even Spin is going to be in, so I don't deal with Higgsfield. Like it's just so generic for me. It's cringy to me, right? But many have created things in here and they like it. Like to me, this is like where the AI slop is coming from is here. If we can nuke this, then we can stop it. This is ridiculous. Even some of the stuff that they have in here with the Halloween. But again, that's me. That's just my preference, right? I don't like to see demons and all types of weird negative shit. And already we're just barely trying to make it in the reality right now with the controllers acting wild. Why do I want to put more flux on myself? But anyway, they get into that. It's cringy to me, but there are some things in here because I do have pretty much profiles everywhere. Let me see. Where's my profile over here? It ain't here. This is 0 credits used. Oh, yeah, because I haven't been over here for a while, but I'm holding something over here. This is what okay, so somebody may say, so what do you mean by the models? You see this? You would never catch me sharing something like this. And even when I try to force like everything I can crank out of this platform, this is the best that I can really get. And sometimes, maybe that's good enough. But when I'm talking about textures, like some of the stuff that I create, the robe has textures in it, right? So this is why I don't really rock with Higgsfield. But again, one of the things that Higgsfield has, and it is just these presets. And I try to get out of here to demon land, but it's just like where they have stuff that's already kind of like preset and ready to go to cause certain effects. For me, none of this was useful, but and again, when somebody sees this kind of stuff right away, they're like, "Oh man, that's AI." And they even know, that's Higgsfield. And I'm really more working or funning more towards somebody not recognizing what I'm using, or really recognizing also that I'm generating stuff that's really above the rest. However, there are certain transitions in here, and that's why it's an honorable mention. Like you see, this Earth zooms out. That if you produce music videos or something like this could easily be a scene, and it could be used, and you can move on from that scene and just have that as a part of the video. But of course, what I'm saying is if you try to do your whole joint in Higgsfield, you're definitely going to get some pushback from somebody saying, hey, that looks a little false, flat, fake, plasticky. Okay. Also, another honorable mention is Runway ML. Runway ML is like really, I'm not sure how deep they are in with Hollywood, but I know like they are like courting Hollywood a lot. And they were in so early. Unfortunately, they trained on one of those really bad models, but they have things inside of the platform that are not really present in other platforms. Like they have a way for you to drive with a video, a character. It only can do it like waist high, but that is pretty awesome. Again, these are honorable mentions. So I'm not like even saying, yo, go get a Runway subscription, because at the end of the day, like I said, if somebody is looking at the footage and they're automatically like, yo, that's AI, and they're not even like appreciating it right away, I feel like you've already lost the potential of what can be done with this. And you're just kind of creating stuff, right? Not stuff that's really serious for you to take somewhere and do something with. So as I said, like when you're looking at these videos versus even the videos that we're creating and the texture of those videos, like, and also these are handpicked, meaning that if this is the handpicked stuff, imagine what you generally get. Like, see the clay face? Imagine what you generally get when you crank out stuff. And this equals like you're like really into 50, 60, 70 images. Even if it's free to crank the images, it's still all your time wasted and you still didn't get completely to what you want. But again, this is a platform that I still would say, hey, once the qualities of everybody's model meets the level of Dream, meets the level of Midjourney, etc., because they already have this other stuff too, like driving the character with your mouth, this could be you like the next, it could be very useful in the stack. Because at the end of the day, what you're also doing is you're creating what we call the stack. And the stack is, hey, these are the tools that I need to use to get my stuff created. You see what I mean? Let's dip into open source a little bit, because this wouldn't be a complete journey from my side if I didn't mention open source, because it definitely exists and it is also very powerful. And so what's going on with open source? So open source is basically where you can get a model that can perform to the level of a Chat GPT, especially some of the earlier models, and you can use that model for free. Some of them are actually quite lightweight, and so they can even be run on a standard computer, we'll say it that way. But those large language models, like I was showing you earlier with the 400 billion parameters, right? That's not going to run on your MacBook or your regular laptop. That's going to need power to process. And so that's where the GPU comes in. For me, I have two 4090s here at the house. They're kind of like this thing where like I bought a pick and place machine, which is the machine that puts chips on a board. And I've never used it for that, because I kind of made an investment in something and didn't really analyze completely what I would need it for. Less with the GPU, but with the pick and place, definitely, because you generally just ship the schematics out and have somebody create the one-off chip. And you're not going to spend, in this case, that pick and place machine was about $8,000. It's like one of those big L's that I still wear today. It's back there in the corner behind this wall, right? So at the end of the day, sometimes you need to calculate how much it is that you're spending anyway versus how much something costs, and then determine if, it's worth buying, right? So in this case, I'm still running 4090s. The 5090 is out. It's only $500 more. Some are still actually sticking with the 4090s because they work better on certain things. However, expect to spend, and this is just a GPU, you still got to get the rest of the computer. So remember, this will be adding $2,000 onto the shell, the hard drive, the chips or the memory chips, and the monitor, right? So when you're done with a rig, as we call it, you're probably going to be stepping into more of the $4,000 range. Like you can get it down a little bit lower, but this is not something really to go cheapo on, because a cheaper means that you have less RAM and less memory. And it's RAM and memory that you're really using to make the processing happen. I'm just kind of checking and making sure we still connected. I could be over here talking and Rich could be over here calling me like, yo, we disconnected a long time ago, but it looks like, we're still connected. And so the GPU is the major part of open source in my world, because to run things like Comfy UI, to run things like video generation models at home, to run things even like Topaz, video upscaler at home, you're going to need the processing power to do that. So that's the first thing, is like, okay, how much is that going to cost me? I'm about to spend $4,000, $5,000. I'm going to have my own rig. Now, the next thing is then going to happen, which happened to me. And it is that if you can imagine, again, if some platforms are charging for this stuff, the open source stuff, they got to be at least better than the open source to a certain level. And so Comfy UI, many may have seen it before. It's like a node-based system where you connect nodes, as you're seeing here. And you can do things like generate images. You can do things like swap, like maybe styles over to certain things. But remember, everything that runs inside of this ecosystem is generally open source. So what that creates is, as we're seeing the rollout here, is it creates a lot of AI looking content. And again, for me, I'd rather pay a little bit of money to get that high quality content that I have right now than just be like, yo, I only want to use the open source because I want to save, right? So I don't think open source is like the real, like to save is not really the real reason all the time. It's really more to like have complete control over whatever it is that you're generating and doing. Again, don't always expect to hit those high quality levels. But also maybe the node-based system is one that is used in a lot of different softwares. Even like some of the Hollywood softwares are node-based systems. So you can kind of like teach yourself how to use nodes. Also, I would be criminal for not mentioning that you can rent GPUs, right? GPU time. Replicate is probably like the biggest platform. Also Hugging Face. Let's just kind of type this in, replicate GPU. Okay, so a A100 is I wish I had one of those. I don't know what I would do with it. It just covered it like, yo, I got an A100 sitting here, but that's obviously a bigger processor. And so as you're seeing here, replicate will sell you processors at a price per second. Okay, so then so this is like having a computer with the GPU and everything in it. It's just remote. This is also how, like, is it PlayStation that's doing it? No, it's NVIDIA that's doing it in conjunction with Steam. So they're letting you play high quality games online now without having a GPU, because what they're doing is they're renting out the GPU time to you, and then they let you pay the high quality games. And the only thing that's really now needed is that you have a decent high speed connection so that the screen can stream to you in real time. But the processing power and everything is being hosted by NVIDIA and Stream and their collaboration, right? So I'm giving some examples here. And this is just how you basically rent. This is like 4 cents. They're now renting this out based on the kind of model you're trying to run. But they also rent this out based on the hardware, as you're seeing here. So you can grab let's look through this. You can grab a H100, which is, H100, A100. These are powerful. They're more powerful than even that little 4090, right? And then you can have this for $5 an hour, okay? So that's another computation to do in your mind. Like, how many $5 an hour do you get until we reach this? And how many hours are we trying to spend? And what are you trying to do? See what I mean? So you do need to sit in for a moment. If you want to work with open source, determine what you want to do in open source, and then decide if it's even worth you doing it that way, or is it better just to grab a subscription inside of a platform that is going to continue to upgrade the models, et cetera. And then, you're getting what you want. And also remember, using Comfy UI, we used to call this thing spaghetti because the nodes are all over the place. And it immediately gives you that feeling like, let me just show real quick. I wouldn't even call it spaghetti because I think some may even just know it as that. Yes. This is a perfect example. I guess this is a little bit overkill. It doesn't get that messy. And of course, they also had now some new things that kind of reduce this process. But, depending on the workflow, it could come to this. A lot of stuff is already designed, so you can literally just kind of load the nodes. But remember, this does take some, you're going to be going to ChatGPT and being like, yo, I need to load in this model. It keeps telling me this about Python. Where's my version of Python at? Oh, you need to hit this command. So I went through all of that. I built this Comfy UI workflow and had the image swap and everything, changed my face and making these cartoons and all that, but they were all subpar. I was having a great time. And again, I felt like, I could do this at my house. But in the end of the day, when I'm creating, I use platforms to create my images because I'm going to be able to use that to do what I ultimately want to do with that. So again, some may choose to do the Comfy UI method, but prepare yourself, as with anything generally in open source, to actually now get your feet wet in understanding how the code works, how to open up your terminal on your laptop and all that kind of stuff, right? Again, that's a bit out of the scope today of what we're building on, but it is still into understanding open source. We have the WOW models, right? These are honorable mentions in open source because there is a video creating model. It does run on a 4090. It would love a H100. It actually runs on even slower processors. It just takes a lot more longer. Maybe you experience some crashes. But in a nutshell, China is coming. And they love the open source stuff. And this is a Chinese company. They have now one of the most powerful video generation models, and it is open source. This means that you can actually install it if you have a strong GPU. The quality is still under a Kling, is still under a Dream, it is still under even a Midjourney. So prepare yourself for that. However, it is free if you want to run the model. You can also use their API, connect it in, and it works too. Again, this looks great, but it's handpicked. How long do I need before I actually get to this quality? And what can I do with this? Like this, for instance, right away when somebody sees it, that's AI. What can I really do with this? So always asking yourself that question. If your goal is to monetize, however, if this is therapeutic, these kind of tools you can run from the house. I also attached a tutorial here where a brother is just going in on how to use this Wine 2.0 model and how to get it connected into your computer. This is the Comfy UI node-based system that I was talking about earlier. Let me just kind of push this out into theater mode. So this is that node-based system that I was talking about earlier. You see how you're connecting these nodes and to the transformers, and each of them do this. And as I said, for novice, this could end your career, meaning like this could be daunting. But for a person who likes to work with this side of things and tweak things and really understand how it works, this is another way to kind of learn what is even going on back in the back end with transformers and all that kind of stuff through imagery and art and video, etc. Okay. So there's a tutorial already linked here in the document to actually learn how to spin up the 2.1, 2.2 model. We have the best multimodal model, Minimax M2. So just like when I was showing you, actually, let's not open it here. Let's open it here. Just like when I was showing you GenSpark, I was showing you also Manus, okay? This is similar to GenSpark or Manus, and it is also open source. It's a multimodal model. This means that it makes images, it makes videos, it does the agent handoff, and it does all those things, right? But it just does it at a certain quality. So if what you're doing, and you could even read through this documentation, Like maybe you're doing something at your company and you only need something specific. Like I'll just try to leave this as open as possible because there's a reason why platforms charge, and there's a reason why the open source models are still a little bit behind, but they offer something that the other models don't, which is one, that they're free, and two, they give you all the weights and things. And then I'm not sure what number I'm on, but if you really understand how to dig in under the hood, you can create some spaghetti, if you may, and get something happening that maybe some of the platforms out of the box wouldn't allow you to do. Generally, if it's something that can be done in open source, it's definitely some paid model somewhere doing it at a high quality, right? But it is for sure something that we want to talk about. You can run a multimodal model right from your house. You can even run some of these models without strong GPUs, like JITSpark, I believe, will run on like a 8 gigabytes of RAM card, which is like a 3090 or even a 2090, you know, like low end model cards that you could still buy for like $200 or $300 off of eBay, right? But again, you know, this is really one of those industries that you pay for what you get, because what you're getting is computational power. I also wanted to taper off here, since we have reached the conclusion point of today's build. Like that's the first 6 hours, and that is, of course, we're going to Q&A, but that we do app development. And if you're serious about something and you do already have a budget set out, you can hit us up at this email address here, and we'll interface with you and let you know maybe if that's something that we would like to get involved in. This was a slide that we created earlier that, you know, was just demoing out the Gamma software. And so this is not necessarily something that's a part of the presentation. So let me just take a moment, you know, because there was a lot there, right? But I can definitely say, when we went through this process, I don't know if it felt like 6 hours to you. It definitely didn't feel like 6 hours to me, especially in the beginning, you know, when we're having fun. And that's also what a large part of this is about, is now you're able to go in, you're able to have some fun, and you're even able to go to a professional level if you wish. And when you ask me, and this is somebody who's been in computers and software since I was a kid, is there anything out here like AI? I can tell you absolutely no. The last epoch was pretty much that you would buy software like Photoshop, but you would need to know how to use it, especially before you can get any value out of it. So it was a tool. This actually goes a little bit beyond that because it's generative. That's why they call them generative systems. They will generate for you right away. Like, yo, let's get an image going right now. We don't even need to meet. Here's the image right now. Here's a response right now. So that means that it's immediately able to generate value. And the value is very real. Like I showed so many things today, Sybil and all this kind of stuff that we've done. The value is very real. Like we're ranking up there in the App Store now. We got the first spiritual app out there. We beat everybody like eHarmony and all the rest of them, astrology.com. Like they're all looking at us trying to figure out, how is he doing this? You see what I mean? What is the secret sauce? And we're already on our block, so we can keep developing, keep building. And so we're looking at for sure in the future, as we continue to go on in this nucleus, we're working with AI for children, right? And getting the education higher. And so all this stuff is happening now, and it's happening because AI is here, and that we've decided that we're going to investigate this further and actually see if there's some things that it can assist us with. And lo and behold, there's many things that it can actually do. There's really no limitations. And we've covered like a big scope of it today. But when it comes to use and kind of getting your own things out of it, we've just barely scratched the surface. So this is going to keep going. You can obviously see, based on what I showed you today, that they're not going to get rid of this. It's not going to be like, oh yeah, you know, we got rid of it because we put some laws in and now nobody can use AI anymore. No, they're not going to be able to stop this, for better or for worse. And with more of us getting educated inside of it, that means it's going to be for the better. Like, again, we see a lot of the content is all horror. It's all crazy, weird stuff, throw it off, stuff like Netflix wants to show. Now we can come back in and create a real wholesome story. We can finally see that Mansa Musa movie soon. You see what I mean? We can start really seeing us depicted in a different way. You see what I mean? Like we could start really uplifting some of the beings that are here on the planet that have not been recognized. We can create more of our stories now. Like we can actually get a book done. As I said, I have a 1,000-page lexicon now done. right? Like I'm on the only thing stopping it from being posted. Like I still got to get in, do the cover. We built the website. You see what I mean? So it's a whole new interaction to learning spiritual knowledge. What can keep up with that? Because the thing is, corporations also, they take a long time to move. They're very slow. They got to look over a lot of policy. Look how long it took Adobe to get into the game. They just now coming in, they swinging hard, but they couldn't touch this last year. So a single person, maybe even a small team, can move much more faster than a large corporation on an idea that is clearly thought well through and is actually trending and people can find value in it. So I'm going to go ahead and take a quick moment, and then we're going to open up Q&A. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to be handled through the platform, but I'm sure Rich has a solution. And we have some more time still. Of course, you know, the goal was to get some Q&A in, so I guess I had to add some more time onto it. But yeah, Rich, I mean, I just want to say to everybody, Wholeness and Balanced Vibrations, you know, I'm Sevan Bomar. This is what I do. It's what he does. And I trust that today that there was at least some part of this that you found interesting, that piqued your interest, or that inspired you to go and create and to increase your intellectual property and allow your stories and things to actually start getting out here so that we can see what is inside of your consciousness and what you came here to the world to deliver. Wholeness. Right. Hopefully I didn't put anybody to sleep over there. All right. Actually, you know what? While Rich is getting everything together, I'm going to actually answer one of the questions here inside the chat that was here earlier. And it was, can I copyright my stuff? Okay. The short answer to that is yes. The slightly longer answer is this. I watched people spend so much time trying to patent and copyright stuff because there's this thing that we have. It's almost like we feel like everybody is trying to steal something from us, right? And in that way, it's like before we even put it out, it's like, yo, I need to get my copyright work done. You go see a lawyer, spend like $3,000 or $4,000, and then they'll be like, okay, that's just for the US though. You know how somebody else in China can really, unless you pay for the China package too, and that's another 15 grand, right? So you realize that a lot of this copyright and patent stuff is a scam. And what literally was let me just say this all the way through here. What literally was the process for a creator is to create faster than someone could copy your stuff. And if somebody did, it was like a form of flattery more so than it was like a copyright violation in that way. That's how you're supposed to move, because the industry moves fast. So it's like, if you copy what I do, that's only another form of flattery, because you're just going to be pushing my stuff up on the search engines, if you may, because everybody's going to know, yo, that stuff is what he did. You see what I mean? And so you're less worried about who's going to steal my idea. Now, there is something that is called copy track, which I'll put you on to. It's like this is, again, when I'm answering questions, I can show you things that wouldn't have been in the scope of today's build, because it would be like, yo, when is it going to taper off? But for those who are really concerned about their AI art, as I was, because we were generating like really images that could stand out on their own, we ran all of our images through CopyTrack. So thus, if someone does use our image and they don't have a license, CopyTrack will go after them automatically. And you see that dog? He's very vicious, meaning that they immediately start sending letters, not even cease and desist, but more like, here is the value of that piece of art. Here's what you need to pay. And they will crank it up with the legal and everything for you, because they're making money off of that. Now, generally, I don't like to sick the dog on anybody, but I'm just letting you know, for those who asked about, hey, how do I copyright my stuff? CopyTrack can enforce your art copyright. What needs to happen, though, is you cannot take something right out of the AI image generator and then expect to copyright that immediately all the time, okay? There was a lot of court battles. It kind of went back and forth. What really happens is that you must alter the image in some way as a human, right? So even when we put in our image as the thumbnail, that already starts that process. Even when we're in Dream Engine and we're layering art, that starts that process. It means that it didn't just come from the AI generator right to trying to be copyrighted. It went through processes that the artist, and this is you in this case, took it through before they finalized the process. And that human interaction is what adds the ability to copyright something. Okay, so that's your question answered in relation to how copyrights are really handled. So I have another question here. It's how would an innovator use their ideas to create content that have not manifested in reality? That have not manifested in reality. It seemed to me that everything from images, words to sound have been already in the system to be used. The answer to that question is combinations, right? Combination. Like even when you blend two colors together, you get a different color. When you put different artists inside of the prompt, you get a brand new style. So in no way has everything completely been exhausted, and has there been something that isn't like the Power Glove or the basically what do we used to call these things? It's little quirks. Like one of our quirks when we were using a long time ago, I think it was V5 and Midjourney, was I can't believe how beautiful this is. Okay. That statement alone added to an image would take the image way further than all the other V5 images. Now, since then, of course, it doesn't work really well on V7, but there were these things that we found and we discovered that made stuff really stand out from everything else. And so there is that potential within this, is that this stuff is like barely scratching the surface as far as how much of it is out. And also creativity is not necessarily on an all-time high either. You could tell that by the movies that you've been seeing lately. Like they're not really spending a lot of time writing those scripts, if you didn't notice. And so when we come in, we bring in a lot of creativity, a lot of originality. And so in that way, you be thinking about something like, oh, what if I take this image, add this, and then do it like this? And that's where you get, like, even when you're doing music videos, how things will turn into like maybe Roblox or animated characters and then turn back to regular people again. All that little flair and everything is now something that you could do at a push of a button, and it really drives things much further than they would be able to go before. So hopefully that answers your question. The next question here is, here's a question. Having the ability to create images and short videos, what is the size limitation when incorporating this into various AI software programs? I'm assuming. Okay, so let's just try to go through this, because it seems like all these questions are related. What are the exact tools we can use to create videos like the promo video? And if you're talking about the video where me and Red are in there, I'm not sure when you came in, when me and Red are in there and I'm like in the plane, that was created in Dream Engine. And I'm showing you even the storyboard of creating that. Dream Engine creates images to that quality and to that likeness. The next question is having the ability to create images and short videos, what is the size limitation when incorporating it into the various AI software programs? And it's hard for me to answer that question because I'm trying to understand what size limitation you're talking about. But already, again, when the image is upscaled, it goes literally from like this to like this. And trying to feed that big image back into something is not necessarily the process. You kind of upscale at the last point. But either way, because you're generally working with image files, videos that are 5 to 10 seconds in length, max 15 seconds, all these files find themselves to be rather small anyway. Only when they're all put together do you start getting into that 500 gigabyte or 500 megabyte, 1 gigabyte range. Okay, so pretty much every single asset that you're creating throughout these platforms can be fed back into another platform and processed the same way. Some says, is Dream Engine your company, and can we import Midjourney into Dream Engine? Dream Engine is is for sure our software, right? And you can bring images from everywhere into Dream Engine, right? So the answer is yes. So also, and you can animate the image, different directions, all of that, right? Also, the next question here is, Somebody said it's awesome that you were amped the whole time, man. I appreciate it. Like I always say, man, I need to see 1,000 from you. That used to be on the top of my notes all the time. Is like, yo, I need to see 1,000. No, I know, whatever happened last night or whatever, but today I need to see 1,000, right? Here's another question. What are the best tools to use to build and develop your intelligence, your intellectual property, brand name, unstoppable domains in order to protect our faces, voices, etc. when utilizing these tools? Well, the thing is that when we're, again, back on that road of trying to protect something, even making YouTube videos, they're already cloning the voices and the content right now. And it's really strenuous to try to figure out how to turn that off even, right? So it happened already. They got the data. You see what I mean? So it's more of like leaning heavy on like, I'm a first starter. I deploy. You see what I mean? So I'm moving faster and I'm creating. I'm not thinking. You see what I mean? Like, meaning I'm not thinking like, yeah, I wonder if they take mine. I'm like, man, the world, like, look at the world. The world is, if I can make value on anything right now, I would rather get on to it and make the value, because for all I know, there won't even be a monetary system in the next 3 years. You see what I mean? Or the AI bubble will pop at some point, right? So it's more of like, obviously don't compromise yourself. You have your own moral values. But for me personally, and being in the, let's say, I don't know what you want to call it, influencer, being an influencer, right? You literally live for people to take what you're saying and apply it and use it themselves, right? So when you come into these spaces as a creator, you're always giving inspiration or giving knowledge or giving something that someone else would take in that way. So if you want to be cautious more on what you're putting out there, you can definitely do that. However, there's got to be some things that you do really feel comfortable with, like, all right, let's go with this. Like, I heard a video the other day, it was deep, but it was using my voice. I've created 11 Labs voice, and it's in the 11 Labs marketplace, right? So somebody used it because I guess they knew that I was a motivational speaker, and they were like, yo, 7 voices here? I'm going to use 7's voice. And it was going in. It was like, everything about Africa and all this kind of stuff. Now, that doesn't mean somebody ain't going to make something that's maybe I don't approve of, right? But that also leaves me a nice little window in the future where I can say, yo, that ain't me, that's AI. I don't know what y'all talking about. You see what I mean? So I always try to roll with the punches of this reality and continue to adapt. And to also see that the value of what I truly have cannot be extracted from me anyway, because I'm original. I got more. You want more ideas? You know what I mean? I'll fill you up with ideas. Now, think about this also, and you learn this through spiritual awareness and also going through journeys and really seeing what your potential is. There's actually more energy out there than you can handle. I'll say that again. There's actually more energy when you open up third eye, open up chakras and all that. It's more energy than you can handle. So contrary to the reality where it's always crabbing over everything and there's all this scarcity going on, in the other flip side of the real thing, it's actually how much of this can you really take? So I encourage beings to be more into that, because that's more real. That's more authentic. You don't really got to worry about somebody like taking the last little bit that you have if you have so much. And then also a lot of this in getting ahead, if you may, the true getting ahead means that you actually have to assist others in getting ahead. It's in the formula of everything that if whatever you put out is what you receive, right? So me and Red come in here and we deliver all this value, that value is going to come back in some way, shape, or form. And it's not always money. Money is not the only denominator. You see what I mean? So this is where you're looking to see where your abundance is also being able to be extracted from, beside, just these videos, these images, these faces, these voices. You see what I mean? Have no fear. So the next question is, where would you recommend some to start if they are absolutely no experience at ground level? I mentioned it earlier before. Start even with the Dream Engine, because it's got all the tutorials there. Start inside the Discord chat over here at 363 Empire, where there's more help than even you will get more solutions than problems inside of the Discord chat right now. So if you're working with something every step of the way, but also remember AI is a self-teaching AI is a self-teaching software. There's nothing like that, really. Meaning that you could just sit in there yourself and work from baby steps. You may even be embarrassed to hop in with others because you're like, maybe they thought I'm not paying attention, but maybe you learn a different way. But AI is able to take you through it step by step. Whatever process that you're trying to complete, you just figure out a place to start. And wherever you get stuck, you work with AI to get unstuck. It's always worked for me. Remember, I'm like really like in the last 2 years, I've deployed more things than in the last 10 years as far as the strength and the power and the magnitude of those things because of AI. And there were many times, and the cut down the time is we get to a point where it's like, what's the real problem here? Because troubleshooting is tough. But then AI, because it's seen so many scenarios, it'd be like, oh, so here's the problem. You hit dash ref. You got dash ref versus colon ref inside of the code. And that's what's causing the error because it's like, oh man, no shit. Then you change that, everything is working. Before you would have to get on the Stack Overflow, get told the wrong thing, try to hire a developer off of Upwork. So there was so much going on. Now none of that exists anymore. So this next question is, can you explain the use of tokens? Are they used in hour increments or day increments? Tokens are generally used, especially in platforms that use tokens, within every call because there's a cost of computation. That's the number one thing here is they understand, even if the platform is free, somebody is paying the power bill on that. And so thus, there is a cost to compute. So those tokens are generally, the value of them is based on how strong the computation needs to be, right? So if this big giant image, of course, that's going to be more computational power. So that's generally going to cost more tokens. That's why I was showing earlier that, hey, Repick needs to get it together because they're going to be losing a lot of money with folks upscaling to 2K at 60 frames per second because that's hard work. Of course, they got them H100s, and those big processors back there, but it ain't gonna spare that power bill, right? So that's how that token thing works. The next question here is, hey, Sevan, I'm building an e-commerce store that verifies source location and purity of authentic food and health products. How can I use AI for the content creation, ad copy, etc.? All suggestions are welcome. The first thing that I would do is I would take what I have, like if you already have imagery and you have things that are related to this brand, and train on that brand, meaning like basically create mood boards, create things that are around those assets, right? We could talk a little bit more about that inside of the chat. But if you don't have anything at all, which is where I kind of started with some of the stuff, because I had projects that were running that had never had any real branding. The product was done, but it had no branding. So I had to take a step back. Like, let's take, for instance, the monatomic gold. This is a live example. Let me see. Monoatomic gold, but nano gold. Okay. All right. So who's the new competitor today? Because they always be trying to come for me, but they just don't got the formula. Let's just type in nano gold. Okay, here we go. Now everybody got nano gold. Follow the leader. That's what I'm saying. We're leaders. So the reality is that you're always going to get people coming behind you and doing what you do, but they can't do it like you. You see what I mean? You always got to be confident in that. So let's take nano gold, for instance. Okay. And let me turn on my screen share here. Okay. So we're taking nano gold, for instance. This is not the most spectacular page. There's actually another page on this, and I just don't want to spend the time now. But let's say when I had to design this product, like I got the product already, like the hard part of the process is actually all the machines that it takes to produce this, right? But it doesn't matter if it comes in a regular bottle and it looks ugly and people are like, what is this, right? So you got to do that part too. So in this way, when I design this, let's talk about this part more, because this is the part more that was done with AI. Okay. I visualize like, okay, what is the feel of nano gold? Like, this is a very exclusive product. This is alchemy, if you may, right? And so I chose an aesthetic, and this is very important. And I taught about more of this in the master class, because it was just more driven around like, brands, and I won't say brands, but just artistry. And this is just a simple point of consistency, style consistency. So if it's anything that you should know is that whatever you're creating for this health product, first decide on the style. Like you see all of this, these look like they match because they do. And I can literally take even one of these images and put it in Dream Engine as far as inside of the style reference area. I could do that in other platforms, but I could do that in Midjourney, but using this as a style reference and then generating all the images from there, and they will come out in this style. So as you can see, this is clearly the same prompt, right? I think it's the exact same prompt, but every time you generate with AI, of course, you get a different image. So I generated like 20 images. All of them were dope to me. And I just took the ones that I wanted to use and I spread that across, right? And then I have some manuals and things that I produced, and all of them have kind of that same aesthetic. And so this is still a matter of the creative process on understanding some of the basic principles of how to brand something. And the biggest thing is consistency with the brand so that everything looks like it belongs to the brand. And then after a while, people start recognizing you or your brand through the style. Okay. That's as much as I'm going to give on that there. Also, remember, you can always touch base with us inside the chat. The next question here is there a link between creating AI images and NFTs? How can we convert AI images into NFT in the blockchain? Now, you can imagine there is going to be, like, especially the moment AI imagery drop, that there was going to be a lot of people, especially when the NFT thing was almost still popping in. It was weird because it was like the NFT thing was just kind of catching now the downturn when the AI started dropping and creating images, right? And I'm going to show some stuff here. This is, again, the stuff that we can show because somebody's asked the question. Okay, let me see. Okay, so here we are. Let me go here to, what was it again? Was it it's the ship? They call that again. Wow, this has been a minute. What is OpenSea? Is that what it is? Yeah, OpenSea. The OpenSea NFT. Yeah, OpenSea. Okay. Trying to Google for something here. Let's see. Try one more time. There we go. Okay. So in the beginning, okay, so this is what happened. So this is directly to answer your question. So the next thing that happened with the NFTs was the value of the NFT. Oh, what am I trying to say? I guess it's been a long time. AI generated NFTs for many people who were generating NFTs didn't turn out as good projects because when they recognized that it was a AI generated image, people were like, I'm not paying for that. Okay. So this just means that AI can actually help you with certain parts of the NFT, right? AI art can help you with certain parts of the NFT. But generally, as we know with consistency, AI has a hard time with creating the same thing over and over again like an NFT does. So in that way, if you were serious about an NFT project, again, going to OpenSea and kind of seeing what is the style that people are using, right? Or even the style that you like, and then mocking up that first, you could take that NFT and drop it right into the Dream Engine and say, give me the prompt for this, use this style, and you could generate another image. Is that going to sell? Probably not. Because literally you're just using AI to create a replica of something, but there was more function with the NFT. And what was that function? It changed different parts. Okay. So when we came out a long time ago with our NFT, the emphasis was on that this was hand-drawn. This was hand-drawn by Sven West. And we went into a collaboration with each other and we pushed the NFT, but everything was hand-drawn. See what I mean? And AI was trending then. The NFT did okay. I mean, remember, it wasn't like, there were NFTs that was going up through the roof, right? But every single part of this NFT is hand drawn, and it fits what NFTs need to have. One, that there are rare NFTs, meaning they have certain calibrations, like the Riri brace, the necklace, the book that they're holding, the color of the wings, etc. And some of these were like really exclusive. There was only one of them, and that's supposed to increase the value. See what I mean? And so with AI, you would have a hard time kind of generating all of the different elements and getting them to match onto the NFT properly. But you would be able to get through the process of designing the NFT. This was not done with AI at all whatsoever. It was hand drawn. But that is really kind of what I have a feeling about in NFTs, is that you still need to create original art there in order for there to be a perceived value, right? Like, it's one of those things that really hinges on that, hey, this is actually not just done by AI and somebody's cranking these out, because you can obviously know at this stage, somebody is just tried to milk this thing to death with AI images. And that's always the work that you want to do, is like, how easy was it for me to come up with this idea? And is it possible that somebody else has this idea, right? And then try to come up with something a bit more original. And then you can use AI to come up with, the creative process and different things that you're putting together. You see what I mean? So you can use AI to get the idea and stuff done, and maybe the original art done, but you're going to have to abide by whatever the industry is equating value as. And NFTs don't like AI generated stuff. Okay. Now, the next question here is, okay, so I think that I ended up, the chat kind of jumped. So give me one moment here. Yeah, because it seems like there's just a lot of questions here. So I'm going to start here. Okay, here's where I was last time. Here we go. Got to go up a little bit more. Well, we're going to have to do rapid fire on this one because there's a lot of questions in here. So, okay, here's where I was. Okay, will all of the information you said you would share today, the PDFs, be provided in Discord? We've already provided them. It's actually even pinned to the chat up here. And of course, Rich is going to have it inside the course. It's going to be evergreen. So you'll get the manuals, you'll get the layout of everything that I went through with the hyperlinks. And so you'll be able to click on that and navigate to everything that I was saying. The next one is, do you have any laptop recommendations and preferences? Like, man, I can't tell you how many times I've been ripped off by Alienware. Stay away. I got R15s, R1s, all this stuff. Like, I don't really deal with the PC world as much. I started there. I used to build PCs and I used to work on them. But when I went to Mac, I never went back because I found that it's probably better to use the computer than be working on it all the time. Like, even now I got these 4090s in here right now. Like, it's not a day when I'm trying to use the computer, I turn it on and it wants to update. I'm like, yo, why we got to update all the time? And then sometimes wacky stuff happens. Like the other day, it locked me out and it was asking for this PIN code that I never set. And I ended up having to log into Microsoft, which I don't like, and then find this PIN code, which I never set, and then put it back in the computer for my drive to be open. So in that way, as far as laptops are concerned, with all that being said, you have laptops that have the smaller versions of the GPUs in them, right? They're not the same. You can buy like a laptop with supposedly an NVIDIA 4090 in it, but it's the mobile version. So what you do, but there are some laptops like the Asus brand is like, I have an Asus in there and it's a hard body. He does his thing, right? But, I still got Mac. So it's like they get jealous when I'm using that one too much, but it works. And in that way, because it has a stronger processor, it can be used to do certain things. But when you start getting into, again, open source and you want to run these intense projects, you automatically need to decide to move to desktop because it's going to be better bang for your buck. It's going to be more stable. You see what I mean? It's just not going to be portable unless you just have your systems at home, which I do. And I have like a little GPD. It's like this small, right? A little flip laptop. And when I'm somewhere, I remote into my home systems, just like the setup I explained with NVIDIA, where it's really the connection that you need, not the GPU. And so that's kind of how I'm handling that. And I would probably recommend, unless you're doing like gaming or something like that, and it needs to be portable, you actually go into more of a desktop system than trying to fulfill this process with a laptop. But if you just want a laptop and you just want to use software, and all these softwares that are built inside of browsers like Dream Engine, they don't use the processing power on your computer. And I'm sure you already know that. Can you speak on some of the data privacy concerns that come with using some of these AI platforms? It's the data privacy concern that comes with using this. Never say anything on this that you didn't expect somebody else to hear. Case closed. Meaning all of these technologies now, whether they disclose it or not, they're using it to do something with. You see what I mean? So you either have to be one of those people like that. This is the brave new world, if you may, and it's like, hey, I'm less concerned about that and more concerned maybe about other things, or just not use it altogether. But the sheer idea that you can use these platforms and your data is absolutely never being used somewhere else, I don't think that that's even possible. Also, even with WhatsApp, for instance, you know how WhatsApp's free, but the conversation is not, and they train on those conversations and on that data. So in that way, a lot of this stuff that we're pushing out, and it's always been that way. It's been that way, even before AI, it's being used by something or someone who sees the value in it. And that value, up until recently was just targeting audiences better, demographics, understanding behaviors, right? Behavioral patterns, all to generally make that bottom line, make more money, these kind of things. I do envision, meaning for marketers, systems, software companies, et cetera. I envision a day that there's a potential where you won't really go online like you do now. We will move more away from online. I'm on record for saying AI is the new internet, because beyond connecting with people, which was like the first use of the computers, American Online, before it started becoming about commerce, it was really about information. It was about going to Google and actually finding out information, going to Wikipedia, finding out information, et cetera, right? Or just archive.org, finding books and things like that. So when now you have a local model running with billions of parameters, with encyclopedias of knowledge in it, et cetera, if you're looking for information, why do you even need the internet anymore? So I had a scenario where there was some big thing that happened. The whole grid kind of went down. I'm here in Costa Rica. We went almost 2 to 3 days without any internet, right? Glorious. Like I had discovered a new part of myself. Like I was so done with the internet. It was hard to get me back on it. But the only thing that I did have was that local running model where any questions that I had, I could just query it from the 4090 and get the answer to it. You see what I mean? So it's just about, again, like having some dexterity with how you're setting up your stack and what you're doing, right? Question, how would you approach prioritizing playing with different AI tools in the context of establishing a business, online music production, education in this case? It is strictly stepping back, imagining that AI is not necessarily in the picture yet, and then determining what is it that you are doing now that is even making money for you right now. And then what about that can you use AI to do? You see what I mean? And so that's kind of giving you more of the information on. Give me a quick second here. I got some messages coming in. Let me just make sure everything is on point. I want to make sure that we do cover, because there's not, let's just keep going. So let's try to say that we're going to, since we're kind of hitting that mark, and I know we're way over meeting saturation point. I do want to make sure, though, that we get a nice fat chunk of these questions in. So we're going to keep going for 10 minutes, but we're going to do rapid fire and see what we come up with, right? So we're just going to draw from the intelligence, right? So how would you approach prioritizing playing with different AI models in the context of establishing a business online, right? So it's removing AI out of the equation first in your mind, thinking about how you're making money already and seeing how AI can enhance that, right? Sevan, I've been tracking you for years and I never been disappointed. Great workshop. Man, we give thanks, right? Like I'm still pushing, right? This is still feels like the beginning. Like I don't even really feel like I'm getting old, to be honest. It's all weird, but it's just also, I don't tap into a lot of the negativity or distortion. Negative is the other pole on the battery, but that's what's keeping me going. So thank you for recognizing that. Which platform would be the best in bringing books, comments into existence, including imagery? I can't really not put Dream Engine on top. And it's simply because all of the extra work has been done. So you're less like trying to find the inspiration and more already creating the assets. So I'm going to go with Dream Engine every single time. And then second in line is for sure going to be Midjourney, right? Hi, Sevan. How can we subscribe to Dream Engine or Sybil? Like, just hit those sites up. We have them already linked inside the documentation, dreamengine.ai. As I mentioned earlier, we are giving away 1,000 tokens to all AI workshop members. All you have to do is go into the website, start a subscription, hit us up in support, and just mention the workshop, and we'll push those credits to, we'll push a coupon code to you that you go into your account and put that in, and then the credits will come right into your account. Okay. 7 great build. I have access to similar platform as Dream Engine, but similar is not the same word and doesn't match my vibe. Looking forward to building in Dream Engine. Absolutely. Like, Dream Engine is that thing that's coming. And as I said before, what we're looking at is what do creators really need, especially with how we're creating, and then how can we bring those applications and put it in play for the user, right? So like I said, right now we're working on Storyteller because my brother Life, he has poetry out of this world. And he's like, yo, I just wish I could just drop this whole poem in, and then the AI would just, and I was like, I'll do it. I know I could do it 100%. I just got to spend some time on it, but I'm going to get it done, and it's going to be in Dream Engine. So look for that coming next. It's saying here, what is the best kind of computer to purchase if you don't have one currently? For desktops, let me make sure that it is the Dell. No, it's not a Dell. The Dell is hell. Let's stay away from those Dells. This is a HP Omen, and he's got a 4090 in him, and he's never given me problems. There's an Alienware next to him with the 4090 in him. He's been back twice. I don't even cut him on anymore. You know, he looks nice, but he works. Like, I got it all, you know, he's ready to go. But it's just like, yo, I don't got time to play around. So for me, the HP Omen has been a tank and runs. Okay. These technologies allow you to create while preserving your privacy and preventing unauthorized use of your likeness. Maybe that's a question. But I'm just saying, again, most of these platforms that you're feeding any kind of data into, you got to kind of look at it like, hey, do I really want to send any data that I could potentially compromise myself with, right? For me, I'm like, yo, you can't deploy, think, or design faster than me. So if it's out there already, bring it, right? So that's kind of how I'm coming at it, rather than, you know, trying to, you know, figure out how I'm going to prevent some of my stuff that I can't even tell if it's being used. Someone's saying, I would like to create my own board games and flashcards to have a different stories. What legit companies would you work with for these? And when it comes to the printing, that's one thing. When it comes to the design, I would definitely, if I was doing that, I would just do it in AI, because you could create fantastic imagery. You can also, like I said, for NFTs, no, because that's a whole different market. But for flashcards, board games, and all those kind of things, D&D characters, all that kind of stuff, this is right up the lane of AI. All you have to do is find the stuff that you like and then start building from there. Do the image search on the prompt, et cetera, et cetera. Start cranking out, changing things about the prompt until you get what you want. Start separating your assets, pulling the backgrounds off of them, upscaling them, et cetera. Keep flowing with it. As I said before, if you want to know more about this, just send us questions in the chat. Next question is, how do I connect 3D printers to make what I imagine from, or how can it be done? Okay, so we're answering these questions really fast. I would recommend you buy a Bamboo, because they're multicolor printers and they run really hard. I also use, oh my goodness, it's just we've got a love-hate relationship, Prusa, because at least I can run the printer and not spend all day trying to fix it. I would not buy like a printer just because it was super cheap, $150 3D printer, because it is going to end up breaking, and trying to fix 3D printers and figuring out what's wrong with them is very disheartening and could kill your whole project. But you can now turn images to 3D. There's many softwares out there like that now. They can make a perfect mesh, as it's called, and even remove a lot of errors from the mesh. You can run that right through a machine. Question is, device hardware recommendations for quality renditions. Again, if it's a home thing, We talked about it. You're going to have to put that 4090 in there or that 5090. If it's on the desktop, if it's a software, you don't need to really worry about it because it run directly from the browser, even from a weak computer, because all the processing is going on site. Can you speak on using AI for creating 3D models for making things on the 3D printer? Again, that's that same question or a variation, and it is 1,000% possible. I can drop one to you. I use something called Zoo, right? It's the first AI CAD software. I pushed a link for it in the chat where we listed tools. It's probably towards the top because it was like one of the first things that I dropped. And you can either use AI there to actually make models, or you can make designs inside of GPT or inside of anything, Midjourney, Sybil, or anywhere. And you use the prompt that literally is removing the background already. Prompt, white, clear background, customer character, customer design, right? I can help you with those prompts if you need them. And then you extrude that. You then send it to another AI, and the AI just basically makes a 3D character, and then you output it as a G code, right? And then you send it right to the printer. And again, now you need to think about quality. Again, Bamboo does pretty good print, but still remember you're using a filament printer versus a printer that is actually using liquids. So the colors and things may not exactly match to what you're looking for, but there's some stuff out there and you could make it happen. I always say that when you do it yourself, you always find little quirks and things that you could do to bring up the quality. I can't really recommend on NAS setup. Someone is asking here, like I'm actually using, where's that NAS at? That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not even, it's over there somewhere. I think it's behind the computer. I'm not even using it anymore. I think it was a Seagate that I bought from the Mac, and it's big stack. So it's carrying like, I don't know, 50 terabytes or something like that. But I can't really, I'm not the man for that. Let's just put it that way. I would definitely look on YouTube, and those NAS guys are there. Like I always even look at their videos just because some of the stacks look pretty cool. And they're also really cool to host on the cloud, but I don't use them personally as much. We're getting to the end here. And remember, y'all still got red tomorrow. So, you know how red bring it. So this is, the cup's going to be running over. What do you want to start making? What do you want to start with making is the question. I guess that's a good way to put the whole thing, because those are the only questions that should remain is, hey, let's just go ahead and jump in and then, see what you could see and then make more decisions there once you get your feet wet, right? We're actually ending the end of this thread here, so I'm going to go through what's here because it's the end. How is a 3D character working programs as Maya benefit with AI? MCP, we weren't able to get to it today. It's not in the scope, but there is an MCP. This is where, like, literally when I showed you how Manus takes over the computer and starts doing things, MCP can take over Unreal Engine and start building environments. I wanted to kind of go into that more because it's just so cool to me. And I understand that a lot of stuff is still built with Unreal Engine and those kind of that way of building. And the MCP offers all the promise because it literally connects, and you could type like city and use this pack and it'll start bloom, bloom, bloom. It's really creative to watch. So for those that are actually doing that kind of stuff, I would suggest like looking more into MCPs. MCP NVIDIA MCP Unreal would be your keyword to see what has been progressing in that arena. I've already seen some stuff. It looks really good. How do you contact support in Dream Engine? You go to the documents area, documentation, you click on that, and then you get into the support area. You'll see it on the bottom left. You can also visit Secret Energy. You can visit Sybil. You can visit any of those sites, and live support will be on the bottom left. Might I already have answered, but is it looking to create a brand merch such as shirts and stuff? That is also in prompts. We can assist you with that, meaning t-shirt design is a part of prompts because it will like literally separate, like just have that element like it needs to be when you're doing the silk screen or when you need that background separated from the direct to garment printers, right? So including that inside of your prompt, you're already creating characters that actually look or art that's already ready to go to print. Even Sean, member of Secret Energy, he's got his brand t-shirts natural on Etsy, the whole nine. So it's working. He's selling t-shirts. It's good. People love it, right? There's a question here. It says, how do you manage your digital life without overwhelming? And then the question 2, let's answer that first. I have a family. I have a life. There's the beach. I can even see it from here. You know what I mean? I live in Costa Rica. And a lot of times I will spend some hours in on doing the technical, but I definitely have to find that balance in my life, such as meditation. I'm also in the spiritual field, if you may. So this means I'm always having to read something related to advancing consciousness because I teach that. So getting into an industry where, if you may, if you get into something where it's going to constantly better who you are, you're going to always be growing with that. And then this computer stuff, it actually even helps me more because I'm able to, again, increase the quality, increase the yield, increase the productivity, get to things that I never thought I was ever going to really be able to deliver before. And so in all the way around, I'm finding a balance within that. But that's also why even in this class today, we saw there were so many applications. And I didn't really want to come in going through clean, going through this, going through that. And I wanted to present a solid all-in wonder. And that's what I did with Dream Engine. And that's also the kind of thing that keeps me from getting like off the rails with all the subscriptions and all the different things that I want to do and what this platform can do and what this, and it kind of becomes like an ADHD thing that is very pronounced in AI if you're not specifically focused on, hey, this is what I'm doing with it, and then kind of have that stack together that allows you to do it. Do you have any courses teaching business 101 and what to know on how to prepare before even starting one? I thought about, in the consultation, putting in development that we also do consultations, but I did have to be real with myself that I didn't have really much time to sit in on a consultation. But what I will say is that ambassador training has always been the space that we like you join ambassador training, folks ask me direct questions. Can I do this, just like I'm here right now. I'm always there. And the tribe has been progressing for 14, 15 years now with all the knowledge and information and applications that we're bringing. They're generally the first ones to know about anything that we're creating on this side, and then also to be able to get those intrinsic questions actually answered. All right, well, it's been real, family. Like, my cup runneth over. I wanted to give thanks again to 363 Empire, Brother Rich, for, seeing me in all of these processes and recognizing me, and also understanding the quality of what we're doing and how important it is for the people, and doing everything that he understands how to do his skill, his perfection at making sure that others from all walks of life. I saw somebody in the chat this morning. It was like, yo, wholeness from, or hello to everybody from Scandinavia, right? I heard somebody speaking Portuguese, right? So he's really reached into a big chunk of the world. And if he's not the glue at times for many of us getting together, then we just don't. So we want to give thanks for that and him facilitating that, because now everybody here gets to walk into 2026, of course, still prepping up and training at the end of the 2025, or excuse me, I'm already on the next. Yeah, me, time is irrelevant in the latent space. So, 2024, get trained up, get done. Then 2025, come in for the number. Hey, damn. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, I've reached that saturation point. I'm like 2 years ahead, 1 year behind. Like, are we in 2025, 2026? We're about to say goodbye. I have to do it from a numbers level. So, of course, we're 2025. We're going into 2026. So you get a chance to train up, finish up training at 2025, and then now move into 2026, which is a number one with all your new stuff. And you're doing that, and you're all right on time. And then you got more support. As Rich said, we're not just going to do this and then the chat's over with and you're left hanging. You have support groups, you have support systems, you have geniuses around you, and they're giving tons of value. Red has a channel, he's constantly doing builds, he's constantly doing hackathons, he's constantly doing, so all that is still there, and we're interacting, we're interlacing, and we're seeing how we can continue to grow together. So there's going to be much more to come. And so with that being said, it's got to end somewhere, right? And, I just want to, again, give thanks for the opportunity, and also for all those who gave themselves the opportunity. And you can trust that you're going to be seeing the value right away if you already haven't. Onus. Let's see if we could get Rich on in here. Rich,
yeah, I'm here, my brother. You hear me?
Woo. That's a solid 6. Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Yo, Sevan, man, you did an absolute magnificent job. I want to thank you, my brother. This is day one, family. Give my brother a digital hand, show him some love digitally. Make sure you support the brother's work. This brother got me getting ready to run the Dream Engine right now. Like, I'm super excited to head over there and just that's going to be my new playground, Dream Engine. So I want to thank the brother for all he has done. Thank everybody for who signed up and participated. Day 2 is tomorrow, 12 noon. All right. Red Pill, Spin City. It's gonna be on and popping. With that being said, Sevan, thank you, my brother. I'm gonna let you get some rest, and I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow, my brother.
All right, my brother. Much love. Wholeness.
Peace. Tomorrow, 12 noon, family. I will see everybody tomorrow. Peace, family.